Thursday, the Budweiser Duel at Daytona under the lights as we set the field for the Daytona 500 right here live Thursday 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Jimmy Johnson putting in the earplugs and getting set to make another run in his Lowe's Chevrolet. 192.3 is his best run. Actually, his only run. One run for each of these drivers. 15th. As everybody goes out in line, the spotter will tell them when a car on the track is far enough away not to offer any aerodynamic help so that you can make a clean run without the benefit of a draft. You see all those skid marks, excuse me, all those skid marks are from the 24 hours, including the ones on the backstretch. We had a bunch of questions about that on Twitter, and when we see them, we'll explain. But that's from the Rolex 24-hour race held a couple of weeks here.
Yeah, this procedure into practice, it's a gentleman's agreement. This is not a rule. The track is open for practice. Any driver can go out there at any point. But from my experience, if you have more than 3 drivers out there, you're probably getting a little bit of an aid. The analogy, if you could see another driver, he's probably helping you to some degree with a little bit of a draft.
Ryan Truex on track and part of another big driver shakeup at BK Racing. A wholesale change there. Here's Ryan.
You know, what's interesting this winter was Ryan Truex. A lot of drivers, their total dream is to run Sprint Cup, no matter what car they get into. So you see, there's Alex Bowman, there's little Truex here, Martin Truex's brother. Their total goal, Larry, they just want to be Sprint Cup, no matter if they've even done anything in Nationwide. You know, my brother Rusty told me, Herman, put the numbers on the board. I want you successful in one series before you move to the next. Some drivers, they just want to be Sprint Cup. And I think we've seen that in a couple drivers this year.
But it is pretty fun to see all these young drivers come along. We've been talking all winter long. Right now we have 8 rookies signed up to run for Rookie of the Year. I'd have to look long and hard to find when we had a rookie class that big. I'd have to look long and hard where we really actually had a battle for Rookie of the Year. I'd almost have to go all the way back to 2002 with Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman actually beat Jimmy Johnson for Rookie of the Year in 2002.
9 first-timers hoping for a spot in the Daytona 500. Now, there are the 8 Rookie of the Year candidates. And we'll add to that list Eric McClure will be the 9th driver trying to make his first 500. Let's go down to the garage as we watch Michael Annett and visit with Jeff Hammond.
Well, Mike, we're taking a look here at the number 31 car being driven by Ryan Newman this year for Richard Childress Racing, and spoke with Ryan. He's all smiles right now. Said felt really good. Was hitting the tailpipes just a little bit harder than they had done it here in the test. Looked at and talked to Luke Lambert, the crew chief. He said, hey, more speed, the more we're traveling the car, so they're working to get the car up off the ground just a little bit. But the cool thing about it, Richard Childress is all smiles right now, owner of 4 teams down there, the 31, the 3, as well as the 33. All these cars of his are now in the top 5. The 27 of Paul Menard still up on jack stands. But right now, early in his practice session, Richard Childress Racing looking extremely strong right off the truck.
Add to that group Casey Mears we saw a bit ago, and Mears is up there in 7th spot. Not a Richard Childress car, however, but aren't they using those engines as well?
They are.
With the switch to Chevrolet. We're going to check with Laura Oakman in Sochi and then be back with more practice from Daytona.
Hi, I'm Laura Oakman with this Sochi Now update presented by Liberty Mutual. The matchup between the U.S. and Russia in men's hockey more than lived up to the hype. TJ Oshie's shootout goal lifted the U.S. to a hard-fought 3-2 win on Saturday. Pavel Datsyuk opened the scoring in the second period. Team USA answered with a power play goal and took a brief lead in the third before Datsyuk tied it again. The team skated to a scoreless overtime before heading to the shootout where they traded goals before Oshie sealed the win. For all your Olympic news, tune in to Fox Sports Live Nightly.
Don't let lousy finger foods ruin your party. Have O'Hare Party Repair install new Tostitos, fajita scoops, and queso blanco dip. These chips have red peppers you can actually see. No wonder they taste like fajitas. Tostitos, bring the party.
Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
It's lunchtime, you're hungry, we know how you feel. Your mouth wants Little Caesars, and your wallet wants a deal. 4 slices of deep dish and a soda are for you. Hot and ready for $5, and this is what you do. Bite, bite, sip, sip. That's what makes the combo. Bite, bite, sip, sip. To the deep dish combo mambo. For lunch.
Pizza, pizza.
In a world filled with war, sometimes the most powerful weapon
Mika.
is love. Make love, not war. Introducing new Axe Peace.
Pre-qualifying practice for the 500 presented by Sprint on Fox Sports 1. Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, Kenny Wallace. Glad to be with you as Martin Truex Jr. has posted the fastest time of the day so far. 42 drivers have gone out and made a 2-lap run. No one has yet been on the track for a second time, but a number of drivers are lined up to do so. As you have a look at Landon Castle and his number 40 Chevrolet. Krista?
And new numbers, new names, new combinations. That's Martin Truex Jr.'s signature with the 78. You know what's cool about Daytona? We have all this time to get on track, all these laps, all these practices, testing. Some guys do 2 laps and they're done. Some guys like Martin Truex, you guys are done for the day and you didn't test.
Yeah, they didn't want to test, so it was up to them. I was like, okay, that's fine with me. Obviously, they knew what they were doing, right? Because the car's fast. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Obviously, they brought a fast car down here, and the ECR engines are working great. And, yeah, just, you know, put it on the floor, ride around in a circle a few times, and put it on the top of the board. That was pretty easy work for today.
Does it concern you at all? I mean, do you get nervous saying, hey, I'd like to be out there a little more?
I wanted to make a run, another run. Todd said, no, we're good to go. So he was the one that said we weren't going to test, and we were fast when we got here. So they make the calls. I just drive it.
Are you happy too? I mean, obviously, still learning, getting familiar with Todd. You mentioned Todd Berry, your crew chief. I'm excited, though. This has got to be a great team because your snack tray over here, you've got candy, orange slices. I've already told the guys I'm stealing the orange slices, just to let you know. So those won't be there.
You can have as many as you want.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, so far, like I said, everything's been going really great with this bunch. Really been impressed with them through the offseason and what they, not only what they accomplished last year, but kind of how they got there. You know, getting to know them all and seeing the shop and getting to know Barney a little bit. His commitment to this team is incredible. And I'm honestly really excited about the season. Proud to be able to drive for a team like this, and hopefully I can do a great job for them.
All right. Thank you very much, Martin. Appreciate it.
Barney is Barney Visser, the owner of that team, who's been known to hop into a Cup car and do some testing himself from time to time. Now, Truex goes to Furniture Row from MWR, Michael Waltrip's team, and here is the 2-time Daytona 500 winner in the Blue DEF Toyota. DEF is an acronym for diesel exhaust fluid. You need that for your motor coach or any large engine diesel vehicles these days to help control emissions.
You know, I know a lot of people look at Michael Waltrip and say, you know, he's on Fox, he's doing all this TV stuff, but I want to brag on him for a moment. He went to Talladega last year. And, you know, there's the TV guy on the track. I'm telling you, coming to the checkered flag, if they don't have the big wreck, he's going to win the race.
That's right.
Okay, so Tony Stewart gets together and they have this big old wreck. Mikey looked, I mean, it's a pretty good chance he's going to win the race. So I take Michael Waltrip very seriously in that 66 car. even though he's doing TV, he's the real deal. He's good on these tracks.
Oh, he's 100% focused, and I've always enjoyed watching Michael race at Bristol and on the restrictor plate tracks. Absolutely.
Well, his 4 wins, they're all at restrictor plate tracks. 3 of them here, including 2 Daytona 500s, and he actually finished 5th here in the July race last year.
Brad Keselowski.
I really like this all-white car because it's different. You know, sometimes it can get old, and the white represents. I guess they're bringing back the white beer can.
Well, the one thing they're probably not going to be happy with is this run, because remember what we talked about a while ago? If you can see a car, you're getting help. So pretty much this run for Brad Keselowski as crew chief Paul Wolfe, you're not going to put a lot of stock into what the stopwatch shows here.
That was Josh Wise, new driver for Phil Parsons Racing, who was there on track. Isn't that really the job of the spotter, to get you out onto the racetrack where you're not going to have the effect of another car, unless somebody obviously has a problem or whatever?
Mike, you're 100% right, but here's what can go wrong. If that spotter says fire it up and go, let's say for some reason the motor doesn't fire right away. It has happened to me, but you know, maybe they messed up, maybe they had a problem firing the motor up, taking off. That's the only thing, it's the only excuse I can give him.
Well, all of that drafting helped Brad Keselowski there to a 6th place run so far. But we'll call that, as they say in track and field, wind aided, no record. Jeff?
Yeah, we just called it with Brian Vickers. We were sitting here talking about what we've been doing during the offseason. So, Brian, how are you feeling right now? And are you excited about being back in the car?
Oh, very much. I feel fantastic. It's been 3 months, and well, we got a little bit of testing in before we came down, and man, it felt so good to be back in that race car. It's good to be back in Daytona in a Cup car. I missed the Daytona 500. It's been a few years since I've been in it, and I love this race.
I got to ask you real quick, you mentioned testing. Are you one of the teams that may be talking about going away on Monday or Tuesday and doing some testing during the dark days here in Daytona?
I don't know if we're going to this time, you know, after the 500, or you mean after this weekend. I don't think so. We got most of what we needed beforehand, and just been focusing on Daytona while we're here.
Mike?
Thanks, Jeff. We just a look at Austin Dillon. He's back out for his 2nd run in the Richard Childress Racing number 3. And I just saw Josh Wise coast into the garage area with smoke billowing from the right front of that car. So he may have had a problem which put him in the path of Brad Keselowski and affected Keselowski's run.
And we knew something most likely happened, and there's proof. He had to shut the motor down early, and then that way he put himself in front of Brad Keselowski.
Yep.
This is Austin Dillon's 2nd time out. Now, in early January during testing, Austin was the quickest in this 3 car. He ran a 46.12, a little over 195 miles per hour. So far, we're about 2/10 off of that, but it's a little warmer right now, I think, than it was during that testing in January.
Let's see what Dillon can do here on his 2nd pass. Top of the board, 46.31. Hello. The rookie from Louisville, North Carolina, goes to the top of the chart, Austin Dillon.
A lot of excitement in the air. And this figures to be an old school Big East basketball game.
Xavier, led by Samante Kristen, battles Marquette, and Devontae Gardner. Big East basketball, presented by New York Life Insurance Company. Today at 3:30 on Fox.
For more than 60 years, Wrangler's been making jeans more comfortable. They feel good, wear strong.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are built with a U-shaped construction. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern.
Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
After the laptops are closed and refunds have been paid, there's still $1 billion unclaimed tax dollars.
Get your billion back, America.
The Ohio State University. The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M. Norfolk State University. University. Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
proud, the Marines.
Come here. Come here.
What's going on up there?
Welcome home, Chuck. This is all for you.
Oh. Are you serious?
Lieutenant Chuck Nag home.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
The Great American Race returns. The Daytona 500, February 23rd, only on Fox.
It was on this date in 1998 that Dale Earnhardt ended 20 years of trying and 20 years of frustration as he and Larry McReynolds celebrated in Victory Lane as Daytona 500 champions.
Hard to believe that was 16 years ago. You know, Mike and Kenny, we were talking about the preparation for Daytona 500. We actually started building that car in July of 1997. That was when you could really do a lot of testing. There were no restrictions. That car probably tested 5 or 6 times at Talladega before the calendar year of 97 even ended. I don't even know how many trips we made to the wind tunnel with that car, just trying to do everything we could, dot every I, cross every T, to help Dale Earnhardt get that Daytona 500 win.
You're being humble. My brother Rusty always said, Herm, when you win, you have to remind them, because the next week it's a do-over. So I'm going to remind everybody that you were Dale Earnhardt's winning crew chief for the Daytona 500. So I'm doing it for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Especially with the return of the 3, so I think it's proper to congratulate you.
Well, I appreciate it. I just always say I just happen to be the guy in position when he didn't hit a seagull, he didn't cut a tire down on the last lap. It just all the stars lined up finally for me.
Hey,
so proud to be a part of it.
That's the way life is, Larry. Timing's everything. That's the way it is, man.
Eric Almirola driving for 7-time 500 winner Richard Petty in that Petty blue, number 43. Sponsor Smithfield just re-upped long-term, and they made a big announcement in New York and was very proud to say that this is the thrust of their marketing program right here in NASCAR. And boy, there's a little bit of that Andy Granatelli red in the number on the roof too.
And this winter, Richard Petty said, this is the most money we've had. It was a quote, and I thought, wow, that is good to hear. This is the best they have been financially.
But look at the number on that car. That number 43 appears just as it did on the 43 for Richard Petty's entire career. Now, when Richard retired at the end of the 92 season, they didn't run the 43 the next year. They thought that wouldn't be fair to the next driver to sit in that seat. But then they brought the number back, and Richard long said, wouldn't it be neat if when people see that number on the track, they think of Richard Petty? And I think that's a lot of that thinking going into the 3 for Austin Dillon. Richard Childress Racing had long said he would only bring the number 3 back to the track for a family member. And at the time he first said that, we were thinking Kerry, Kelly, or Dale Jr. But now, within the Childress family, Austin Dillon is his grandson. He has had the 3 on his baseball uniforms, on his Legends car, on everything he's driven right up to this point. So why not? It's the right time. I think it's the right thing to do. And yes, when that car goes by, I look at that number on the roof, white on black, and sure, I think of Dale, don't you?
Yeah, he's carried it to 2 championships in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series and the Nationwide Series last year.
And right now, he is fastest in pre-qualifying practice in Daytona.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into primetime.
Here we go.
Daytona comes alive as the biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season in the Sprint Unlimited. Oh, trouble! You decide how they line up. You decide how they restart. But they decide who gets the checkered. Speed Weeks continues with the Sprint Unlimited tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
In a split second, a nobody can get the attention of everybody. NFL hopefuls are on the clock, and NFL Network is there with them. Live and exclusive coverage from the Scouting Combine. Live starting February 22nd, only on NFL Network.
Sports is Destination TV, and Comcast Spotlight offers more advertising opportunities to reach sports fans. More sports delivered by Comcast Spotlight.
Hi, I'm Joan London, and if you're worried about your parent or a loved one living alone like I was, and you want reliable senior care information, then call A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. With one phone call, you'll get free information on assisted living, Alzheimer's care, nursing homes, even important financial information. It's a free service, so call now.
800-473-7921. 800-473-7921.
I don't know if this is going to be first or second, but this is going to be a medal. And it looks like we could have another one of those photos.
Every minute, every medal, every screen. The NBC Sports Live Extra app gives you unprecedented access to every moment of NBC Universal's coverage of the Sochi Olympics, now on your TV. The X1 Entertainment Operating System, only from Xfinity.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Welcome back to Daytona. Pre-qualifying practice presented by Sprint. Austin Dillon, Martin Truex, Ryan Newman top the leaderboard. Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle, all three makes represented in the Fast Five right now, as Kyle Busch pulls in from his second run, which is a little quicker, 46:57, excuse me, 13th fastest.
Yeah, we only have one Toyota driver in the top 10 right now, and that's Kyle Busch's teammate Matt Kenseth in the 20. Otherwise, fairly saturated with the Chevrolet drivers and some Ford drivers sprinkled in the top 10.
Casey Kane for Hendrick Motorsports, 26th on his first run.
Casey really had a strange season last year. You know, he made the chase. He finished second 6 times, twice in the chase, won those 2 races. But it just was a very up and down year. And I know there was some concern in the camp about that, because this is his 3rd year now that he'll be starting at Hendrick Motorsports. It didn't start off very good a year ago. He got caught up in a crash real early in the Daytona 500. Just a very up and down, strange season last year for him.
I am a big Casey Kane fan, so do not take this wrong. I want him to do good, but you're 100% right. He is a winning driver. He's won big races, but his career, you know, I guess I overestimated. I expected him to be a champion by now. I expected him to rattle off 6 wins a year, but it's very up and down for his career. Not being mean, right. Just saying I'm a big fan of his. I am a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Kane finishes up 17th, 46.74. An improvement there for the Farmers Chevy. Jeff?
Yeah, we're down here having a little bit of fun between myself and Carl Edwards.
Yeah, it's great. You walk up, punch me in the stomach. It's wonderful. It's my buddy, Jeff Hammond, right here, folks.
Yeah, but you were messing with my cameraman.
I touched the camera.
Don't touch the camera.
All right, I got you. Yeah, we're having fun, though. Car's pretty fast, and we came down here and tested, and we all left here thinking, man, this isn't good. The guys went back and worked really hard on it. And I feel like Biffle's he's a half a tenth off, or 6 or 7 hundredths, and we aren't taped up all the way yet. We feel pretty good.
Well, you got a guy that's kind of running this thing, Jimmy Finnick. I think he's won a couple 500s, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's pretty intense, man. He's been going over all the wind tunnel stuff and working. I mean, he's been massaging this car, and it's pretty cool. I'm excited to be driving this one.
Speaking of excitement, let's take a look here on this little video right here and kind of see what's going on. You messed my hair up. Watch, so you touch the camera. Can't do that. And you tried to kick my feet out from under me. What kind of deal is this?
I didn't want to scratch your boots, but you got me in the stomach right off the bat. You got to watch these TV folks. They're crafty. And yeah, I'm sorry if I scuffed them up, buddy. You know what? You took care of my shoes. These are nice new shoes. I appreciate that. Not kicking me back in the foot.
I'm going to stomp your toes here in about 2 seconds. Guys.
For a second, I thought Randy Fuller was going to break that scuffle up, but Randy knew better. Kept walking.
Man, that was a great move. Hold my microphone. He reaches for the microphone, then he punches it. Yeah. That was good. That was good.
Trash talking in the garage. Krista.
Well, our camera didn't catch it, but actually Greg Biffle and I were doing the same thing. What you don't know is Greg walked up. We kind of did like a super flex kind of move.
That's right.
Yeah.
I picked you up. I had you up over my shoulders.
It was awesome. It was so incredible. Yeah. What's also incredible is your car out on the racetrack. A lot of speed. Do you guys have some more speed in it still?
Man, I'll tell you what. I feel like a little kid. This is so much fun to have this kind of speed to 3 and 4 Fusion. This shows how hard everybody's worked over the winter. You know, we're going test in Nashville on Tuesday. Just trying to be so ready for this season. We're excited about the new format and feel like we got a chance at winning a title. This kind of speed this early in the practice, we're really happy.
Cool. Thanks, Greg. And thanks for picking me up over your head, making me feel light. Thanks.
Thanks, Krista. Now, the Tuesday test that Biffle talked about, the Cup teams can go and test at tracks that do not host one of NASCAR's top three divisions, and they can do that pretty much an unlimited number of times during the season. So places like Nashville are very busy.
Yeah, Nashville for intermediate track testing, and local close by New Smyrna Beach Raceway as far as short track testing. Now, you remember Jeff Hammond earlier in this practice session, as we're approaching about the halfway point there, Paul Menard, they were sitting in the garage area with their 27 car, somewhat trying to wait on the wind to die down. I don't know if the wind has died down, but this will be one of his first runs out on the racetrack in this 27 car.
And that means that only 2 drivers have not yet practiced, Eric McClure and Morgan Shepherd. Here's defending Sprint Cup champion Jimmy Johnson out for a second run as you're watching our Daytona 500 practice coverage presented by Sprint.
A lot of excitement in the air. And this figures to be an old school Big East basketball game.
Savior, led by Samante Kristen, Battles Marquette, and Devontae Gardner. Big East Basketball, presented by New York Life Insurance Company. Today at 3:30 on Fox.
People love to get out and become one with the elements. The problem is that the elements wear out their welcome and ruin your car's floor. Unless you have WeatherTech floor liners. They're laser measured to custom fit your specific make and model. Front, back, even up the sides. Dirt and spills stay in the liner until you wash them away. Order yours at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMax. WeatherTech floor liners. Complete protection, completely American made. WeatherTech.com.
Danica Patrick and Jeff Gordon host the Daytona 500 Bash at the Beach. Next Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox. And don't miss the Daytona 500.
LegalZoom has helped start over 1 million businesses. If you have a business idea, we have a personalized legal solution that's right for you. With easy step-by-step guidance, we're here to help you turn your dream into a reality. Start your business today with LegalZoom.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new Hand Tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new Hand Tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the big biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
In my career, I've learned a thing or two about having the right equipment and a great crew. That's why I'm happy to be part of the Bass Pro family, because a name you can trust, people who stand behind you, and the equipment you can count on mean everything to me.
Back here live in Daytona on Fox Sports 1 of the 27 car, Paul Menard, and the speed of Richard Childress Racing continuing to show the first Daytona 500 practice. Just over 195 miles per hour, so he moves to the top of the charts and just ahead of Austin Dillon so far today. Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 into prime time. The biggest names, they're the fastest of the fast as they hit the track for the first time, and it's under the lights, the Sprint Unlimited at Daytona at 8 Eastern. The pre-race coming out at 7:30. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1. And in her first Sprint Unlimited, because she sat on the pole for the Daytona 500, Danica Patrick. And when I was talking to her this week about her new teammate, she said she feels almost like a rookie again with Kurt Busch and Kevin Harvick joining her, and Tony Stewart and Stewart Haas Racing. Larry talked about her individual goals, and she addressed the group of powerful personalities and said, and we talked about the Seattle Seahawks, how that team came together with powerful personalities to have success. And she said so far so good, the way that they have gotten along, and she thinks they'll be able to benefit from each other over the course of the long haul of the season. Now also, Ford, and Larry touched on this earlier, Ford did not have a good single car speed in testing earlier, but he said let's keep an eye on where they're going. We heard from Greg Biffle, and so far, Larry, I would say with the 49 entries and the 43 spots for the Daytona 500 here as we take a look, looks like the speeds, at least what they're working on in this first practice, the first, by the way, of 7 practices the drivers will have before the actual running of the Daytona 500 a week from tomorrow on Fox. That so far, Larry, so good for Ford.
Well, yeah, you do have Greg Biffle, who we just spoke to a minute ago, Chris, who's 6th quickest. Now, I know Brad Keselowski in the 2 car is 8th right now, but I think we're going to discount that as far as a single car run because it was documented. He got some help, but I'm just blown away with the speed that the Richard Childress Racing drivers and affiliated with Richard Childress Racing that they have right now. But I don't know that this should be a huge surprise. Let's go back a year ago. Kevin Harvick in the 29 car. He won the Sprint Unlimited. He won the Budweiser Dual Race, and he was going to be a contender in the 500 had he not been caught up in that same crash that Casey Kane was caught up in.
No shortage of speed from that team here in Daytona. Now here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Rick Hendrick National Guard Chevrolet, trying to improve on 25th, where he sits right now.
And I would say in off season, in the winter, the biggest question with all the fans every year, how many races will Dale Jr. win this year? So let's get the obligatory comment out of the way. So I'm going to say he wins 2. Mike, what do you think?
I think 2 is a good number.
Yeah, what do you think, Larry?
I do believe 2 is a good number, and it could start right here in the Daytona 500, because if you look at the last 4 Daytona 500s, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 car, 3 second-place finishes. He's come close the last 4 years here.
Very close.
Hey, you know, Dale Earnhardt Jr., it's hard to believe in October he will turn 40 years of age, and just 1 Cup win, a points race win, just 1 in the last 5 years, even though he had that strong finish in the chase last year in terms of top 10 finishes. So the question, not only the amount of wins, what effect will Steve Letarte, his crew chief who has blended well with Dale Earnhardt Jr., has already made it known that this will be his last year with the team before he moves on to television broadcasting. What effect will that have, if any, on Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
I'd say from the early going, it sounds like they're more motivated than ever.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to rear its head until we maybe get later on in the season, and I think a lot of that is going to depend on how they're performing as to how that's going to affect Dale Earnhardt Jr. But a big announcement that was just made recently about Hendrick Motorsports. Now, I don't want everybody to go up in arms here because I don't see him sitting on the pit box for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 2015, but Ray Evernham is back at Hendrick Motorsports working with all 4 drivers and all 4 crew chiefs starting right now here at Speed Weeks.
And Ray Evernham has tweeted, I am not going to be a crew chief, but why would you ever deny what he knows? And he can help the whole organization out.
Absolutely.
Brian Scott back out for a second run. He is 7th at the moment.
Mike, this driver reminds me of myself coming to Daytona. You know, maybe I was locked in the Daytona 500 1 or 2 times, but this is a knot in this kid's stomach. He wants to be in the Daytona 500. He's probably saying, what'd I run? What'd I run? Right now, he's probably wanting to know, can he qualify? Can he lock himself in to where he does not have to race his way in on the twin 150s on Thursday? So this is a big deal for this man.
Well, he's got a fast car. Scott picks up to 6th with that run. Actually, he and Greg Biffle tied for the 6th fastest speed. Paul Menard is quickest.
Tomorrow, number 6 Villanova battles number 18 Creighton, part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With the pen, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
Get in! Punch it! Let Quicken Loans help you save your money with a mortgage that's engineered to amaze.
Are your party foods a party fail? Have O'Hare Party Repair remove them and install Tostitos Cantina chips and salsa, guaranteed to bring that south of the border je ne sais quoi to any occasion. Tostitos, bring the party!
The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona, tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
This is Kevin. To prove to you that Aleve is the better choice for him, he's agreed to give it up.
It's today?
We'll be with him all day as he goes back to taking Tylenol.
That was okay, but after lunch, my knee started to hurt again, and now I've got to take more pills. Yep. Another pill stop. Can I get my Aleve back yet? For my pain, I want my Aleve.
Look for the Easy Open Red Arthritis Cap.
That's insane.
Yep, and you can customize it. I can download anything I want.
Seriously? That's a lot of music.
Seriously?
That's insane.
And it's $15 a month for the family.
Seriously? That's a lot of gold rope.
Seriously, that's a signature look. You don't have a signature look, honey. That's a signature look.
Only AT&T brings you Beats Music. Unlimited downloads for up to 5 accounts and 10 devices. All for $14.99 a month.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
Tonight it's the Sprint Unlimited here on Fox Sports 1. And you need to get your Sprint phone out or get on your laptop, and you need to decide how this race will be run. First, you get to vote on the race format. The length of the first segment is fixed at 30 laps, but do you want to see a 10-lap shootout or a longer last segment? Now that vote ends at 6 p.m. tonight. Starting order. If you vote to start on most career polls, that will put Jeff Gordon and Ryan Newman on the front row. If you vote driver point standings, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth have the front row. And if you vote for final practice speeds, Denny Hamlin and Jamie McMurray will start on the front row. And you can vote on that one until 7:30 tonight. Then the restart order for the final segment. Who has the fastest lap in the first two? Who led the most laps? Or who has the best pit stop? You can vote now at NASCAR.com/SprintUnlimited or on the NASCAR mobile app. Vote early, vote often. Vote now.
I'm impressed. This is unprecedented. NASCAR and Sprint getting together, getting these fans involved. It's almost like the NFL Super Bowl. Having the fans vote who gets the kickoff first. I mean, NASCAR and Sprint have come together this year. And this is not a commercial. I mean, that is incredible right there.
It is. It's a great involvement for the fans. We're going to be joined tonight by a special guest for our Sprint Unlimited coverage. Here's Krista.
That's right. The special guest tonight for our Sprint Unlimited race will be Clint Boyer. That's good for us, bad for Clint, because it means he's not in the race. You get into the Sprint Unlimited by winning a pole. You didn't do that last year, so this practice is important because you could win the pole for the Daytona 500.
Yeah, but you don't want to win a pole here. I mean, it'd be nice.
You want to win a pole everywhere.
It would be nice to sit on the pole of the Daytona 500, but, you know, of course. That's what I love about the new qualifying procedures that are going to be in place. I mean, I clearly sucked at the last one, so let's try something else. But, you know, nonetheless, it'll be fun to be up there and help out a little bit, talk about racing. I mean, that's what we're all here for.
You're a TV pro. You joined me at Eldora for the truck race, and you did fantastic.
It'll be fun. You know, but it's just so nice to be back down here, you know, be in the seat and make some laps and see everybody. I mean, we're back to racing.
You're pretty short answered. I mean, you usually I just give you the mic and you kind of run away with an answer. You're kind of quick today.
We've been down racing here, you know, down here for about a week. I'm kind of wore out. I got to take a nap before I get on TV tonight. I'm going to be, yeah, I'll tell you what I need. This is exactly what I need. I need a 5-hour energy.
Nice plug.
It's that kind of day.
Thanks, Krista. His teammate at Michael Waltrip Racing, Brian Vickers, in the 55, 30th on the board right now.
I am just praying that Brian Vickers has a great year with no blood thinning problems. His career has been hampered lately over the last couple of years with blood thinning problems, and he has been taken out of the car a couple times over the last couple of years. He is a winning driver. He won Loudon last year. So I pray for him this year that he has a good, solid year.
Right. Vickers has been out of the car several times. Not that he didn't feel like racing. He felt good to go. The problem was the medication he was taking to thin his blood could have provided a great complication should he be injured in the race car. So that's why he had to step aside. But he is 100% cleared by the doctors, good to go, and like a lot of people, thrilled to be here. Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, Mike, I just got through talking to Richard Childress, the owner of Richard Childress Racing, and you know, we're looking here at the 27 car, and an interesting twist in this organization is after the test, you know, during the off season where Austin Dillon was fast, Gil Martin elected to stick with that car. There were 4 brand new cars built after that test. This 27 car was one of them, and actually this car was in rotation for the 3 cars, brand new Daytona 500 car, but Gil Martin said, no, we're going to stick with our car. We really do like it. This is one of the cars that he could have had a shot at getting in. Not there's a lot of difference in it. Richard told me they're very, very similar, Jeff, but we believe that this car was going to be faster than the 3 car that was there during the test, and so far has proven out to be true so far. I wonder, Larry, is maybe Gil Martin's rethinking that process. Maybe I should have gone with this car.
Larry, we got Richard Childress Racing 5 out of the top 6 right now. What have they found? What is it in the motor? Is it in the chassis, the body? What's going on? Why are they so much better than the whole field right now?
Well, I'm a firm believer when you come down here as a group and you're that good, it's not just one thing. Obviously, you see Richie Gilmore there talking to Paul Menard, who plays a big role in the Earnhardt Childress Racing engines. No question, they are making good horsepower. But I think from a chassis standpoint, from an aero standpoint, they have the whole package working right now, because the teams that are affiliated with them, like Martin Truex Jr.'s 78 team, like Casey Mears' 13 teams, they are fast too. So I truly believe it's the whole package that's making them quick.
The RCR has 5 Daytona 500 poles. Here's the driver who left Richard Childress Racing, the only Cup team he had ever driven for. Kevin Harvick now moving to Stewart-Haas for the 2014 season. And Harvick right now 25th, trying to improve on that with this his 7th run and a 2nd run, and he jumps up to 18th fastest.
A lot of excitement in the air.
And this figures to be an old school Big East basketball game.
Xavier, led by Samaje Christen, battles Marquette, and Devontae Gardner. Big East basketball, presented by New York Life Insurance Company. Today at 3:30 on Fox.
To truck guys, the truck is everything. And when you put them in charge of making an unbeatable truck, good things happen. This is the Ram 1500, the 2014 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, and first ever back-to-back champion. Guts, glory, Ram.
The Ohio State University. The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M. Norfolk State University. University. Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
After the laptops are closed and refunds have been paid, there's still $1 billion unclaimed tax dollars.
Get your billion back, America.
Great. This is the last thing I need.
Seriously? Let's take this puppy over to Midas and get you some of that good old Midas touch. You know what? I'll drive. I really didn't think this through.
Brakes, tires, oil, everything.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Daytona 500 qualifying tomorrow on Fox.
Friday, the Camping World Truck Series begins. Live from Daytona, Series champ Matt Crafton begins his title defense at 6:30 Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1. Your home for NASCAR, and this week all of those Sprint Cup practice sessions that we spoke about will be right here on Fox Sports 1.
Tony Stewart is back, and I'm going to tell you, when he first got in the car, I'm sure you showed it, what was there, 11 photographers surrounded the car watching Tony get in the car. When was that ever a big story? Tony's getting in the car. You couldn't even get around the garage area.
When was that such a big story? How about last year, the first time Danica climbed in the car?
Now, you took my joke away.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got to tee me up during commercial, Cam.
You did
I didn't know. All right, go ahead. Finish the joke.
No, it was great.
No, go ahead.
I said yesterday, I tweeted out, I couldn't help myself, that the last time we ever seen a crowd around the garage area watching a driver get in a car was Danica Patrick. But that was pretty incredible yesterday, Mike. Tony getting in the car, and you just couldn't even move in the garage area. When would we ever thought or think Tony getting in the car would be a big deal? And what a great day it was yesterday. See him come back from major 2 breaks in his leg last year and back.
3 surgeries. 3 surgeries.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 surgeries to repair the broken bones, and then a 3rd surgery to aid in his recovery down the road. And we kind of lived through that this summer. My wife had similar surgery on her hip and a lengthy recovery, and difficult. And I can just only imagine what Tony's going through. He says the leg is 65% of the way there, but he's 100% ready to go. Jeff?
Yeah, we caught up here with Marcus Ambrose. And Marcus, we were talking about, is a little bit kind of boring right now today compared to last night's practice, but how's it going so far for your car?
Yeah, we're really pretty pleased with how the Stanley car is going. We've got a little bit of room left with some speed changes that we're going to make for qualifying. So we're hanging around the top 15 right now, which is pretty good, and we're going to try and make one more run here if we can before this session finishes, and see if we get a little more speed out of it.
You told me it was kind of like looking for a needle in the haystack.
Yeah, as a driver, you can't feel anything out there. It always feels the same, but the stopwatch never lies, and you just got to rely on the stopwatch around this place. And we've gained some speed already. We're looking for just a little bit more.
Talking like a crew chief, Mike.
Thanks, Jeff. Let's show you what Kenny Wallace was talking of, what he was speaking of. Justin Allgaier on track there. When Tony Stewart climbed in the car, yes, let me count the photographers. There are, Kenny, there's none of them.
Now, hold on.
There's none of them.
Hold on.
I don't see a single photographer.
You can see
what
the
are you
flashes.
talking about?
You can see the flashes.
Yeah,
okay.
flashes of brilliance.
But listen, I'm excited, and that's all that matters.
You know what? You're going to do just fine up here. Never let the truth get in the way of a great story.
I'm excited that Tony's in the car.
Full disclosure, as Barry Landis likes to say. The photographers were not allowed in the garage stall. Our cameraman was. Ooh. They were all outside snapping pictures away, and yes, those flashes were
big and bright.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt Kenseth, he continues to try to break that little Richard Childress Racing party up. He just jumped up the second quickest with that run.
Michael Waltrip with a Dale Earnhardt tribute helmet getting set to go out for another run.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into primetime. Here we go! Daytona comes alive as the biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season in the Sprint Unlimited. Oh, trouble! You decide how they line up. You decide how they restart. But they decide who gets the checkered. Speed Weeks continues with the Sprint Unlimited tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Could your house go into foreclosure? Does it seem like the bank has no interest in helping you save your home and you feel like you have nowhere to turn? Then we have good news for you. American Foreclosure Service. American Foreclosure Service can help save your home. We specialize in foreclosure assistance, and that's all we do. If you're behind on your mortgage payments, being threatened with foreclosure, have been denied a loan modification, or been the victim of a predatory loan, it's critical that you call American Foreclosure Service now. American Foreclosure Service has a network of attorneys, and our agents are available to speak to you now. Remember, if you're behind on your mortgage payments, American Foreclosure Service can help stop the foreclosure process. Call today before it's too late. New laws are in effect that may save your home. So call American Foreclosure Service now.
Call 1-800-520-5181 now.
Breaking news update for birth control users. It has been reported that an agreement has been reached to settle lawsuits filed on behalf of women who claim they were seriously injured by Yaz birth control pills. Injuries include lung and leg blood clots, stroke, and even death. If you have used Yaz, Yasmin, B-Yaz, or Rosella and have been injured, time to file your claim is running out. You may be entitled to substantial financial compensation.
Call 1-800-251-5010.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
You're watching Budweiser Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. This is pre-qualifying practice for the Daytona 500. Time trials will be held tomorrow, and you'll see those live on Fox. But today, 2 rounds of practice to bring you, and then we'll get ready for tonight's Sprint Unlimited here on Fox Sports 1, the race of last year's pole winners. 18 drivers in search of glory tonight.
Larry Mack, you were a crew chief. When I was down talking to this team, the new Kurt Busch team, what they told me, they said, Kenny, this may be a new number, but this is really the 39 team. This is really the Ryan Newman team. So I found that very interesting.
Yeah, because they've actually, what they've done, they've taken Daniel Knost, who was actually the team engineer, one of the team engineers over there, and he's actually the crew chief that's working with Kurt Busch. So yeah, there's a lot of people that they moved around over there to make this program work, going to a 4-team operation.
And it wasn't that simple. They had to do a big expansion of the shop to accommodate a 4th team. A lot of construction that underwent there. in the offseason to make all this happen.
I just believe there's been so many questions about the dynamics of Stewart-Haas racing. We talked about all the things that's changed over there. I just believe those 4 drivers, they're in a position where they have to make this work. If you look at Kurt Busch, this is his 4th team in the last 4 years. If you look at Kevin Harvick, he just left an organization where he has finished 3rd in the points 3 out of the last 4 years. And Tony Stewart, the man that has his name above the door, he is on his 3rd crew chief in the 6 years of Stewart-Haas racing. Those drivers, they have to make this work this year.
Good point.
And you know, I think that's what life and sports are all about. You know, 2nd and 3rd, Mike, is antagonizing, because what do I got to do? You know, if you run 2nd, well, if I had this, so inevitably, just instead of staying where you're at, you make a change.
But in other sports, disparate personalities can come together and work as a team. The difference in this sport, look at Joey Logano. Last year, his performance over Brad Keselowski, the defending champion. Tell me that didn't create a little turmoil at Team Penske. Because now in this sport, you are teammates until the green flag waves. And then it's every driver for himself. And who do you most want to beat? The people you're benchmarked against, the ones on your own team. So you're working with them, then you go out, you work against them. This is tough.
Because you know they have the same equipment to work with that you do. You always want the organization to do well, but you just want yourself to do a little bit better than your teammates.
Well, yeah.
That's just being a human being.
It's competition, man. You know.
Well, and that's true of every multi-car team. In fact, some of the teams, all the teams have bonus programs for wins, for top 5s, for poles, for making the chase. Some of the teams have now gone to a system where the entire team organization gets a bonus regardless of which team scores that win or scores that pole or makes the chase. Everybody benefits, but when the green flag waves, you're on your own. Krista.
Well, Mike, you've been talking a lot about the speed of the RCR cars, but Matt Kenseth is trying to do something about that. Get up there, and you have a lot of speed, we were saying. I know, you said the car has speed, I know.
Yeah, I don't. The car does. So, yeah, Jason and his group, everybody, JGR, do a good job, again, coming down here. So I was happy with our shootout car last night. I thought it had pretty good speed. It was a little bit of a handful, but it had good speed, and this one seems to have good speed today as well. So looking forward to qualifying tomorrow, and then looking forward to racing tonight.
So tell me about tonight. You said it's a little bit of a handful. Explain that.
Well, last night for being a small group, it was just kind of loose, but that's okay. We're supposed to have to work hard to drive them. So, but we did seem to have good speed. So I'm looking forward to getting back in the groove and racing tonight.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Krista. The draw for the qualifying order has been completed, and the list is out. We'll bring it to you, the entire qualifying order, during our next practice session. But it's interesting that Dale Earnhardt Jr. goes first. Danica Patrick, last year's pole sitter, she's among the first 5 to go out. And the last 2 drivers to take time, Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer.
And unlike most tracks we go to where you, depending on what time of day, with qualifying at 1 p.m. Eastern time, I don't know that there's going to be an advantage as far as ambient temperature, but the thing that can change, which you have no control over, is does the wind pick up? Does the wind die down? Now, the other thing, I always somewhat wanted to go early because I could get things about the car warmed up in the garage area, even though it was going to sit for quite a while going through inspection, versus sitting there to maybe 3:30, another 2.5 hours for everything to cool down, taking heat out of wheel bearings and things like that.
Good point. Still a windy day here in Daytona, where Paul Menard and Matt Kenseth are fastest in Sprint Cup practice, presented by Sprint.
From these historic sands, legends will rise. The great American race returns. The Daytona 500, February 23rd, only on Fox.
When you order the works, you want everything. An expert Ford technician knows your car's health depends on a full, complete checkup. The works. Because when it comes to feeling safe behind the wheel, going the distance, and saving at the pump, you want it all.
Get our multi-point inspection with a synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, brake inspection, and more for $29.95 or less.
Get a complete vehicle checkup only at your Ford dealer.
There's one. What is that?
It's my Dale call.
That's way better than my duck call.
If you're on a diet of taking it up a notch,
It's just different.
drink Diet Dew. The only diet with dew in it.
The only way to fight the next generation of evil
This is the country's most violent city.
is to build the next generation of hero.
RoboCop is here.
He's coming.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
RoboCop, rated PG-13, now playing in IMAX.
No matter how long you date or how hard you work,
Wrangler Comfort never lets you down.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are built with a U shape. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern.
Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans, guaranteed.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new Hand Tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new Hand Tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
Fox Sports Live has landed.
And Americans are coming around, I think. Turns out I look like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory.
It's the news and highlights show that everyone's talking about. Fox Sports Live, nightly on Fox Sports 1.
Tonight, the Fox Sports Live crew brings you the latest news and results from Sochi, plus all the highlights from full day of college hoops and the NBA. Fox Sports Live tonight, only on Fox Sports 1. Big billboard there in the fan zone on a windy Daytona day. Let's go to the garage. Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, that wind continues to gust up and down a little bit here with Eric Amarola, driver of Richard Petty's number 43. How's your car and how's the season looking for you guys?
Car's really good, especially from where we were here 3 weeks ago. We were not really happy with the speed that we had. So Doug Yates and all the guys back at Roush Yates Engine done a great job bringing some horsepower down here for us. And all the guys back at the shop, they went and rubbed on this 500 car and went to the wind tunnel twice with it. Got it a lot better. So that's showing up. We got a lot of speed. We got a few more things we're going to try in the next practice to try and find a little more speed and get this thing ready for qualifying. But everybody at Richard Petty Motorsports is really pumped up for this year. This is the most energy I've seen around our race shop in the 3 years that I've been there. Everybody's just fired up. We got a great sponsor, Smithfield, that stepped up in a huge way for us this year. And it says "Fueled by Bacon" is our slogan, but we're fueled with a lot of passion right now and a lot of excitement. I know excitement's way overused this offseason, but we're really excited at Richard Petty Motorsports.
And Mike, you told me a minute ago he's getting ready to go behind the toolbox. They got a hot dog roller back there.
He's
gonna get
our very
him
own hot dog roller. So yeah, if you want a hot dog and you're in the garage area, come check us out.
There you go, guys.
Bacon. In the top 15 right now, 7 Chevrolets, 6 Fords, 2 Toyotas. Jeff Gordon trying to move up into one of those top 15 spots because right now, as Larry pointed out during break, the fastest Hendrick affiliated or Hendrick powered car is Danica Patrick in 17th. Jeff Gordon is 21st.
Well, that just changed as you were saying that, Mike, because Kyle Larson in the 42 car for Chip Ganassi Racing and Felix Sabates, they have the Hendrick power. He just jumped into the top 10 to 10th in that 42 car. But yeah, for a long time, the Hendrick drivers and Hendrick affiliated drivers were way down the chart.
Gordon moves up to 19th.
So the biggest quote of the week, in my opinion, is Jeff Gordon saying that if I could win the championship this year, I would be happy to retire. Now,
I'm not sure he said that.
I read it and I agree with you. But media, and I'm not media, I'm just a...
You're a reporter.
Am I?
Kind of.
Okay.
the way I read it, and Larry and I, we had a discussion about this last night. I read it to say, if I won this championship, maybe
I could retire.
That would be a great time to step away.
Right.
And what we talked about was, Well, maybe not, because, you know, that'd be 5, and that's just 1 away from 6 and 1 more away from 7. Who knows?
But I think case point, Jeff Gordon at 42 years old, starting his 22nd season, we're starting to hear the R word come out of his mouth more often, regardless of what the text is.
I agree, no doubt.
And we are in a clear transition in NASCAR. You got Dale Jr. reaching 40. You got that man, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart. We're getting the legends of the sports into their 40s now. So it's right. It's right to hear these words.
And what a difference from years ago. Drivers like Mark Martin, Buddy Baker, each retired 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Richard Petty had a farewell tour, as did Harry Gant, a year-long retirement, going into retirement tour. David Pearson, who won 105 of these races, has not retired yet. Pearson, you retired? No, I'd still like to get my coupe out, run it for a while. He's never retired, not officially.
But the thing about Jeff Gordon, you just saw that graphic, 725 starts. That's consecutive. He has not missed a race since he started that first race in Atlanta, Georgia in November of 1992.
And now 3rd on the all-time win list. And I don't think that number is going to stay at 88.
Not what I saw the end of last year, because he had a great chase. 6 top 10 finishes. When he had that tire issue at Texas, that's when it just kind of fell off for him.
In my opinion, Jeff Gordon was the single driver to take NASCAR into another era. Everybody was rough and tough, wearing cowboy hats. I give this driver an incredible amount of credit for bringing that California young brash kid, you know, corporate.
He looked like he stepped off the cover of a GQ magazine when he came along.
And he really did.
21 minutes left in this, the first of 2 practice sessions presented by Sprint.
The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona, tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
When you order the works, you want everything. An expert Ford technician knows your car's health depends on a full, complete checkup. The works. Because when it comes to feeling safe behind the wheel, going the distance, and saving at the pump, you want it all.
Get our multi-point inspection with a synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, brake inspection, and more for $29.95 or less.
Get a complete vehicle checkup only at your Ford dealer.
LegalZoom has helped start over 1 million businesses. If you have a business idea, we have a personalized legal solution that's right for you. With easy step-by-step guidance, we're here to help you turn your dream into a reality. Start your business today with LegalZoom.
Don't let lousy finger foods ruin your party. Have O'Hare Party Repair install new Tostitos, fajita scoops, and queso blanco dip. These chips have red peppers you can actually see. No wonder they taste like fajitas. Tostitos, bring the party.
Ben! Oh, that was close.
You ain't lying.
Let Quicken Loans help you save your money.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
Time teaches you things. You learn to look up to people with the courage to do what they love. Like my friend Johnny Morris. That it's more than just a living. It's life. And that's the difference between leaders and everyone else.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
The road to victory at Daytona starts tomorrow. Pole position qualifying will set the front row for the Daytona 500. And you'll see it on Fox tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Could it be Ryan Newman, the new driver in Richard Childress Racing's number 31, who just jumped to second with a lap of 46.19 That's just half a tenth of a second off of Paul Menard's fastest run of the day.
When you talk about Paul Menard at a 46.14, anxious to see tomorrow as we're looking at Jeff Gordon hanging out in his garage stall. We had a little slight rule change from last year to this year. They added a ½ inch to the top of the rear spoiler, which actually hurts the straightaway speed, makes them drive a little better in traffic. And we felt like that was probably going to knock 2 or 3 tenths. Basically, they added a ½ inch of height across the top. The width, the angle is the same. We felt like that was going to knock 2 or 3 tenths of a second off the stopwatch. If you look last year, Danica Patrick set on the pole at a 45.81, so we're about 3 tenths off that. I'm still not convinced if the weather is not nice tomorrow, if the weather is nice without a lot of wind, once they really trim these things out, I think we can get close to that same pole speed, even with a bigger rear spoiler. I think it just shows you the gains these drivers and their teams they've made with this Generation 6 car over the course of a year, not to mention a little more horsepower probably.
Hey, Larry, it's interesting you talking about the wind and what it could possibly play, how it's going to play in qualifying tomorrow. Ryan Newman just came back in for his run, and he's made exactly that comment. He says, if this wind would quit changing direction, we're going to go a lot faster. And he said it's really having an effect on this 31 car, which, again, they got these cars trimmed out so much, they're so sensitive. You hit the nail right on the head. If this wind drops down, these cars are definitely going to find some more speed tomorrow during qualifying.
And the reason is, although you get that tailwind down the backstretch, it's a headwind coming out of turn 4 and all the way through the trioval and down the front straightaway, and that's the longest part of the racetrack. Also, because that wind is coming out of the west straight across the speedway, it doesn't get blocked by the grandstand at all. So a crosswind or a north-south wind would probably be favorable because it would affect the cars the least as far as straightaway speed.
Yeah, Andy Jeffers up here in the booth with us. He's been monitoring the weather about every 15 or 20 minutes. In ambient temperature, we've only come up from 58 to 63 degrees. That's not a lot here at Daytona, but the wind, 18 to 21 miles per hour with gusts well over 25 miles per hour. But I think to Jeff's point also, it's not consistent. It's changing directions, which pretty much happens here on the norm at Daytona.
Tony Stewart back out as A.J. Allmendinger finishes up his run in 25th position.
So another huge question everybody wants to know about Tony Stewart. Will Tony Stewart get in a dirt sprint car again? Will he? I don't. Okay, I mean, we own a racetrack together, and I do talk to Tony, and I'm afraid to ask him that. I don't want to go up to Tony and say, hey, Tony, you know, my opinion, not this year. But I don't think he's not going to ever. I think he'll get in a World of Outlaws sprint car again, Mike, but I think he will definitely temper it, not try to run 100 races in dirt again.
Well, here at Daytona, he has 19 victories in every series in which he's run. There's that goose egg at the bottom that kind of stands out even without the highlight, doesn't it?
The year that Dale Jr. won, Tony Stewart was leading the Daytona 500 all by himself with no drafting. And here come Jr. all by himself. And he just simply passed him. And it was most incredible pass for the Daytona 500 when usually it's a big drafting thing. And I'll never forget that race.
Well, we were watching on Fantastic Finishes here on Fox Sports 1 a couple of nights ago, where Stewart was leading with a mile to go and Ryan Newman ended up in victory lane. So the last 9 years at Daytona, Tony Stewart has won at least one race here in each of the last 9 years.
He said he relives that last half of a lap many times in that 2008 Daytona 500.
Well, Newman had help from his teammate Kurt Busch.
Hey.
And came around and won. They, not just he, Ryan Newman, but they won the race for Roger Penske together.
I've lived it. We all have lived it. You know, Dale Earnhardt gives me credit for saying I pushed him to the last one of his life. All I wanted to do was follow Earnhardt.
But you knew where he was going.
Yeah, but his point was this, and Michael Walters says it in his book. They had a team meeting. They said, Herman stayed loyal to me. So in my opinion, to win a race in modern era, you have to have somebody stay loyal to you. So Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500 because Kurt Busch, his teammate, said, I'm going to stay with you. Once again, it is my opinion, that's the only way you can win nowadays at Daytona or Talladega. Somebody has to help you win.
And there is Kurt Busch in his new ride with Stewart Haas. Paul Menard, Ryan Newman, fastest.
Herb roasted Florida chicken, snap beans, and strawberry parfait. Fresh Florida bell peppers sizzle in olive oil. Add snap beans, a dash of garlic, and serve with roasted chicken. For dessert, surprise them with juicy Florida strawberries in a scrumptious, easy-to-make parfait. From dinner to dessert, it's just that easy to serve delicious fresh Florida dishes anytime. And look for the Fresh from Florida label when you shop. Remember, delicious is always served fresh from Florida.
Your snoring sounds like a freight train. It's not healthy for you, and it prevents your partner from sleeping at all. But the proven way to eliminate snoring is to widen your airway. That's what dentists do with custom devices, but they cost thousands. Now there's an affordable solution. Introducing Z-Quiet. It's ready to use right out of the box. The soft material and patented flexible hinge provide comfort to stop your snoring the very first night. Try Z-Quiet for 30 days for only $9.95. Stop snoring now. Get Z-Quiet.
What up, world? It's me, man, your boy Bow Weezy. I'm standing right here with my new co-host, Miss Keisha Shantae.
Here at 106 and Park, we're giving you more of what you love, like juicy celebrity interviews, fab fashion, and dope new artists.
106 and Park, we got you.
Miley Cyrus brings her 2014 Bangers Tour to the Bay Area with special guests Iconopop and Sky Ferreira. Catch her February 24th at Oracle Arena in Oakland and February 25th at SAP Center in San Jose. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Back when we had satellite, we had to pay for more movies. 5 movies is like $25 a month. That's $300 a year. Poof, gone. But with Xfinity On Demand, we can watch thousands of movies and shows for no extra cost. We probably watched about 50 just this month.
More doesn't have to cost more. Upgrade to Digital Preferred for $9.99 more a month for 12 months and get over 80 additional channels and even more of your favorite movies and TV shows with Xfinity On Demand. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
A little drama for Sprint Cup rookie Austin Dillon. His car would crank but would not fire. They push started it, bump started it, got it running. He pulled up to the line to wait his turn to go. It stalled again. And they're going to run out of room to push that on pit road and have to roll him back to the garage if they can't get him running.
Yeah, this would be their third run that they're attempting to make, as we only have about 10 minutes to go, but it looks like they did.
Hang on, stop.
They're trying to find him that opening there where they don't waste this run by being out there behind another driver.
Yeah, and he's going to be ready to go here in a minute as we stay high atop Daytona. He's going to go behind the 33 of Brian Scott. He's rolling now. Hopefully not too much heat in that motor, Mike. He had to have it running for quite a while, which builds a lot of heat. You don't want the motor to overheat, so when the motor's running, it could cause problems.
Dillon 4th quickest right now, behind teammates Paul Menard, Ryan Newman, and the Toyota of Matt Kenseth.
For me, what he just did is the most nerve-wracking part of being a driver for a qualifying. You got to get through the gearbox. You know, you take off in first, second, third, fourth, and the motor man says, I want you to shift at these RPMs. So, you know, some people tease you how easy this is. It's not. Michael Waltrip is right. So you shift at RPMs to get maximum up to speed. And here he comes.
Brian Scott just completed his run, jumped up to 4th. That pushes Dillon to 5th, and Trevor Bayne, former Daytona 500 winner, has moved into the top 10, 8th fastest. As we're just about 9 minutes away from the end of this first session.
Yeah, what went on here just almost throws this whole run off, because he couldn't really start from where you should be starting on pit road. But they're going to go ahead and complete this run. But I think Jeff Hammond's with his teammate that's second quickest right now.
Out down here with Ryan Newman, and we're talking about, his car and his RCR group, how good they are. And he said, "I ain't got nothing to do with me." But how about the wind out there? Does that have something to do with you?
Well, you just kind of have to monitor it, and there's really no good way of doing that other than just kind of eyeballing it, because the grandstands can change everything that we hear. I mean, you get a good push down the back straightaway, and the grandstands block the headwind down the front straightaway. But when you get a crosswind, it kind of changes things, and the wind definitely picked up since the starter practice, which is almost 2 hours ago. So it does change things a little bit, but our Caterpillar Chevrolet was really good, and Luke and the guys have been doing a good job. This is nothing about me. It's all about them right here.
You talk about watching the flags. Do you watch it when you're on the racetrack?
Well, there's flags all around the racetrack, but you can get the flags inside the racetrack will totally mislead you. The flags up in the corners, big old American flags, are good for more than one reason, but we just use them a little bit to kind of, guide us in which way the wind's blowing, and what's a crosswind here may not be a crosswind someplace else because of the grandstands.
Not only driving the car, but he's also watching what the wind's got going on, Mike.
He has 51 career poles, Jeff, but kind of amazingly, has never won a pole on a restrictor plate track, Daytona or Talladega.
Now, we've been monitoring Austin Dillon, his teammate. He jumped up to 4th quickest, picked up a little bit to a 46.31, just 1/1000th of a second quicker than Brian Scott. I feel like that run would have been a lot better could he have started on pit road and got that run a little bit sooner. So that was really a great run considering everything that went on.
But the 5 fastest times of this session include all 4 of the Richard Childress cars. Wow. That's putting a whipping on the field. And there's the man, Richard Childress, who owns 4 of the top 5 cars right now.
Today on Fox Sports 1. From Daytona, it's NASCAR Live at 12:30, followed by NASCAR Sprint Cup practice at 1:30. Then, more NASCAR Live at 3:30. It's a full day of racing, right here on Fox Sports 1.
Hey, I noticed your car's not in the driveway.
Yeah, it's in the shop. It's gonna cost me an arm and a leg.
Should have taken it to Midas. Tell you what stuff needs fixing and what stuff can wait. High five.
Brakes, tires, oil, everything.
Are your party foods a party fail? Have O'Hare Party Repair remove them and install Tostitos Cantina chips and salsa, guaranteed to bring that south of the border je ne sais quoi to any occasion. Tostitos, bring the party.
Life's an adventure when you're with her, and it always has been. But your erectile dysfunction? It could be a question of blood flow. Cialis Tadalafil for daily use helps you be ready anytime the moment's right. You can be more confident in your ability to be ready. And the same Cialis is the only daily ED tablet approved to treat ED and symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently or urgently. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medications and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or if you have any allergic reactions such as rash, hives, swelling of the lips, tongue, or throat, or difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a 30-tablet free trial.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Coming up, NASCAR Live, followed by a second round of Sprint Cup pre-qualifying practice. And then NASCAR Live will bring you up to the ARCA Lucas Oil 200. Sprint presents today's coverage on Fox Sports 1. Austin Dillon finishing up his run. He is now 4th quickest. And only Matt Kenseth's Toyota breaks up the Richard Childress foursome, 4 of the top 5 spots right now. There's Kenseth, 46.25. He's about a tenth of a second off of Paul Menard's fast time.
And Mike, to me, that's one of the big surprises. Contrary to what we saw at testing, Matt Kenseth is the only Toyota driver in the top 10. We only have 2 in the top 15. Denny Hamlin's 15th. They showed a lot more speed than that during the testing. But on the flip side, 4 Ford drivers in the top 10. Fords did not show a lot of speed. But the one thing that catches my eye, we touched on a little bit, the fastest Hendrick driver of those 4, Jeff Gordon, all the way back in 20th in that 24 car.
Joey Logano, 21st. Trying to move up.
Well, as we watch Joey Logano and the practice is coming to an end, 2 minutes, 40 seconds left, I want to give a shout out to Brian Scott. Every driver comes down wanting to run that one race. This is Brian Scott's opportunity to run the Daytona 500. He sits 5th right now. He has an opportunity to lock himself in the Daytona 500 tomorrow. If he does the same thing he did today, he would lock himself on his qualifying speed.
Right, we're going to set the front row tomorrow in qualifying, but the fastest speeds will also be guaranteed a spot in the race. Kenny, thanks for joining us.
Hey, I'm honored. A shout out to Darrell Waltrip, recovering from gallbladder surgery. Thanks for asking me at 10 o'clock last night to do this. I'm honored.
Glad to have you with us. Dave Blaney on track as we finish up the first of 2 rounds of pre-qualifying practice that you'll see today here on Fox Sports 1. Down to Chris Myers.
All right, Mike, Kenny, Larry, also a shout out to Matt Yoka, back surgery, part of our wounded group here that expects to be back next week with Darrell Waltrip. Everybody doing fine. Michael Waltrip, impressive, 193 miles per hour plus out there moments ago. Your hair, I'm impressed that the hair is not even that messed up. But let's talk about Paul Menard, the fastest in Richard Childress Racing, but only ran 2 laps to go 195 and lead the pack.
Man, that's a great feeling, Chris. You get in your car, you go out there and make one run and right to the top of the board, and it makes a lot of sense, that RCR organization having all their cars right up in the front. And then the other story of the day, I think, is the Hendrick Motorsports car. You know, they were on the pole here with Danica Patrick. That engine powered her to the pole last year, a Hendrick Motorsports engine. This time, the best Hendrick car powered is an 18th, and they scattered all the way back into the 30s. So that's interesting. On the Toyota side, there's Matt Kenseth up top, and everybody else is down low. So people are scratching their head trying to find that speed.
It's early, and Toyota, of course, is looking for its first ever Daytona 500 win in the 8th year of racing here at the Cup level. Let's check in real quick with Chris Devoda.
Chris, we're going to be quick, just like this driver. Austin Dillon, very fast. That 3 is back. People are so happy. How good's your car?
The car's really good. You know, it's the same car we brought back from the test, and I'm just proud of these guys. It's got a lot of speed built in it, and I was laughing because my battery died out there, and my guys had to run all the way down pit road and push me. So I'm sure they're all mad right now, but hopefully we can turn around with going this fast. So I think we're going to make one more run the next practice just to see where everything's out when we go full out, and that'll be good for going into the qualifying session.
See, even the crew members are fast. Thanks, Austin.
All right, Chris, it's not that windy because the cowboy hat's not blowing off, so still some questions to be answered. We get a break before another practice session.
Yeah, these teams have 1 hour to put everything they're going to qualify with in the car. This first session, some of the final details of speed maybe have left out of the cars. So what they're doing now, go to work on them, put all their best stuff in it, and get ready to qualify.
You talked about some of the time so far. And again, this is the first of the 7 practice sessions that we'll have before the actual Daytona 500. By the way, we went back to 2005, and no one who's led a practice session has gone on to win the Daytona 500. It's more about setting yourself up for the qualifying to get on that pole.
Well, they're going to run 195 or 6 in qualifying. They're going to go 204 or so in that big, heavy draft. That changes the whole game, Chris. That's why it's so fun here in Daytona. You can take a car you're not up front with in qualifying, have it up front in the race.
And you look good in the fire suit. We'll see you again later this afternoon in here and out there. For the entire gang, Chris Myers, glad you're watching. Daytona 500 practice on Fox Sports 1. We're live all afternoon. Let's head now to Adam Alexander.
Do clothes make the Olympian? Details coming up.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
Here in Philadelphia, you can access a Philly cheesesteak anytime, day or night. Just like you can access Geico anytime, day or night. There's only one way to celebrate this unique similarity. Witness the cheesesteak shuffle.
Cheesesteak, cheesesteak, it's the cheesesteak shuffle, huh? Every day, all day, cheesesteak, cheesesteak. Every night, all night, cheesesteak, cheesesteak. 9 a.m. cheesesteak. 2 p.m. cheesesteak. 4 a.m. cheesesteak. Anytime.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Hi, I'm Laura Oakman with this Sochi Now update presented by Liberty Mutual. If most of America didn't know who TJ Oshie was before Saturday, they do now. Oshie scored 4 times in the shootout, including the game winner to lift Team USA to a 3-2 win over Russia in men's hockey. And interest in Oshie boomed. The St. Louis Blues forward gained 15,000 followers on Twitter minutes after the game. His performance also inspiring a T-shirt with the slogan, Oshie owns Sochi. Love it. For all your Olympic news, tune into Fox Sports Live Nightly.
There are a few who move toward the sounds of chaos. Forged in the crucible of training, they are the first to move toward the sounds of tyranny, injustice, and despair. They are the few, the proud, the Marines.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1. With number 6 Villanova taking on number 18 Creighton. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops. Tomorrow, starting at 3. Part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Good afternoon from Daytona Beach, Florida, and welcome in to NASCAR Live, presented by Sprint Unlimited. 2 hours of practice in the books today for Sprint Cup teams as they get set for tomorrow's Daytona 500 qualifying session. There's 3 drivers that will be candidates for the pole, and Richard Childress must be proud. When you look at the scoring monitor today, 5 of the 6 cars coming in some way, shape, or form from the RCR camp. Good to have you with us, everybody. Hermie Sadler, Kyle Petty, I'm Adam Alexander, and we just saw the picture of RC. He must be proud. His car's so far fast.
Well, they really are. They were fast in January testing, but you still have a little bit of anticipation as a driver. You come down, you test fast in January. When you come back in February, the cars have been tweaked a little bit. The engines are a little bit better. Transmission, gears. Sometimes all that doesn't add up, but RCR, apparently, Kyle, has done their homework.
Yes.
They brought fast cars back here to Daytona.
Yeah, you hope, and we've all been through this. You hope it's a little bit better when you take it back and you take everything from this car and everything from this car and you lay it all in a pile and you say, that's the good stuff. Now let's put it on our cars. And you come back and you're 2/10 slower. That's when you scratch your head. But RCR has always been good on the restrictor plate tracks.
A lot of discussion about the 3-car being back. Austin Dillon out of the RCR camp. Perhaps he could be on the pole tomorrow afternoon when we go qualifying for the Great American Race. Now we get you up to speed on what we've seen about 24 hours into Speed Weeks 2014. Tony Stewart making his return to the cockpit of a Sprint Cup car. This after he was injured last August in that sprint car crash in Iowa. Looked good on track last night, said he felt comfortable. More on smoke in a moment. Leading the way in practice number 2,
Denny Hamlin. Of course, he's coming off a season-ending victory last year at the Homestead Miami Speedway. He, too, trying to battle back from injury. And in the opening practice session for the Sprint Unlimited yesterday evening, you saw it on Fox Sports 1, Dale Earnhardt Jr. delighting the fans. He was the quickest of the bunch. Of course, he won the 2004 Daytona 500. Time now for our Geico Pit Report. Let's send it into the garage and say good afternoon to Wendy Venturini.
Adam, I know a lot of fans want to know what's up with Tony Stewart. How is he feeling in the race car? Well, race fans, I just asked as he climbed out for this practice session how his leg was feeling. He said that my biggest concern is getting some lunch right now. So Tony Stewart getting some food in that belly, feels pretty comfortable back in his race car. He's excited for that green flag to drop in the Sprint Unlimited. In Daytona 500 practice just a few moments ago, he only made 8 laps in those single car runs. He's 36th on the chart, but I spoke to crew chief Chad Johnston. There's no worries on the speed right now. They had a little bit of a drag, a clearance issue that was hurting their speed in the first few practice runs for Tony Stewart. All the cars are making their switch over to much more mock qualifying runs that we'll see in this next practice session. Now let's head over to Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, Wendy. You know, I could give just about that exact same report for Jimmy Johnson. They've had some clearance issues and didn't run very many laps in that last practice. But you remember just a couple of years ago, Jimmy Johnson could not find any kind of luck on the super speedways. They had lots of crashes. But boy, last year, the 48 team really turned it around. How about 3 finishes in the top 5 on our 4 restrictor plate races, including a win at the Daytona 500, and also another win when we got back here to Daytona back in July. Now, this race car right here behind me is that same car that won in July. They also ran this car 2 times last year at Talladega. It's actually the oldest car in the 48 fleet. Jimmy likes it. They're not good on the charts right now, but you know that'll change, Adam.
Thanks, Ray. And Jimmy electing to not even draft last night in Sprint Unlimited practice. That's how confident this team is in their race machine. But, Kyle, I want to go back to Tony Stewart a minute. Battling back from injury, not an easy thing for a driver to do. But what's the feeling when you're finally back, you climb in that race car, back at the office, if you will?
I think for Tony, going through the rehab, having to set out, having to see somebody else in your car, having to go through all that, this is Christmas Day. Day after day after day after day. He's back where he wants to be, finally. His mental attitude, he's focused on this for the last 4 or 5 months. One thing, when he got hurt, he said, I'll be back for the Daytona 500, and he's back.
And for Jimmy Johnson, here's a guy that wants to win a 7th championship. His quest begins here this weekend, or next weekend, I should say, with the Daytona 500.
You know, Adam, the thing that's really interesting about the 48, what we've talked about this whole weekend is change. How many things are different? And that race team has one change. One engineer, Pete Michelle, has gone, and they replaced him on that race team. Other than that, same makeup from top to bottom. So I think that consistency, it's amazing to me how they can come down here with a plan. You mentioned single car runs, all in January, all this week. They've got a plan. They stick to it. They don't sway from it, and it's worked for them so far.
It worked really good last year.
Really good.
He won a 2nd Daytona 500. Some people didn't like his plan, but they know exactly what they're doing. We're just getting started here on Fox Sports 1 as we check out our Sprint Unlimited menu for the afternoon. We've got more Sprint Cup practice coming your way at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then it's NASCAR Live. Finally, we go green with racing. ARCA on track with their debut of the season at 4:15. NASCAR Race Day at 6:30. And tonight, a little thing we call the Sprint Unlimited. No points, but a big trophy and plenty of cash for 18 of NASCAR's greatest. When we continue on this edition of NASCAR Live, one-on-one with the rookie that's garnering so many headlines, Wendy talking to Austin Dillon about bringing the 3 back to Daytona. And we get you set for what will be a magical night in NASCAR. Kevin Harvick trying to do it again in the Sprint Unlimited. We've got a preview of this evening's big event here at the World Center of Racing. And Tony Stewart making his return. Lots of changes for SHR in 2014. We discuss when this edition of NASCAR Live rolls on.
A lot of excitement in the air.
And this figures to be an old school Big East basketball game.
Xavier, led by Samante Kristen, battles Marquette, and Devontae Gardner. Big East basketball, presented by New York Life Insurance Company. Today at 3:30 on Fox.
Emily's just starting out and on a budget, like a ramen noodle every night budget. She thought Allstate car insurance was out of her reach until she heard about the value plan. See how much you could save with Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Every single lady on earth is powerless to resist the well-traveled gentleman, a scholar of conversation, an athlete of culture. To achieve this style, Axe recommends a clean-cut look. Take a fingertip of Axe Clean Cut Pomade. Mix, rake, comb. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the clean-cut look. New Axe Clean Cut Pomade, the easy way to superior style.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Hey, get in! Punch! Let Quicken Loans help you save your money with a mortgage that's engineered to amaze.
Don't let lousy finger foods ruin your party. Have O'Hare Party Repair install new Tostitos, fajita scoops, and queso blanco dip. These chips have red peppers you can actually see. No wonder they taste like fajitas. Tostitos, bring the party.
Unlimited versus the Daytona 500.
If you're in it, the anxiety level is probably pretty high. If you're watching, it's not bad.
If you're at the racetrack, you want to race every race.
Some of the most talented and biggest superstars in the game will gather in New Orleans this February. See the magic moments that will get the blogs buzzing and the posts flying. It's the 2014 NBA All-Star Game presented by Kia. Coverage begins February 16th at 7 on TNT.
Brought to you by your Bay Area Kia retailers. Visit choosekia.com to learn more.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Brian and Alice Jagosh, the inventors of the halftime drill driver, did. InventHelp licensed their invention to a leading as-seen-on-TV company, and it's now selling nationwide. Our clients made a financial gain, but this is just an individual success. Only a small number of inventions are licensed and sold in stores. InventHelp can help you try to submit your idea to companies. Call for free information.
For your free inventors information, call 800-448-1274.
Back when we had satellite, we had to pay for more movies. 5 movies is like $25 a month. That's $300 a year. Poof, gone. But with Xfinity On Demand, we can watch thousands of movies and shows for no extra cost. We probably watched about 50 just this month.
More doesn't have to cost more. Upgrade to Digital Preferred for $9.99 more a month for 12 months and get over 80 additional channels and even more of your favorite movies and TV shows with Xfinity On Demand. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona, tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
You're watching Budweiser Speed Weeks from Daytona on Fox Sports 1. And one of the big stories in 2014, the 3 making its return to the track in the Sprint Cup Series.
Maybe in the history of all sport, there is nothing more symbolic than the number 3.
The 3 goes much further back than Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt.
But Dale made it famous.
Dale's the one that took it to another level.
It gave NASCAR something for those fans to pull for. Not a team, not an individual, but the 3.
The 3 really never left the minds of people, but it left the garage. Now it's coming back in the garage.
I'm not Dale Earnhardt. I don't think anybody ever will be that guy.
The reason that we brought it back was to be positive for the legacy of Dale Earnhardt.
They understand that there are people that are going to be mad because they're bringing the number back, and there's going to be people that are excited about it.
If it's going to come back, this is the time. This is a great time to do it.
When we go green in next weekend's Daytona 500, it will be the first time the 3 car has been on track in Sprint Cup competition since we lost Dale Earnhardt some 13 years ago. Wendy Venturini spent some time with Austin Dillon, the rookie who will pilot this machine prior to Speed Weeks. An exciting time for many people in the garage and the NASCAR community, Wendy.
Yeah, is there ever a right time for the number 3 to return to the Sprint Cup Series? Well, race fans, it is the right time. It's 2014. Austin Dillon will be bringing that number 3 back to the Sprint Cup Series. Now, 100% of the fans won't all agree with that opinion, but no doubt Austin Dillon is doing justice to the number 3 as much as he can, and he knows the pressure behind it. I had a chance to sit down with Austin Dillon right before we arrived here in Daytona. Here are his thoughts.
Austin Dillon can seahornish.
Smooth like a champ, smooth like a
If he stays right there, he'll win the championship.
And never give up, attitude, boys. Never give up.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series champion is going to be Austin Dillon.
Here we are, champions! Smooth like a champ, smooth like a champ.
Now, were you able to take any time off this off season?
I took a little bit of time off. I went to Montana for Christmas. Also went to West Virginia a few weeks ago and went off-roading a little bit. So I've had a good time, celebrating our nationwide championship. And now it's time to get focused on this year. 2013's over, and go have some fun with 14.
No injuries, I see, from the off season.
Well, my grandfather don't want me walking outside without putting something around my face or something to keep from getting a cold or getting sick. He's worried about me on the four-wheeler. He's worried about me on anything. It don't matter where we're at. He's talking about the first race or the first races and trying to get us pumped up and confident about what we're going to be doing. He's making me nervous because of all the stuff he's going on and nervous about. So if we can get him to the track to get a race under our belts, I feel like everybody will be just fine.
When you have the number 3 behind your name now, Austin, tell us what you want to take away with having the number 3.
I just want to add to the legacy that's there. I feel like as far as me creating my name, I'm a different person, and I think I kind of show that with the things I do and go out there and just be me.
Is there anything that sticks out in your mind so far this early in the season that's been the biggest challenge of coming over to your full Cup team?
I think just walking into this race shop. It's the first time I've ever had to come into this big race shop and be a part of something that's this big. It's a huge sport, and I'm used to the small nationwide shop or the truck shop down the hill. So when you walk into something like this, it's pretty overwhelming, but I know most of the guys in the shop, so I'm already kind of comfortable there. And I was so excited to get our first test through.
Number 2, spotter.
We went to Daytona, and it's a test, but it's more of a speed test.
The most impressive guy to me all day long has been the 3 car. I mean, as soon as that car hit the racetrack, it went to the top of the speed chart. He's been there all day. Can he win? I'm not sure, but he's got a great crew chief in Gil Martin.
What has been the biggest challenge for you in that change with crew chief?
Well, I was very used to Danny Stockman and my guys. I was there for 4 years working with them. So switching it up, it's tough. And I didn't know people had house phones anymore, but Gil Martin does have a house phone. Gil doesn't ever text really well, so I'm trying to teach him how to text. But
so if there's one thing you can accomplish this season off track, it's getting your crew chief to text you.
Yes, get him to text me because he doesn't have service at his house. I'm going to have to go put a Sprint tower over his house so he can call me back. He was our nationwide shop director for a year, so coming to him, that's not that far. He's been at RCR forever. Working with him at these few tests that we've had a good go. So I think we're both excited to see what we can bring to each other.
So finishing races is his goal. What is your expectation?
I want to win Rookie of the Year. It's a tough class, and I've won it in nationwide and trucks, so I want to get the three-peat as far as winning Rookie of the Year in all 3 classes. And it's like a points battle within itself with all the guys that are in it. So going back into that and then also trying to win a race. Obviously, that's our goal every week, but knocking down our first one would be huge in a rookie year.
And Richard Childress Racing are backing up those speeds from testing here in Daytona 500 practice. 3 of those cars, 3 of them are in the top 4. Austin Dillon's 4th right now. He's run 8 laps in that last practice session. Of course, everyone's switching over to a little bit more sleeker oils for their mock qualifying run, but I spoke to Austin. He had a huge smile on his face. Richard Childress was also at the car when he climbed out in this practice session. Lots of smiles here. They feel good about their chances here in Daytona so far, Adam.
Yeah, Wendy, RCR making headlines both on and off the track. But Kyle, as long as I've known you, one thing I've understood is you were such a student of NASCAR history. Your family certainly has a great heritage in the sport. So when you look at this situation with the 3 coming back, what's your reaction?
Two reactions. I think NASCAR could have fixed everything by retiring the 3 and the 43 when the King retired and when Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s accident happened. Then we wouldn't even be having this conversation or be going down this road. 2 7-time champions with their numbers retired. Having said that, Junior Johnson drove the 3. Richard Childress drove the 3. Dale Earnhardt won his first championship in the 2 car. Yes, he made the 3 famous, but the 3 was Richard Childress's number. Richard Childress is Austin Dillon's grandfather. I'm sorry, he's driving his grandfather's number. When I first started driving, I drove my grandfather's number 42. My father drove 43, I drove 42. So I see nothing wrong with bringing the 3 back because it's that family connection. And I think Dale Earnhardt Jr. said it. Now's the time. Bring it back. We've got no problem with it. The 3 is a part of Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s legacy, but it's not the total part of his legacy. It's just a piece of it. And I think that these guys, and still being connected with Richard Childress Racing, will continue that.
NASCAR is a relationship business, Hermie. And when you look at a guy like Austin Dillon, going to be a rookie, but he's got to work with a new crew chief in Gil Martin. How many hurdles do they have to climb if they're going to be successful this season?
I think that's one part of this equation nobody's talked enough about. Gil Martin is a great crew chief, and he's excelled and won races in some situations that were very volatile. The Kevin Harvick situation, he leaves, he comes back and does. He's able to handle lots of situations and find a way to go to victory lane. And I think that's a key component for Austin Dillon moving forward. And Austin understands, to his credit, he's not tried to beat Dale Earnhardt. A lot of fans and media have tried to make that connection, but he has not once said, I expect to do what Dale did. He knows eventually he'll be judged on how he performs in that race car, and I think he and Gil Martin are going to make a tremendous combination.
A lot of changes at RCR, not just Austin Dillon moving up from the Nationwide Series where he won the championship a year ago. A new face in the lineup, Ryan Newman coming over from Stewart-Haas. For more on the 31 camp, let's go back to the garage and Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, Adam. You know, when we look back at Richard Childress's last 14 wins, 12 of those were Kevin Harvick's. So to me, there's a lot of pressure on that 3 team and young Austin Dillon. But Ryan Newman coming over to the 31 really has an open door here, and he's got a great crew chief in Luke Lambert, and these guys are on top of the board here at Daytona. They're very, very fast, and Ryan's got a big smile on his face. But you know, Ryan Newman's a guy who's gotten 1 win in the last couple of seasons, but you keep thinking he's a guy that won a lot of races in his past. So can he get back to that kind of form here at RCR? So yes, there might be a little bit of pressure on Ryan Newman too, but a lot of those people are going to be looking at the 3, not the 31. This 31 team has been sort of off the charts lately, but I think Ryan Newman and Luke Lambert can bring that back. Keep in mind, guys, Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500 back in 2008, and I have a feeling this 31 is going to be back in victory lane pretty quickly.
Wouldn't be surprising at all, Ray, and as we pointed out, they were quick in practice just moments ago. We look at the lineup for 2014 at RCR. We discussed Austin Dillon, Gil Martin. Ray just pointed out it will be Ryan Newman and Luke Lambert working together in that 31 camp. And Paul Menard, now the elder statesman, if you will, at Richard Childress Racing. He and Slugger Labbe once again teamed up in 2014. When you look at Ryan Newman, new team for him, but in some ways, he's got to be the leader. I mean, he's the guy that's had the most experience and the most success when you look at their driver lineup, Hermie.
Yeah, and he's got a lot to prove as well. You know, when he realized he was going to be out at Stewart-Haas, he stepped right up and won that race at Indianapolis. Still has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but he's coming to RCR with a couple initiatives, Kyle. Not only get the 31 back to victory lane, but he's also going to be a key component, I think, in the nurturing of Austin Dillon. So I'm anxious to see how that team handles their own business and also the business of elevating the entire organization.
How much pressure is on this team? And we talk so much about the 3 and Austin Dillon, who's the reigning nationwide champion, but Richard Childress made some interesting moves in the offseason, bringing in Ryan Newman. Big picture, is there pressure on RC?
There's pressure on every team in that garage area. Maybe a little bit more on this organization right now. I think you look at it, their future is Austin Dillon and those Dillon boys. That's the future of that team. You know, Menard, he's just steady. He's going to give you some top 5s, some top 10s, win a race or 2. He's that steady guy. And now you've got Newman, a guy who's won big races, Indy, Daytona, who can go out and win the big races for you, but he's got to go out and perform and bring this team to the next level. Just as Hermie said, he's the leader now. He's stepped in. A guy who's never run a race for Richard Childress Racing is now the leader of that team and has to be instrumental in moving it forward.
I think RCR has a lot to prove for a lot of reasons. One of which is, Kevin Harvick left the organization. A lot was made about the, relationship with the Dillons and everything that happened at Martinsville. But another aspect of that is Kevin had to feel like he's got a better chance at Stewart-Haas to win a championship than he did at RCR. And the RCR camp wants to get that done and prove to everybody, including Harvick, that we can win races and championships here.
Good point.
There's no question that Kevin Harvick has been the guy carrying the flag the last few years for Richard Childress Racing, and he should be a big-time factor when we go green tonight in the Sprint Unlimited. He's only won 3 of the last 5. We discussed tonight's big exhibition race when NASCAR Live continues, and we look ahead to 2014. Oh, the changing faces at Stewart-Haas Racing. We get you up to speed on everything you need to know when we continue from Daytona.
From these historic sands, legends will rise. The great American race returns. The Daytona 500, February 23rd, only on Fox.
This Wednesday, National Geographic Channel and Sony Pictures present Pompeii, a real doomsday event as we look into the epic disaster that changed Pompeii forever and the mysterious past.
It was obviously a vibrant, ancient city teeming with life.
Of the people of Pompeii, whose stories have been hidden from the public until now. The Real Pompeii, Wednesday at 9 on the National Geographic Channel.
And throughout the special, get glimpses of the new movie Pompeii in theaters February 21st.
This is Kevin. To prove to you that Aleve is the better choice for him, he's agreed to give it up.
It's today?
We'll be with him all day as he goes back to taking Tylenol.
That was okay, but after lunch, my knee started to hurt again, and now I've got to take more pills. Yep. Another pill stop. Can I get my Aleve back yet? For my pain, I want my Aleve.
Look for the Easy Open Red Arthritis Cap.
A lot of these teams at new places, new faces. I mean, this is a big opportunity to get to work together, huh?
What did the fans vote on? Can they vote Kyle in?
Yeah,
they vote me off the island.
They voted.
Some things are just harder than they need to be, but doing your taxes shouldn't be one of them. File your simple federal return for free. TaxSlayer.com. Ready, set, refund.
That's insane.
Yep, and you could customize it. I can download anything I want.
Seriously? That's a lot of music.
Seriously?
That's insane.
And it's $15 a month for the family.
Seriously? That's a lot of gold rope.
Seriously, that's a signature look. You don't have a signature look, honey. That's a signature look.
Only AT&T brings you Beats Music. Unlimited downloads for up to 5 accounts and 10 devices. All for $14.99 a month.
How can I help you?
So I have this idea. Is there a way to turn on electronics from my recliner?
You could even add your sprinkler system.
My wife is gonna love this.
Let me show you how it works.
DIY has evolved. Welcome to DIT. Come see what's possible when we do things together.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Welcome back to NASCAR Live here at Daytona International Speedway. Fox Sports 1 here all day long, leading up to tonight's Sprint Unlimited. to promote gambling. But if I were a betting man, I'd lay some cash down on Kevin Harvick for tonight's Sprint Unlimited. The reason why, he's won 3 of the last 5. The only guys to beat him to the checkered flag of the last 5 seasons, the Busch brothers, Kyle and Kurt. Let's go back down to the garage and Ray.
Well, thank you, Adam. You know, RCR has 8 wins in the Sprint Unlimited, but Joe Gibbs Racing's been very good also. They have 5 wins, and Denny Hamlin has 1 of those from back in his rookie season. And, you know, I talked to Denny Hamlin just a little while ago. He ran off to the motor coach right now. We were hoping to talk with him, but he said, you know what? This is going to be fun running tonight because at night you get a different feel in these race cars. And Kyle and Hermie, keep this in mind, too. When we run the duel on Thursday, for the first time ever, it's going to be at night. So do the guys that are racing tonight have any kind of advantage on Thursday?
All right, thank you, Ray. And we want to remind everyone that the fans have a huge role in the outcome of how we will run things here tonight. You can go to NASCAR.com/SprintUnlimited and determine the lineup for this evening's events and the format. So it's a good thing for the fans to have an opportunity to get involved. But as Ray was talking about, there's no points on the line. This is an opportunity for drivers to go out and let it all hang out.
Well, and I agree with Ray that having this race at night and having the Budweiser duel on Thursday night certainly gives it more meaning for the drivers that are on the racetrack. And Kyle, how many times we've been to a racetrack and when the race was over, we said we were one adjustment away from being where we needed to be. And if you lose that track time, regardless if it's a different car, whatever, that one adjustment or knowing what the track is going to do that night, it could come back to bite you in the Daytona 500.
Well, and when you look at a guy like Tony Stewart, who's not been in a race car competitively since last August, this is a huge opportunity for him to go out and knock the rust off.
This is a huge opportunity for everybody. The Sprint Unlimited is the first NASCAR race of the season. Fans want it, drivers want it, everybody. And just like Hermie said, I think it gives those guys that are in it a little bit of a leg up. When you're standing on a truck in the infield, watching those other 18, 20 cars out on the racetrack, you're thinking, they're learning something. You see their strengths, you see their weaknesses, but guess what? They do too. They know where they're a little bit weak in a draft or where they're a little bit weak handling-wise or engine-wise, and they have that opportunity to have that one leg up, that one race up on you to be able to adjust. And then when practice starts for the Daytona 500, and that's why we're here, they're ahead of you.
And a lot of people be watching. Drivers that are not racing are watching and listening to the drivers. Crew chiefs that are not in the race are watching crew chiefs on pit road, looking at tires, scanning drivers, trying to get an idea of what the track is doing. So nothing replaces being in the actual race, but everybody will gain something out of what happened tonight on the racetrack.
How about this? All 4 drivers from Stewart-Haas Racing in tonight's event.
That's big.
That's huge for R&D and getting set for next weekend's Great American Race. And speaking of the gang from Stewart-Haas, looks a little different than it did last season. We will continue to look ahead to 2014 for SHR and introduce you to all the new players. And we discuss what happened in practice earlier. Paul Menard at the top of the speed charts as we get set for tomorrow's qualifying session.
It was the best day. It was the best day. It was the best day. It was the best day because of you.
We make a great pair. Great pair. Huh? Progressive and the great outdoors. We make a great pair.
Right. Totally. That's what I was thinking.
Covering the things that make the outdoors great. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Excuse me for a second.
Yeah.
Can you believe this guy? He could be at the macaroni grill right now, enjoying course after course of Italian cuisine. Instead, his date is poking around his medicine cabinet.
The 4-course chef's tasty menu. Uncork the night.
Visit Camping World today and get rock-bottom pricing on everything we sell. Be the first to see this year's newest and most popular models of RVs. New travel trailers as low as $99 a month. New motorhomes as low as $399 a month. Camping World is the largest nationwide RV company. And because of that, we'll beat any dealer's prices. We guarantee it. Plus, buy an RV from us and gain access to our Good Sam Elite Loyalty Program offering incentives valued at over $2,000. Call or visit your local Camping World today.
We have everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
I've been caressed by generations of faded t-shirts. I've been babied by day and had my covers pulled up every night. But I've never been treated like this.
New Stay-Bill 360 Protection, the only fuel treatment that releases a vapor that goes above and beyond the fuel line to protect the entire fuel system from corrosion caused by ethanol-blended fuels.
Here's to both of us, reliving our youth.
Stay-Bill 360 Protection finishes what you start.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
Who those Tar Heels got today, Hermie?
We got Pitt.
That's a winnable game at home.
And I hope Pitt still got a hangover from Syracuse.
That man knows. That man knows.
That burned.
That's a winner.
I didn't tell them anything.
It's time to move on to a new Toyota at the President's Day Move On Sales event. For a limited time, get the best deal of the year on Camry. Just $189 per month, including no cost maintenance. Hurry, event ends President's Day. Toyota, let's go places.
Have you developed serious complications from surgery using transvaginal mesh? The FDA recently issued a warning that transvaginal mesh can cause serious complications, such as additional surgery, perforations, vaginal scarring, and mesh erosion or disintegration. If you've had complications from transvaginal mesh placement surgery and needed a revision, repair, or removal, you may qualify for significant compensation. Call the number on your screen now for a free consultation. Our network of experienced lawyers are ready to fight for you. Call us today.
And with Uverse, you can move your TV anywhere in the house.
We're happy with Xfinity. Why would we move the TV?
I don't know, but let me show you. Now, if you had the Uverse wireless receiver, you could take this anywhere.
See? Anywhere you want.
Don't get duped by Uverse. Get the most entertainment on any device anywhere with Xfinity from Comcast.
Daytona 500 qualifying tomorrow on Fox.
Day 2 of Speed Weeks 2014 is here, live from Daytona. The fans are ready to go, and so are we here at Fox Sports 1. Tony Stewart among the drivers we will see on track tonight for the Sprint Unlimited. You know, the key word for NASCAR this offseason has been change, and that word certainly fits over at Stewart-Haas Racing. 2 new drivers in the fold, Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch, but it turns out the changes didn't stop there.
Change is in the air at Stewart-Haas Racing. 2 new drivers, 3 new crew chiefs, and the addition of a 4th car to its stable present a challenge that has revitalized the entire team.
I think it's probably the best atmosphere that I've ever seen at Stewart-Haas.
Each of the SHR drivers are known for their short tempers, leaving many wondering how these larger-than-life personalities can possibly coexist.
And this is Kevin Harvick going after Greg Biffle.
The team itself isn't worried a bit.
They all have had at one point in time their time in the media due to, whatever the circumstances was, and a couple of them with each other.
Kurt Busch took it out on the 20 car.
That's an angry young fellow right there.
Well, I've seen Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon run into the side of each other and blow up at each other as well. That internal competition of pushing each other to be better is what it's all about.
We can feed off of each other and feed off of the passion that we all have, the desire to be successful.
When you have that many power players in a team meeting, it's only going to make us all stronger.
What's going to make this season a success?
Winning the Daytona 500, the Brickyard 400, the Southern 500, winning a race at Kentucky, and then winning the championship.
Nothing short of that.
Yeah. Why would we sell for anything short of that?
For us, we all want to achieve the same goals, and we all are not afraid to step up and speak our opinions.
We have to win. We want to showcase the Chevy emblem in victory lane. But you can't put the cart before the horse. And so a nice steady progression to get into championship form is what we want.
I learned last year just how difficult it is to be really good in the Cup Series. What you feel like is sort of the relentless push, frustration, keep going mode is like, gotta be full time. I have more people to lean on for help, to ask questions to be able to look at their data after they make a run. That's just more information to go faster.
The addition of Harvick and Busch gives Stewart-Haas a powerful lineup, a dream team style approach that hasn't really been tried in NASCAR.
These guys could win every week and each and every week in any racetrack they go to. We have these banners in our shop that show all of our accomplishments. The whole idea is to go all the way around the shop with these banners. And Stewart walked in and told Joe, he's a maintenance guy. He said, get ready. He says, I'm going to fill up that whole side of that shop with these banners.
We're going to be starting the other side and coming down that way before the end of the year. And I think it's very, very, very possible and realistic that we could fill in some poles and a lot of race wins this year as an organization.
So the piece referred to the drivers at Stewart-Haas Racing as the dream team. I had not heard that one. That's an interesting way to describe that group. Here's some numbers. The 4 drivers have combined for 95 wins in the Sprint Cup Series. That's big. The 4 crew chiefs, 7 times they have been in victory lane. Numbers that are hard to ignore. When you look at the lineup, how many drivers you see making the chase out of this group, Hermie?
You know, I would say 2. That would be the number that I think they would probably get in. And the thing that when I think about Stewart-Haas, undeniable how much talent is in that organization. But everybody is on a high when you get to Daytona. I want to see how things are going middle way through the season. If they have a struggle or a bump in the road, how they react to that or how they respond to that. Hendrick Motorsports has got a similar lineup as far as all-star drivers. What makes them great consistently is their ability to handle adversity between the drivers when something comes up on or off the racetrack. If Stewart-Haas can do that, it's going to be a special season.
You know, Kyle, when Tony Stewart put on the owner hat, he said, here's how I'm going to handle things. During the week, I'll be the owner. But when I get to the racetrack, I'm a driver. Now, that seemed like a good idea, and I think he's done a good job managing both roles.
Great job.
How hard is that now, though, with 4 drivers given the diverse personalities?
That's hard to say. I think Tony's been a driver during all this rehab stuff. I will say that. But we saw that little clip there on the wall that said something about it doesn't build character, it reveals character or something. We've seen these guys when the chips are down and how upset they get. We've seen Tony in some of his interviews just go off and get mad on the racetrack. We've seen Kurt Busch. We've seen it from Kevin Harvick. We've seen Danica throw helmets and point at people. We've seen this entire team and what it reveals when things go bad. As long as things are going good in this team is going to be a force because the talent on that team is unquestionable. Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart, what he's done, you look at the talent, it's unquestionable what they can do. The question is, will all the cards fall the way they should and those guys be on this side of the happy line and not on this side of the happy? Because when they get down here, they're not very happy. I don't care if Kevin's name is Happy Harvick.
And as we heard in the piece, expectations are high for Tony Stewart and for Kevin Harvick as well. He's with Wendy Venturini.
Kevin Harvick made 2 runs in the last practice session, called it good, headed back out to the race car. I know single car runs are not the most exciting thing for a driver, but what are you hoping to accomplish in this next practice session, Kevin?
Well, I really don't have anything to accomplish. I'm just going along with the plan of Rodney and everything they have planned for our Budweiser Chevrolet and go from there. So just running through our list and trying to do the same thing every time out so they can get some good information and go from there.
The Sprint Unlimited car tonight in that race, what are your expectations in the draft of what we could anticipate in the Sprint Unlimited?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pass. Obviously, I think being at the front of the pack is going to be the place to be, so you can kind of be in control of each line behind you. So it's going to be an interesting race. Obviously, everybody's ready to race, and I know as a group we've spent a lot of time together, but looking forward to being in the race tonight and be able to work through some communication issues, and that's really the only thing we haven't worked on. So looking forward to it.
Do you guys go over the lingo for race communication ahead of time when you're trying to work with a new combination of a team and a crew chief?
For me, I want everybody to do what they've been doing in the past, and you know, everybody got hired because they did a good job at what they were doing before. So for me, I want them to be comfortable and do the things that they've done in the past, and that way we can you know, work on little things here and there if something's not right. But all in all, everybody's done great so far, and we hadn't had to change anything.
All right, good luck to Kevin Harvick in that Sprint Unlimited tonight, teaming up with his new crew chief, Rodney Childers.
Yeah, Wendy, and when you look at the driver crew chief lineup for 2014 over at Stewart-Haas, I think a lot of people have flagged Rodney and Kevin as the ones to watch. So good in off-season testing. Childers coming over from Michael Waltrip Racing, just like Chad Johnston did, who will call the shots for Tony Stewart. And you know what? We haven't talked a lot about Kurt Busch. But here's a driver that's with his fourth team in 4 years. What are expectations for him? Because, Hermie, you look a year ago, he was awfully good at Furniture Road, despite the fact they were unable to find their way to victory lane.
Well, you can say what you want to say about Kurt Busch. He's in that car because he's got a lot of talent. The guy can wheel a race car and can get the job done. And I think that's the reason why he's there. And that should elevate the entire team. The expectations and the competition level is going to be raised across the entire board of that race team. And when you got that kind of driver lineup, you got to get with it or it's not going to be good for you in the long term.
Yeah, I think when you look at last year, he carried that car on his back a lot of times, and he took a B car and made it an A car in a lot of races. Now, can he take an A car and make it an A-plus car? How much is he going to have to carry this? So I think the expectations are really high for that team.
The other thing that's interesting to me is last year that was a single car operation. It was kind of all about Kurt in that 78 team. This year, he's got some friends to play with. We'll see how they all share the toys, right? Well, it's an exciting time at Daytona as we kick off the 2014 season. Last night, a pair of practice sessions getting set for tonight's Sprint Unlimited. Today, all about qualifying. Preparations well underway for tomorrow's session of the Great American Race. We look back at what's happening so far during Speed Weeks 2014 when NASCAR Live continues.
An instant Olympic classic. Details next.
When you order the works, you want everything. An expert Ford technician knows your car's health depends on a full, complete checkup. The works, because when it comes to feeling safe behind the wheel, going the distance, and saving at the pump, you want it all.
Get our multi-point inspection with a synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, brake inspection, and more for $29.95 or less.
Get a complete vehicle checkup only at your Ford dealer.
You make a great team. It's been that way since the day you met. But your erectile dysfunction, it could be a question of blood flow. Cialis Tadalafil for daily use helps you be ready anytime the moment's right. You can be more confident in your ability to be ready. And the same Cialis is the only daily ED tablet approved to treat ED and symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently or urgently. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medications and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or if you have any allergic reactions such as rash, hives, swelling of the lips, tongue, or throat, or difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a 30-tablet free trial.
Hi, I'm Julie Stewart-Banks with a Sochi Now update presented by Liberty Mutual. It wasn't necessarily a miracle, but still an epic win. TJ Oshie's goal in the 8th round of the shootout lifted the U.S. men's hockey team to a thrilling 3-2 win over Russia. Jonathan Quick stopped 5 shots in the shootout, but it was Oshie who carried the day. The Minnesota native scored 4 times in the shootout, including the game winner. For all your Olympic news, tune in to Fox Sports Live nightly.
Jessica.
Eat it.
Danny.
Alex. Instigators, troublemakers, enablers. There's one place you'll always appreciate it.
few who move toward the sounds of chaos. Forged in the crucible of training, they are the first to move toward the sounds of tyranny, injustice, and despair. They are the few, the proud, the Marines.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into primetime. The biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season. The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona. Tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Back live at the World Center of Racing, teams getting set for practice number 2 of the day. It comes your way live on Fox Sports 1 at the bottom of the hour here at Daytona International Speedway. Here's what happened earlier today. 2-hour session for Sprint Cup teams. Top 5 in that practice. 5th, Brian Scott, a Nationwide Series regular who will drive a 4th car for Richard Childress Racing in the 500, or at least he hopes to, his 5th quick. 4th in front of him, that would be Austin Dillon in the 3 car.
Yeah, they were fast in January testing and been fast all this week, and what a great way it would be to start Daytona in Speed Weeks 2014 to see that 3 car up front and maybe go to victory lane.
Breaking up the RCR juggernaut in the top 5, Matt Kenseth, who's won 2 Daytona 500s.
And the Gibbs cars have been fast since last year. Matt Kenseth was fast down here over winter testing. Last year, they pick up right where they left off.
Remember when he couldn't run a plate track and now he's a candidate every time we go?
Remember when he couldn't drive and then he started driving for Joe Gibbs? It just came to him at Christmas. I'll say it.
Ryan Newman makes the move from Stewart Haas to RCR. He was pretty good as well. Second, right behind his teammate Paul Menard, who stood at the top of the board. 2 hours on the track earlier for Cup teams as they get set for qualifying tomorrow in the Daytona 500. So you look at the top 5 right here. 4 of the top 5 from the RCR camp. And then you go to 6 through 10. And look who's 6th on the speed charts. Martin Truex Jr. driving that 78 car that's an affiliated machine of Richard Childress Racing.
Yeah, also want to make a quick point. The 33 is actually Little Joe Falk. That's his team with an affiliation with Richard Childress Racing. And I like that 7 through 10, Kyle. The Fords.
The Fords.
Showing some speed. They've, 10 years ago, you knew you had to outrun the Fords to win a pole at Daytona. They kind of fell back a little bit, but they've got some of that speed back this weekend. Good to see some of those, the blue oval back in the top 10.
Thanks for bringing up the Fords, because next up, a Ford driver, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Wendy in the garage.
And he's getting geared up for this practice session. Ricky, you made 11 laps on that last practice, and talking with crew chief Mike Kelly, what are the goals for you in this next practice session for another round of single car runs?
He just informed me that I needed to hold it wide open. No, this Nationwide Insurance Ford has been fast, in practice last night, in draft and practice for the Sprint Unlimited race. And we're pretty conservative right now, just trying to learn as much as we can throughout the practices today. And we'll get it all slicked up and everything in it and ready to go for tomorrow. So it's just all about getting as many runs as you can, getting back in, guys getting the changes done so you can get back in line. That's really all today's about. So we've made it faster so far throughout that first practice and looking for some more speed.
All right, thanks to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I asked him what the reuniting moment was like with crew chief Mike Kelly now that they're back together in the Sprint Cup Series. He said, we never really lost touch. He talked to him just about every day. Ray Dunlap?
Well, Wendy, the folks in Springfield, Illinois will be going crazy next Sunday. Justin Allgaier, you've won the ARCA Championship. You're a 3-time winner in the Nationwide Series, but what will it be like to make your first run in the Daytona 500?
Oh, it's surreal, I'll be honest with you. When I started racing when I was 5 years old, I told my dad, I said, man, if I could just race the Daytona 500, that would be awesome. So get the opportunity to come here and do this, and just can't thank everybody at H. Scott Motorsports enough, and Bran and Steve Addington, all the boys are doing a great job. We came here and tested a couple weeks ago and came back, and race cars were really, really good, and I'm excited about qualifying, but also getting into the duels next week.
All right, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
That's Justin Allgaier, guys.
Justin Allgaier, as Ray pointed out, the 2008 ARCA champ. We've got the ARCA race on Fox Sports 1 today at 4:15. But next, Sprint Cup practice. Stay with us here from Daytona.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are purchase $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
Here in Philadelphia, you can access a Philly cheesesteak anytime, day or night. Just like you can access Geico anytime, day or night. There's only one way to celebrate this unique similarity. Witness the Cheesesteak Shuffle.
Cheesesteak, cheesesteak. It's the cheesesteak shuffle, huh? Every day, all day, cheesesteak, cheesesteak. Every night, all night, cheesesteak, cheesesteak. 9 a.m. cheesesteak. 2 p.m. cheesesteak. 4 a.m. cheesesteak. Anytime.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
There are a few who move toward the sounds of chaos. Forged in the crucible of training, they are the first to move toward the sounds of tyranny, injustice, and despair. They are the few, the proud, the Marines.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida, the scene for Speed Weeks 2014. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, qualifying for the Great American Race live on Fox. Right now, teams get their final opportunity on track before they make their qualifying runs tomorrow. This is it. 2 more hours of practice. What are your expectations if you're in the garage, Herman?
Well, if you're on the left side of the speed chart and you got a pretty good car, you're just going to verify the things that you're going to do tomorrow. A qualifying gear, your light oils, all the parts and pieces you plan to qualify with, just to make sure they help you. If you're on the right side of the speed chart, you're probably taking a little bit bigger swing at some different things, trying to find some extra speed.
Yeah, and then before it's all over with, you're going to try about 99% of the best stuff you've got. You're going to hold a little bit back. I'm not saying these guys are sandbagging, but they're not going to show everything they've got until tomorrow.
Let's face it, everyone's here because they want the big trophy. But how important is it to a driver to be on the pole for the Daytona 500?
It is a big deal. I was very fortunate at driving for Felix Sabates and set on a pole down here. And that's a big thing. That is the first really big award of the year, of every year, is being on the pole. And you know, you're on the pole here, and that's something that you think about a long time. Danica was on the pole last year. Big deal made about the first female on the pole. It's a big thing.
You're on the pole for a whole week. It's a lot of media, a lot of PR, but as a driver, for me, it was always a good, vibe on the team. This pole is about the guys at the shop and the engine shop, engineers, aerodynamic people. This is a good idea of what your guys have done in the offseason. It's all about the team for qualifying for the Daytona 500.
And the hype will begin early because the first car out in qualifying tomorrow, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Let's get it going. Yeah.
The 88 team going to try and put it on the top of the board and stay there. That's going to do it for NASCAR Live with Hermie Sadler and Kyle Petty. I'm Adam Alexander. Now Sprint Cup practice. Let's send it inside the track and say good afternoon to Chris Myers. You got it, Chris.
Very much, guys, and high 60s, blue skies, and cup practice brought to you by Sprint from Daytona International Speedway. It's the second of a total of 7 that they'll have before the running of the Great American Race. And there is owner Rick Hendrick with Jeff Gordon, who has, of course, won the Daytona 500, the Sprint Unlimited as well. There's Dale Earnhardt Jr., a former winner of the Daytona 500, and Austin Dillon, the return of the 3-car with owner Richard Childress. And Richard Childress racing in the first practice session. As you get a look at Paul Menard, who was the fastest. Paul Menard, who's been in 6 Daytona 500s. Look at the speeds and the top of the chart. Richard Childress racing with Michael Waltrip, who was out there racing himself. And then look where the RCR cars versus the Hendrick cars. Brian Scott, people saying, Who's he? What's he doing in that group? What do you make of that?
I think that's just a really strong organization. Brian Scott's a very capable young man behind the wheel. He got in a fast car, put it up toward the top of the charge. There's people scratching their head, and they all have Hendrick Motorsports on their shirts. Those cars are historically very fast in qualifying trim when you come to these restrictor plate races. That wasn't the case in the first practice. I'm going to find this practice session very interesting, Chris, because we're going to put everything we've got in our car, and we're going to go see how fast it can go. Can the Hendrick Motorsports cars, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jr., can those guys close the gap on Joe Gibbs Racing and the fast cars of Richard Childress? It'll be interesting to see.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. already out there, Michael, but it's up to the individual drivers and teams how much they want to put into this practice. Sometimes, what do we call it, sandbagging in the old days? You know what you got, you're pacing yourself, you're gearing up. It's all about tomorrow for that Daytona 500 pole, which you'll see 1 o'clock Eastern on Fox. So are some of these guys, obviously, they're just kind of finding their way in that opening second session? No? What's that?
Everything in Daytona is big. You know,
Okay.
you want to set on the pole for the Daytona 500. You want to prove to the garage area, I got a fast car. When it's time to draft, you better get in behind me because I'm going to go places. So today is a huge day. It's a huge day for the owners and for the teams that have worked so hard on these cars to get them to Daytona to have the kind of speed it's going to take to get the pole. Now, the whole world changes tonight right here on Fox Sports 1 in the Sprint Unlimited when you start drafting, because the air mixes up a lot of things. It takes away maybe a bit of an aerodynamic advantage a car has when it runs by itself, and then it becomes a whole lot on the driver's shoulders.
And at that point, we'll have 18 drivers on the track going 75 laps around here. But let's talk a little bit about the speeds. You went 193 yourself. 195, or just over that, is what Menard topped the charts with in the early session for you, qualifying for the Daytona 500. Talk about your individual assessment so far. The wind, you said, not that much of a factor. What other factors?
Well, it's just a matter of holding a pretty wheel, as they used to like to say in the day. And that's exactly what Kyle Busch is doing right here. See how close he is to that yellow line? That wind wants to push you up off the bottom of the track when you exit the corner. You've got to be steady. But, Chris, the price you would pay if you were to nick that yellow line, it'd bounce up the track a little bit, that costs you precious time. I want to qualify inside the top 10. I'm going to drive my car like I'm on a rail.
And we were looking at some of the Chevrolets versus the Fords and Toyota in that first session. Of course, Matt Kenseth, former Daytona 500 winner who led the most laps in last year's Daytona 500 before he was unable to finish, was the best of the Toyotas early. We'll let you get back in the car. I know you'll step back with us after a little bit more track time to give us real good intel. And you're okay with that?
Yeah, I can't wait to get behind the wheel. It's a privilege to get to race on these high banks here at Daytona. Appreciate Fox Sports 1 being here and covering all this action, and I'm going to go get my hot rod.
Get the helmet on, don't mess the hair up. Of course, owner, driver, analyst, broadcaster.
What all are you?
Oh, I'm trying to figure that out. Our bosses ask that all the time when it comes up for contract negotiations. All right, let's head upstairs.
Getting paid?
Yeah, sort of. Let's go to Mike Joy. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. And hi, everybody. Well, part of that question about Hendrick Motorsports has been answered as Jeff Gordon comes around to complete his first lap. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was the first Hendrick Chevy on track in this session, and he picked up almost 3/10 from the earlier session and is just 3/100ths off the lap that Matt Kenseth put down, which was a little bit slower than Kenseth ran in the early session. Along with Larry McReynolds, Phil Parsons joins us, former competitor here in the 500, a winner at Talladega, and standout in what was then the Busch Grand National Series, now NASCAR's Nationwide Series. And like Michael Waltrip, you're doing double duty. You've got a headset on now. You'll have another one on up on the spotter's perch for your car that's trying to get in the 500.
Yeah, we certainly are. Josh Wise is driving our car. We had a bit of a problem that first practice session. Not sure exactly what it was, but hopefully we've got another almost 2 hours to get it figured out.
So Gordon around the bottom, comes around 46.90 on the first lap around the top of the racetrack, and expecting a big jump as he comes to the line on this lap 2. Time to beat 46.35. Matt Kenseth.
Here comes Kevin Harvick. Been so strong all winter long, really testing even at Charlotte. He was very, very fast, as well as here testing for the 500 last month.
I tell you who I'm really confused about in this first run is Kyle Busch in the 18 car. He ran 2 laps, and you normally pick up, if you run up near the top on lap 1 and of course go to the bottom for lap 2, you'll pick up anywhere from 4 to 5 to 6 tenths. He only picked up a tenth, and right now his fastest lap of this practice, this one run, is 4/10 off from his run earlier in that first practice. So not sure exactly what went on with Kyle Busch's car there. Maybe we can find out here directly.
Had to be some sort of an issue, don't you think, Larry?
Yeah, I only picked up a 10th from lap 1 to lap 2.
Jeff Gordon also with a good pickup, 46.37. That's 1/100th faster than Dale Jr. Puts him in the top 5 for right now, early in second practice.
A lot of excitement in the air.
And this figures to be an old school Big East basketball game.
Xavier, led by Samante Kristen, battles Marquette and Devontae Gardner. Big East basketball, presented by New York Life Insurance Company. Today at 3:30 on Fox.
Ben! Oh, that was close.
You ain't lying.
Let Quicken Loans help you save your money.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new hand tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new hand tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
What you do with your tax refund is entirely up to you. Like buying the pony your parents never got you. Or splurging on a fancy dinner.
More gold, sir? Yes.
Maybe customizing your car. Or simply enjoying hot chocolate in your new hot tub.
Another marshmallow?
Filled with hot chocolate. File your simple federal return for free. TaxSlayer.com. Ready, set, refund.
If you're on a diet of taking it up a notch,
That was some mighty fun, right?
drink Diet Dew, the only diet with dew in it.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
Welcome back as Sprint presents our coverage of pre-qualifying practice for the Sprint Cup Series. Kevin Harvick quickest, Greg Biffle, Matt Kenseth. That's Chevy, Ford, Toyota right there in the top 3 spots. Second round of practice, time to hone everything in and get ready to qualify here tomorrow. Is this an easy time for drivers making single car runs? Is it a nervous time?
I think it's an easy time, but you do have to concentrate. You have to take off a pit road without bogging the thing down too much. You have to shift at the RPM that the engine builder wants you to shift at, and you certainly have to hit your marks. But then it's about just holding that steering wheel steady. Nowadays, with the new pavement, it's about keeping that thing against the yellow line all the way around the racetrack.
I know it's a nervous time for crew chiefs because your options to speed that car up are pretty limited here.
But you know, I was listening to Kyle Petty on the NASCAR Live show before we came on the air, and something he said near the end of that show, I couldn't agree more. And this may be what's going on in the Hendrick camp. In that first 2 hours, you just kind of get a feel for where you kind of stack up. And then you get a little more aggressive in this practice, and I think that's what we're seeing with the likes of like Kevin Harvick, who's at the top of the speed chart right now. But tomorrow is when it pays. That's when we'll really know. And I promise you, even after 4 hours of practice today, this could be one of the drivers laying in the weeds right now. Jimmy Johnson in that 48. Even after 4 hours, we still will have no idea who can sit on this pole tomorrow for the Daytona 500.
Johnson did not run much in the opening practice, didn't run that fast, keeping everybody guessing. Chris Devoto.
Well, Larry, you may have nailed it on the head there.
because time is the big factor for all of these guys, but really for the 48. They know they have 4 hours of Daytona 500 qualifying practice today. I talked with Chad Knaus before this practice session. Obviously, the strategy to go fast, but they're not panicked. They're not sweating it. One thing they do have an advantage this year, the team haulers are parked in groups, in team organizations. Over my shoulder, you have all 4 Hendrick haulers. Jimmy Johnson, the champion, gets the first spot, but right next to him is the 88, the 24, and the 5. So that hour in between these 2 practice sessions, more efficient and more effective than it's ever been because the teams were able to debrief. Now you see Dale Jr. is up on top of his hauler. From Chad Knaus, they're not panicked at all. They know they have plenty of time. Bob?
Krista, it's the largest rookie crop coming into Daytona in over a decade for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And one highly touted one is the driver of the number 42 car, 21-year-old Kyle Larson. He takes over that ride for Juan Pablo Montoya. And a lot of drivers will talk about these single-car runs, saying it's very simple. Well, not Kyle Larson. I spoke to him before he climbed in that car, getting ready for his first run in this session. And he said it's been a learning experience, learning how to hit his shift marks, learning where to be on the racetrack. He said it's very precise. His crew chief, Chris Heroy, tells me he's been doing a great job, but it'll be 2 runs in this practice session for young Kyle Larson.
What a difference a year makes as Larson and Austin Dillon lead this class of 8 rookie contenders. We haven't had that many since 1994. Last year, the 2 prime rookie contenders were Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who won the Sunoco Rookie of the Year award, and Danica Patrick.
First time we've ever had 2 Rookie of the Year contenders, I guess, dating one another, huh?
Or that share the same motor coach.
But in talking to Ricky this offseason, how excited he is to be paired back with Mike Kelly, his crew chief when he won 2 nationwide championships. He has that year under his belt now as well, too, and he learned a lot of things, and he said quite honestly, it was horrible. He just wasn't as competitive as he wanted to be, but I think he really is optimistic about this season coming out and really making some strong runs.
Take you back for a quick second to 1994 when Jeff Burton won Rookie of the Year, beating Steve Grissom, Joe Nemechek, John Andretti, Mike Wallace, his older brother Ward Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, and the least known of those rookies was Loy Allen, who won the pole for that year's Daytona 500.
That was a great crowd. We've had some great rookie battles over the year. You know, reminiscent of 1979 when we had Dale Jr. and Harry Gant and Terry Labonte, all rookies the same season.
Marcus Ambrose in this 9 car had some speed in that first practice, and right now he's 5th quickest in this 9 car. And I think Marcus was just ready to get 2013 over and get 2014 started. Just, you know, he sat on that pole up there at Watkins Glen, but did not even have a single top 5 finish last year in 2013.
And that organization, Richard Petty Motorsports, growing. They've added engineers, added resources to this team. You know, Marcus has won a couple races, and you know they've shown some flashes of brilliance last year and expect a better season this year.
And Marcus has said, hey, I need to produce, or maybe I need to go back to Tasmania.
So Kevin Harvick is quickest, Greg Biffle second, Chevy and Ford, Toyota Matt Kenseth is third in the first 15 minutes of second practice in Daytona.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Presenting fresh salsa done Florida style. There's nothing like Florida's fresh, mouth-watering corn, tomatoes, and avocados. With this combination, things are going to get choppy. Then, we spice things up a bit by adding a squeeze of lime to the mix. Perfect. There it is, fresh salsa made with locally grown corn, tomatoes, and avocados. Look for Fresh from Florida products when you shop. Remember, delicious is always served fresh from Florida.
Do you know who brewed your beer?
I am passionate about what I do. I'm passionate about Budweiser flavor.
When I tell them I'm the brewmaster, they can't believe it. They think I've got the best job in the world, and
I think they're probably right.
I have dedicated my life to making sure that beer will be perfect. And to see a person really enjoy it means everything to me.
Meet the brewmaster who spent 30 days brewing your Budweiser at trackyourbud.com.
From the family of the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road, the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Beating any Ford F-150 in fuel economy, offering the best pickup coverage in America, and recognized by 49 automotive journalists as the 2014 North American Truck of the Year.
Now use your President's Day allowance to get a total value of over $7 grand on this All-Star Edition that can be yours for around $30,000.
Chevrolet, find new roads.
The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona, tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
Who's that driver sitting in his car checking his Twitter feed? That could only be Brad Keselowski. Casey Mears has jumped up to second fastest on this 67-degree day in Daytona Beach. The sun has warmed the asphalt to 91, and there's still a pretty stiff wind, averaging about 15 miles per hour constant, gusts to 25.
That flag right there pretty much tells the tale about the wind, which is what we saw the entire 2-hour practice earlier.
As Jimmy Johnson jumps to fourth, Danica Patrick, last year's pole sitter, was out to make her run.
Danica was 19th in that first practice session. I look to see her improve just like the rest of the Hendrick Chevrolets have, as well as the Stewart-Haas Chevrolets.
Jimmy Johnson coming in. Now, the odd run in the 20 drivers that have taken time so far was Kyle Busch, whose second lap was actually 1/10 of a second slower than his first. Krista, we didn't expect that.
No, not at all, Mike. And, you know, the official word from the team down here, and I will say it's not a full-on thrash, but there are a lot of engineers with Dave Rogers, the crew chief, the hood up, working on the car, and the computers were out. But the official word, and they're keeping things close to the vest, is that they got hot and they needed to cool things down. So that's there. As you see, the hood is down now. Kyle's going to roll back out. So talking to the team, it's they overheated. They needed to cool things down. But there was a lot of heads under that hood for quite a chunk of time. Bob?
There has been a big thrash on the #1 team for Jamie McMurray in between the two practice sessions. He was 34th quick in that first session, and the team, led by crew chief Keith Rodden, not happy at all. So they changed just about everything that they could, is how Keith Rodden told me. So right now they're going back through the NASCAR technical process to make sure everything is okay with that race car before they make their only planned run in this session. And they only plan that one run right at the very end of this session. So we'll see if Jamie McMurray and Keith Rodden get it right.
Thanks, Bob. Now, as we see Paul Menard and Kevin Harvick lined up at the inspection station to go back through there during practice, is this voluntary?
Yes, absolutely, because that's exactly what Bob Dillner is saying that Keith Rodden is doing with Jamie McMurray's car. The last thing you want to do is go out there and make your last practice qualifying run and the car maybe be a little too low in the back, because all you're doing is deceiving yourself, and then you're going to get your feelings hurt tomorrow when you know the heights have to be right.
Danica Patrick in after a run that stands 10th right now, 46.41.
And that was about a couple tenths of a second pickup from that first practice session.
On average, the Hendrick-powered cars are picking up 3 to 4 tenths of a second over what they ran in the earlier session. Here's Casey Kane, 11th fastest at 46.42.
Another 3/10 pickup, so that's right in line with what we see out of those Hendrick cars.
New colors for BK Racing in the number 83. Borla exhaust for Ryan Truex, Martin's younger brother. As a number of these teams, notably smaller teams, have had wholesale shakeups in their driver lineup. Tommy Baldwin Racing, BK Racing among them.
Well, one thing I do like with these smaller teams, as I walk through the garage area the last couple of days, I see sponsors on a lot of them, and that's a great sign.
It was announced a couple of weeks ago that Ryan's also going to run the Camping World Truck Series event here for Turner Scott Motorsports next week. So be good to have him in the field for that race. He'll be right here live on Fox Sports 1 next Friday night.
And they will put on a show. Now, one thing we've not seen in this practice so far, and we're only 20 minutes into it, so we still have a long way to go, is as far as we've been talking about Richard Childress Racing and the alliance that other teams have and the Earnhardt Childress Racing engines. Only driver that I see that's been out there that's in that group would be Casey Mears in that 13 car. Right now, Casey's second quickest.
Ryan Truex, new to this team, will have a new teammate. Alex Bowman came down, did the January test, and so impressed the team, picked himself up a full-time ride. The car number will change. It'll be 23 this season, so the 23 and 83 will be paired up.
Alex showed a lot of speed in the Nationwide Series, driving for RAB Racing last year, so I was very impressed with what he was able to do. Sat on the pole or two and had some good, strong finishes.
Always strong on qualifying day, especially. Ryan Truex is 23rd out of the 24 drivers that's practiced so far in this session.
So topping the leaderboard, the Fast Five include 3 Chevys, a Ford, and a Toyota. The fan-friendly garage area where folks can hand items to be autographed through the window. And a lot of attention right there on that number 3 of rookie Austin Dillon.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1. With number 6 Villanova taking on number 18 Creighton. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops. Tomorrow, starting at 3. Part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
You're adventurous. You love to get out, get dirty, and experience life. But what you don't think about is that your adventures ruin your car's floor. Unless you have WeatherTech floor liners. They're laser measured to custom fit your specific make and model. Front, back, even up the sides. Dirt and spills stay in the liner until you wash them away. Order yours at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMax. WeatherTech floor liners. Complete protection, completely American made. WeatherTech.com.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Everybody knows that.
Well, did you know that Old MacDonald was a really bad speller?
Your word is cow.
Cow. Cow. C-O-W-E-I-E-I-O. Dag-nabbit.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you, well, you know.
Are your party foods a party fail? Have O'Hare Party Repair remove them and install Tostitos Cantina chips and salsa, guaranteed to bring that south of the border je ne sais quoi to any occasion. Tostitos, bring the party.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
You're watching Budweiser Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. As Brian Scott comes around to complete his second lap, and he is on a flyer. 73, his first time by. And he jumps to 4th with a 46.27, a pickup of not quite half a second. Krista.
And Jimmy Johnson out of the car. And I know that Jimmy Johnson, your team always applies different strategy to Daytona. But when we finish a 2-hour practice and the Hendrick cars are sort of nowhere to be found, we all panic. I don't know if you do. What was the strategy in the first practice, the debrief, and now in practice number 2?
Well, I think some of the teams showed up with oils and all the stuff, ready to go. We seem to be a lot closer on speed, where we are now, and I guess we didn't show up with a full tilt effort as some of the other teams did. I know Mr. Hendrick was a little nervous. I saw him before I got in the car, second practice, and he's behind me over here somewhere walking around with a smile on his face now. He doesn't like, more than anyone, he hates to see the Hendrick-powered cars low on the sheet. I'm not sure if the 48 has pole material. It's really not what we're here for. We just want to get a nice starting spot and go racing. I think our strategy last year, especially in working on our race cars we did, paid off very well with winning half the plate races. So we're going to stick to our normal strategy.
And off the track, we were having a little fun talking about photography skills. You were taking a picture of the car, the team working on your car. I took a picture of you taking a picture of the car. So I guess we could both tweet those later.
Yes, we can. I think your picture looks a lot better than mine. I had the light working against me there, so your skills are far superior than mine.
Well, and congratulations to Lydia, new baby girl. We had babies around the same time.
Yeah,
we didn't.
We did.
I did, Shani did, yeah. Let's get that straight. Who did the work here, mister?
Correct. No, yes, congratulations yourself. It's just such an awesome experience, and I know you guys are having a lot of fun with it.
Thank you very much. And to another dad, Bob Dillner.
Well, thank you so much. And another dad as well, Carl Edwards. But let's talk about speed on the racetrack. 17th quick after one run in this session. Where do you stand right now between what you learned in the first session and now?
It's hard not to get really competitive and keep trying to go faster. But we're trying to work through our different variables right now, trying to figure out what's going to make us fastest for qualifying. But it's tough to watch those speeds get higher and higher, but I still believe our forwards are pretty strong. You look at what Biffle was able to do right there. I think we've got a pretty good shot here. We just got to stay on our plan and not pay attention to the speed right now.
We talked about where you guys are at from the Ford camp in January in testing, and it wasn't too good. What have you improved on to come down here and find that speed now?
Everyone's just worked really hard. I mean, if you look back here right now, Robbie Reiser's he's arguing with the Ford guys right now, trying to get more stuff done. They're just, Robbie's been on it like that, and you should hear him right now. He's wearing them out, but that's what he's been doing. Everybody's been giving 100% in every area, and Ford stepped up. Everybody at Roush Fenway stepped up, all the engineers, and hopefully we can just keep doing that all year and get better.
By the way, I'm not going to punch you in the stomach like Jeff Hammond.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I got a little respect for him.
Well, one of those Fords is in the Fast Five, but it just got bumped down to fourth by this man. Ryan Newman is the fastest in this second practice session, 46.07. That's a tenth and a half quicker than what Kevin Harvick ran.
Yeah, and that's the fastest lap we've seen today in the Cup Series.
Yeah, he was second quickest in the first practice. He's picked up over a tenth, but yeah, absolutely. That's about 3/4 of a tenth quicker than his teammate Paul Menard ran.
I wonder if the old rocket is back.
Now did I hear you guys say that he had never had, got the 52 car with problems?
Bobby Labonte.
Still a bar. It was when you came by here. It looked like it went out, though. It looked like it went out if you could get stopped there.
Yeah,
Had
not
a bit
on
of a
fire, but a
under
lot of
the hood,
smoke and likely an engine for Bobby Labonte. Now this is the James Finch car. Finch sold Phoenix Racing, the 51 team, but he loves this sport so much he couldn't stay away. So he went to Harry Scott. He said, I need a car to run the 500.
Caution's out here.
And this is it. Bobby Labonte is the driver, and they've put the flags out to halt this session as Labonte coasts in. Tough break for Bobby right now. Ryan Newman, Kevin Harvick, Casey Mears, top of the chart.
From these historic sands, legends will rise. The Great American Race returns February 23rd, only on Fox.
Punch it. Let Quicken Loans help you save your money with a mortgage that's engineered to amaze.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, listen to this important message. The IRS seizes bank accounts every day. The IRS puts levies on paychecks and bank accounts every day. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 in back taxes, we can help. Let our qualified CPAs and tax negotiators go to work for you. We can help stop collection calls. Don't let the IRS garnish your wages, levy your bank account, or seize your assets. Call Maximum Tax Resolution now. Let us get the situation under control. We will contact the IRS on your behalf, make arrangements, and reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. The IRS is relentless. They will find you and will collect from you. We have saved our clients lots of money. The IRS won't quit. Get help. Don't wait until it's too late. The consultation is free, but you must call now. Call Maximum Tax Resolution now.
Call 800-506-4003.
Attention all seniors, if you have Medicare insurance, you may qualify for high-quality support braces at little or no cost.
I'm thrilled with my knee braces.
Now there is a simple and proven solution for seniors to get out of pain with state-of-the-art support braces.
I barely feel any pain at all.
Braces for your knees and back, shoulders and ankles.
I'm so happy with the quality of these braces.
Call now and you could qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost. Call the Senior Health Connection.
1-800-257-0479.
Tonight is the Sprint Unlimited at Daytona right here on Fox Sports 1. The biggest names in NASCAR, 18 of them in the first checkered flag of the NASCAR season. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here. That's going to be big.
And the fans are going to have a say in how the format is and who's going to start the last segment, who's going to the starting order of the race. So that's going to be really exciting.
They've got a lot to vote on, and you can vote now at NASCAR.com/SprintUnlimited. Vote on the race format, vote on the starting lineup. Who do you want to see on the pole? Jeff Gordon or Jimmy Johnson or Denny Hamlin, based on the 3 criteria? And how do you want to restart that final segment, and how long would you like it to be? It's all up to you because this is your race. The choices are kind of unlimited. Boy, that's a tough one to pick a winner.
Yeah, you've got 18 drivers that's there. I keep thinking back to 2 years ago, Kyle Busch in that 18 car, the drive that he had in that race. He wrecked 5 times. He just didn't hit anything.
That's right.
And he ended up winning that race. The car was beat to pieces, but he went to victory lane. It just, to me, it's kind of a Kyle Busch type of a race.
Well, how about Kevin Harvick? He's won 3 of the last 5 Unlimiteds. Yeah. He followed that up last year with a win with his dual win. So I think Kevin Harvick is a guy you have to watch.
Yeah, Mr. Where did he come from? So 18 of them will be in the event tonight. Little cleanup from Bobby Labonte's engine from turn 4 and coming around to where he coasted off the speedway.
Yeah, I want to go back to something Jimmy Johnson said when we interviewed him, just to explain that a little bit. He talked about some of the teams showed up and started practice with oils, but everybody obviously they have oil and lubricants in their cars. But what he was talking about is a very light engine oil, a very light transmission lubricant, a very light rear end gear lubricant. And not only is the weight of it critical, but how much you put in the transmission and how much you put in the gear. You have to have enough to lubricate it, but that's all you want, because the more you put in the transmission and the gear, there's more heat and there's more friction that hurts the drivetrain drag.
And they know to the ounce how much fluid they're going to put in that transmission and that rear end. And then, you know, one thing we were kind of marveling about a little bit is that we saw a 4 5/10 pickup by the Hendrick Motorsports cars as well as Kevin Harvick, and we felt like that probably they didn't use that oil early on.
Let's check with Krista.
With Jeff Gordon, who is done for the day. So we talked to Jimmy Johnson, said it was strange for a first practice to see all the Hendrick cars sort of down towards the middle of the chart. The speed's sort of coming back up. Your thoughts as you walk away from your car and done for this practice?
Yeah, I mean, we might have a little bit left, but no, there's some fast cars out there, and you know, we seem to be off just slightly, but we also know that we're here to win the race. So, but that's what you always say if your car is not on top of the board during practice or in qualifying. You know, I always have a lot of faith in Alan and all our guys that put so much effort into this Drive to End Hunger Chevrolet team. So I feel confident that we will continue to make some improvements each time we go out. Obviously, we're done practicing, so the next time I hope it's the best run we have all weekend, and we get ourselves closer to the top of that board.
And I know we're here to talk Daytona 500. I don't want to jump the gun, but it has been in the media quite a bit. The comment you made about if you win this championship, you're done. Is that totally taken out of context or just having a little fun with the media?
You got to understand, I got posed that question, so I'm just happening to respond to the question. Somebody said to me, you know, how many years do you have left? And if you won the championship, would you? And I was like, sounds like a great time to go out. So, you know, I think it's taken a little bit out of context, but at the same time, I can't think of a better way to go out. This is what, my 22nd season in the Cup Series. I love it. I'm as passionate about it today as I ever have been. Got a great team, and I would love to go out there and win a bunch of races, win this championship. But I can honestly say that that might be all it takes to get me to say, okay, I'm done. This has been a great career. But I hope I hope that happens. But at the same time, if it doesn't, I hope I certainly have plenty more races left in me.
Let's do one step at a time. Let's win the Daytona 500.
All we're focused on is win this Daytona 500 and winning this championship. That's all that anybody really needs to worry about with this team.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
And thanks, Krista, for getting that clarified for us. Let's show you a piece of history. That is the supportmilitary.org Toyota, and the driver is Morgan Shepherd. He's been a winner in the Cup Series, in the Nationwide Series, and now, at the young age of 72 years and 4 months, he is going to try to become the oldest driver to compete in the Daytona 500. He did run a race at Loudon, New Hampshire last year. He is the oldest driver ever to race in the Sprint Cup Series. If he makes the race, it would be his 16th 500, the first coming in 1978. His last start in the 500 was 1997. Right now, Dave Marcus, at age 60, is the oldest driver we know to have competed in the Daytona 500, because the birth dates of some of the early competitors are not part of NASCAR records. That's as far as we know. Bobby Labonte in the garage as we clean up here.
Hi, I'm Julie Stewart-Biggs with this Sochi Now update presented by Liberty Mutual. The U.S.-Russia hockey matchup had all the elements of a gold medal showdown. TJ Oshie scored 4 times in the shootout to lead Team USA to a thrilling 3-2 win. Oshie's performance earned him a congratulatory tweet from President Obama, who said, quote, "Never stop believing in miracles." In skeleton, Matt Antoine took home bronze. It's the first medal for the U.S. in the event since 2002. For all your Olympic news, tune in to Fox Sports Live nightly.
After the laptops are closed and refunds have been paid, there's still $1 billion unclaimed tax dollars. Get your billion back, America!
Hey, I noticed your car's not in the driveway.
Yeah, it's in the shop. It's gonna cost me an arm and a leg.
Should have taken it to Midas. Tell you what stuff needs fixing and what stuff can wait. High five!
Brakes, tires, oil, everything.
This is Kevin. To prove to you that Aleve is the better choice for him, he's agreed to give it up.
It's today?
We'll be with him all day as he goes back to taking Tylenol.
That was okay, but after lunch, my knee started to hurt again, and now I gotta take more pills. Yep. Another pill stop. Can I get my Aleve back yet? For my pain, I want my Aleve.
Look for the Easy Open Red Arthritis Cap.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
For more than 60 years, Wrangler's been making jeans more comfortable. They feel good, wear strong.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are built with a U-shaped construction. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern.
Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
The faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Red flag at Daytona. They continue to clean up from Bobby Labonte, who apparently lost an engine during his run. There is your top 10. 12 years ago, Jimmy Johnson won the pole for the 500 as a rookie. Who would have dreamed then that he would create such a dynasty? But since then, no driver has repeated as pole winner. The last 11 years, it's all been a different driver starting on the point for the 500. Down to the garage, let's check with Bob Dillner.
Mike, the plan is to pull this engine out of Bobby Labonte's number 52 and put in a new one for Daytona 500 qualifying tomorrow here on the beach in Florida. Bobby, you looked at the diagnosis with Scott Maxim from Hendrick Motorsports. What did it indicate?
You know, it just all of a sudden right down here about the front, on the front straightaway here, just had a little bit of a vibration that just kind of magnified real quickly. So something might have happened in the bottom end. Looked like all the data looked pretty decent up until then. Might have lost a little bit of oil pressure right before that, which is the indication of it. So, but everything was good up until then. So they'll figure it out, and we'll put another one in for tomorrow. But unfortunately, it happened, and you know, but you know, we'll get going for tomorrow.
You look like you're having a good time down here, at least until now. What's the plan for you and James Finch, your car owner, this year?
Well, I mean, obviously, we've got a sponsor on board for this race here, and looking for some more for a few other races. I believe James would want to run some more, and I'd be glad to be able to do that and have a good time with him to do that. So if it's restrictor plate racing and then maybe a short track or two and a road course, something like that, something we can go have a good time at, I think that'd be something both of us would like to do. So, but we'll see. But we'll get tomorrow done first, then we'll work on that later.
Thanks, Bob. The track is reopened. Kyle Larson goes out. Michael Waltrip right behind him, and Parker Kligerman next after a 9-minute red flag. And right now, down on Daytona Beach at the south end of the beach, there is a reenactment of sorts going on. Cars that raced on the beach from the 30s through 1958, just before this speedway was built, are doing a reenactment that began today at 1 p.m. driving down Route A1A, which was one straightaway, to the south turn at the end of the highway, and driving north up the beach to the north turn of the 4-mile beach road course on which brave men competed for a period of 2 decades leading up to the building of Daytona International Speedway. It's an annual event that they hold on Daytona Beach every February.
Well, business really picked up in the corners down there in the north and the south corners,
yes.
didn't it?
Oh, you see the pictures of the rutted corners and the cars flipped over. And they had grandstands at each end of the track. But to keep people from sneaking in, they put up signs in the brush that said, "Beware of snakes." So people wouldn't sneak in and they'd come through the entrances and buy a ticket. That was pretty brilliant on Bill France's part. Krista?
Well, Mike, we know Kevin Harvick loves the Sprint Unlimited race. He's been very successful in that. How about your Daytona 500 car?
Everything's gone pretty well. Rodney and everybody on this Budweiser Chevrolet have come with a plan and stuck to it, and I'm just along for the ride. So I'm looking forward to tonight and getting in a race car and being able to race and being a part of the plan instead of just steering the ship.
Well, you mentioned Rodney Childers. You've got new crew chief, new team, but you've been doing a lot of new fun stuff with the fans too. I know you're bringing some race fans down to the 500, giving away concert tickets. What's going on?
Well, it's fun to be able to interact with the fans, and that was one of our goals this year. We had a great opportunity to kind of rebrand everything, not only the team, but websites, Twitter, and everything that comes with that. So, yeah, Luis, our fan from Oregon, is going to come to the race, and then Budweiser's putting on a great event Saturday night with Jake Owen, and we'll be giving away some tickets on Twitter this week, for the fans to come attend that private event.
And not only that, Kevin drinks beer with his fans. Recently, he saw some Harvick fans and bought him a beer. Mike? Yeah,
tough job.
Somebody's got to do it, right? Kyle Larson, the much heralded rookie from California who stepped into Chip Ganassi's number 42, replacing Juan Montoya, who went back to IndyCar racing, and Larson is second fastest.
And that has Hendrick Power, so that right now becomes the fastest driver with Hendrick Power sitting up there in the second spot. Kevin Harvick, we just talked to him, third quickest behind Kyle. 8
drivers in the biggest rookie class in 20 years.
As we take a look at Michael Waltrip, Michael right now currently 20th. You know, it's hard to believe that Kyle Larson really, this is only his 3rd year in stock cars. 2 years ago, he won the K&N East Championship for Revolution Racing, and then last year, Rookie of the Year in the Nationwide Series, and here he is in the Cup Series with a lot of promise.
We just saw Michael Waltrip there in his 66 car. Here's Parker Kligerman in the 30, but Chris Myers was talking to Michael earlier about how busy he is being an analyst, being an owner, being a driver. He's going to do a little running in the morning. He's going to do that Daytona half marathon, which he did last year. A lot of drivers participate. Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane. Michael said, "I'm not sure I can run with those guys, but I plan on competing in the morning."
They all talk like Casey Kane can fly.
That's a busy schedule. Not a lot of rotating mass there, is there? Or unsprung weight, as we'd say. Kyle Busch, 24th after a run that saw his second lap slower than his first due to overheating, we were told from the garage. Let's see what number this Joe Gibbs Toyota can put up on the board. As he's out for his first of 2 laps, we'll check with Bob.
6th quick in this practice session for Brian Scott. One of 4 RCR cars, very, very fast during these opening sessions in preparation for qualifying. How fast is this car, and what is it like to try to attempt to qualify for the Daytona 500 for the first time?
It's nerve-wracking. I'm looking forward to getting qualifying over with tomorrow. Hopefully getting ourselves either locked in the field or a pretty good opportunity at it. But really, this place is all about the work that everybody at the shop does, and especially the engines. The ECR engines that we're running in this 33 Chevrolet is just really fast, and it's a pleasure to be in a piece of equipment that seems like it's going to hold out into the top 10 of speeds, and hopefully can translate into that type of speed tomorrow.
You've been busy this offseason. Brian got married, went on the honeymoon to Tahiti. Look at that, he's got the wedding ring on. How's that feel to be a married man in this garage area now?
Yeah, I'm still getting used to it. It still feels weird. I haven't quite adapted to the wedding ring yet, but it was great. You know, I'm just very fortunate, and we had a lot of fun in Tahiti. And now it's time to get back to work, and starts here with Daytona 500.
A bunch of tropical locations for Brian Scott. First Tahiti, you're now in Daytona.
Tomorrow evening, after qualifying, 13 drivers will know they're in the Daytona 500. We'll explain how and why when we come back.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1. With number 6 Villanova taking on number 18 Creighton. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops. Tomorrow, starting at 3. Part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
You're unpredictable, reckless, and no one would ever let you date their sister.
Decided to spread the loads across 4 different...
But we know we can always count on you.
Just go ahead and take a look up at the
You're
screen.
the anti-hero, come to save us from a good night's sleep. The interruption to our regularly scheduled program. And without you, what happens here wouldn't happen.
In a world filled with war, sometimes the most powerful weapon
Mika.
is love. Make love, not war. Introducing new Axe Peace.
Now,
He's coming.
the wait is over.
RoboCop is here.
You're gonna like this.
Woo!
I'd put those guns down now if I were you. Thank you for your cooperation. RoboCop.
We're gonna need a bigger prison.
Rated PG-13. Now playing. The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Danica Patrick and Jeff Gordon host the Daytona 500 Bash at the Beach. Next Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox. And don't miss the Daytona 500.
4 Chevrolets and 1 Ford in the Fast 5 right now as Sprint presents our coverage of Daytona 500 pre-qualifying practice. Working there on Kyle Busch's car in the garage. And Austin Dillon out to make a run. He was one of the Fast 5 in the opening round of practice. Now tomorrow we run for the front row in the Daytona 500. The first 2 starting positions in next Sunday's race will be decided. But in addition, 11 other drivers will know for sure they have a spot in the race. The next 4 fastest drivers will at least be guaranteed a spot in the field after those that race their way in on Thursday. And The 6 provisional drivers and most recent past champion not yet in the 500 will know that they will run the 500 a week from tomorrow.
And that's the last time this year we'll have a qualifying session other than the group qualifying that we've talked so much about this winter. So it's going to be interesting, and there's always a lot of sleepless nights between tomorrow's qualifying session and the duel on Thursday that we'll have right here in prime time for the first time right here on Fox Sports 1.
And of course, each of those drivers will try to advance their starting position for Sunday by racing their way in the Budweiser duel. But Larry, for a crew chief, for a driver, a team owner, everybody, to know that you have in your pocket a golden ticket to race the following Sunday has got to make this next week a whole lot easier.
Because of how long the week is. You know, we're not even going to be back on track with these drivers in these cars until Wednesday afternoon for practice, and of course the race, the Budweiser duels on Fox Sports 1, not till Thursday. So yeah, it lets you breathe a huge sigh of relief, especially considering the length of time between qualifying and those Budweiser duel races.
And that's why qualifying tomorrow is so important, not just for the front row. Second for Austin Dillon, behind teammate Ryan Newman by 3/100ths of a second.
So many stories evolving around this young man in this race car.
I think we need to take.
Obviously, the 3 number coming back. Austin Dillon, as you mentioned a while ago, leading such a huge number of rookies running for Rookie of the Year. But he can become the first driver in the history of NASCAR to accomplish something no other driver has accomplished. He won Rookie of the Year honors in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series and the Nationwide Series. He can now do it in the Sprint Cup Series. No driver has won all 3 before.
And he would be, if potentially win that championship, whenever he may win that championship in his career, he could become the first one to do that.
Unless Greg Biffle does it first.
Unless Greg Biffle does it first.
He finished 3rd in his duel last year, so he is not a Daytona 500 rookie, but he is a contender for Sunoco Rookie of the Year in the Sprint Cup Series. Brian Vickers out for a run. His teammates, Michael Waltrip, 25th fastest so far. Clint Boyer, 10th fastest.
We're so glad to see Tony Stewart obviously back in the race car, but it's good to see Brian Vickers. What a roller coaster season last year. He was part-time in that 55 car, won the race at Loudon. Mark Martin moves over to replace Tony Stewart to sit in for him. Brian Vickers is in the car full-time. He gets announced as a full-time driver for 2 years, and then with 4 races to go, he has to get out of the car because of blood clots in his legs. So what a roller coaster, emotional season for Brian Vickers. So great to see him back at the racetrack.
You know, guys, there was a lot of fanfare with Tony coming back, obviously, after missing so many months. But I'm the same way as you, Larry and Mike. I'm just glad to see him back in a car where he wants to be. He said yesterday during NASCAR Live, we interviewed him, how comfortable he was down in the race car, probably more comfortable than anywhere.
Now here's the fastest Ford in this session. Greg Biffle, 6th fastest on his first run. He's only the 2nd driver in the top 10 to have made a 2nd run. The other is Matt Kenseth, who is 9th.
Found it interesting that we've not really run the first race of 2014, and Greg Biffle the other day at Media Day said that my contract is up at the end of this year, but I do hope to have an extension done within the next few weeks to stay at Roush Fenway.
Is he pushing a little water there off the corner, off the overflow?
He's on his first lap right now, so that would be a little bit early, wouldn't it?
No, this would be a 2nd lap. Or would it? No, I'm sorry, first time
lap,
by was his coming to the green lap.
Right.
So this would be the first timed lap. You're right.
But I think we're getting to a point in time of practice where these teams are really getting aggressive with tape on the nose, which makes you run much faster. They're trying to see how aggressive they can be, because it becomes a point where if the engine gets too warm, the power starts going the wrong direction.
Especially within the ECU, it will automatically detune that engine because it recognizes that it's too hot. And there's really nothing that the engine builder can do about it. The ECU is going to tell that engine to richen itself up a little bit to cool it back down.
Which pulls power
back. I see now what I thought might have been water coming out the overflow was simply glare as the car flashed through the sunlight. Computer control with an electronic control unit. They're managing fuel and spark for the electronic fuel injection. And now here's Biffle completing his run. 46.23. That is his quickest lap. He stands 6th.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into prime time. Here we go! Daytona comes alive as the biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season in the Sprint Unlimited. Oh, trouble! You decide how they line up. You decide how they restart. But they decide who gets the checkered. Speed Weeks continues with the Sprint Unlimited tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
This is smooth and precise on-road handling. This is total confidence and comfort. This is easy-to-use off-road capability when you need it. This is 70 and counting safety and security features. This is the freedom to keep chasing all the horizons you want. Introducing the all-new 2014 Jeep Cherokee.
Well-qualified lessees can lease the all-new 2014 Jeep Cherokee Sport for $259 a month.
9 out of 10 parents dream of sending their children to college, but 7 out of 10 future college graduates will owe thousands in student loans. The Gerber Life College Plan is a safe, guaranteed way to start saving for college today. You can get started for as low as $10 a week, and your money is guaranteed to grow. And the college plan includes life insurance.
To apply now or learn more, call 800-934-0994. Call now and receive this free book.
Films have the power to transform us. They can make us laugh and make us cry. They can entertain and they can inspire. Films connect us with new worlds. Join us and connect with the worlds of CineQuest Film Festival. Meet the artists, the innovators, the film lovers. Experience their worlds and share yours. Connect at CineQuest, events, parties, and the magic of film.
It's the show that's got everyone talking.
I didn't even know we were coming on TV.
Neither did I. That was a total surprise.
Fox Sports Live, nightly on Fox Sports 1.
The 14th season of NASCAR on Fox kicks off a week from tomorrow with the running of the Daytona 500. Don't miss Speed Week's coverage here all week long on Fox Sports 1. And then next Sunday, the Daytona 500, only on Fox. Joey Logano, 21st on the board in his Team Penske Ford.
And Joey was 9th quickest in that earlier practice session, and he and his teammate Brad Keselowski, they were really the only two Ford drivers that showed some speed down here at the test session.
Nice pickup, 10th place for Logano. Keselowski is 19th in this session, which is about 1 hour old. 43 drivers have logged laps. That leaves 6 drivers who have yet to take to the track, and here they are.
Denny Hamlin is one of those cars that is in line right now. He's about 10th in line to go out. Jamie McMurray is 4th in line. It's so critical to get a clean lap, because if you don't get a clean lap, you can't tell anything. So these guys really wait on pit road. Their spotters watch the racetrack, and they send them to ensure them of getting a clean lap.
Krista?
Well, Mike, a driver who got one of those clean laps, the driver of the 3 car. How cool does that sound, by the way? Driver of the 3 car.
It's very cool. You know, I'm just happy to be in this garage, and I want to thank the Dow guys for all their support, and we've been fast, man. I'm really happy with the car. I think we're going to make a few adjustments for qualifying tomorrow and let it eat, so hopefully it's enough.
Well, I talked to you after the first practice. You said it was really fast there. It feels different, better after the second? Do you walk into that trailer knowing you've got the best you have?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've narrowed everything down to what we want to run, and hopefully the wind dies down. We could tell that the wind picks up and you can gain speed with less wind. So hopefully it's pretty even day tomorrow, and we get that lucky run that just gets you to the top. Everybody's so good in this garage, and it's tough to get a pole. So hopefully our car's fast enough. The ECR engines are all fast, so we're really proud to represent those engines, and I think it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
Austin, you're used to handling the media, the interviews. You've won championships in the other series. This has to feel different, though. This has to feel a little weightier. Have you really thought about the fact that on Sunday, in the Daytona 500, you'll be driving the 3-car back in Sprint Cup action? And have you even imagined what would happen could you win the thing?
Yeah, you know, I feel like you got to keep your blinders on and keep focused, and that's what I have to do to kind of make everybody happy, really, if we want to perform, and that's what this business is about, and hopefully we stay focused and maintain our goals and do what we've always done, have fun coming to the racetrack and go out and try and win races.
Thanks, Austin.
Young fellow who grew up in this sport. His dad was a driver in the Busch Series. His grandfather, of course, Richard Childress. But gosh, how composed he is for being just 23 years old.
You know, the funny thing, Mike, is Dale Earnhardt won the Daytona 500 back in 1998, 16 years ago today. He was about 7 or 8 years old, and I can still remember his mom screaming at him in Victory Lane to quit climbing on the trophy.
You know, one thing I love about Austin, we know that he won the Nationwide Series championship last year. How about that right there? And that's the trophy he climbed on, right?
That's it. Yeah. That's it.
But last year, we talked so much about the fact that we'd never had a champion that had not won a race. And I love the fact when Austin got out of the car at Homestead, when he won that championship, he embraced that. He said, you know, we did something nobody else has ever done, and we won this championship without winning a race.
Yeah. Back to the garage and Bob.
5th quick in this session for Casey Mears. He's finished 2nd in the Daytona 500 on one other occasion back in '06. But what else can you do to get this number 13 even quicker?
I'm not sure yet. These guys have done a really good job. I mean, it's been a lot of hard work in the offseason, and you know, the relationship with RCR has been really beneficial. So I'm excited about it. Our guys have taken what they've given us and polished on it and done some things that we've learned too over the last few years, and just real proud of them. We got some speed and excited about it. There's a couple more things. I don't know if they're huge, but it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
We've always called this operation kind of the David versus Goliath. You know, your team versus the Hendricks and so forth. Now with that, you know, teamwork with RCR, does that bridge the gap a little bit?
We sure hope so. I mean, that's the full intention, is that, you know, being able to utilize their information and work.
We got the 14 up in smoke on the racetrack, guys.
He's in the back straightaway, dropped it down to the apron in turns 1 and 2, and a lot of smoke coming from beneath the hood of Tony Stewart's car.
I have to believe this is going to ramp up the scrambling in the Hendrick engine department, because Bobby Labonte, you saw the Hendrick guys there looking at the laptop with the data off of his car, because that's a Hendrick engine, and this obviously is a Hendrick engine.
Down into turn 1.
You can see it go up in smoke. You know, one failure is an anomaly. 2 is a pattern.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Bobby Labonte lost an engine. His teammate Justin Allgaier overheated at the end of his run, and now Tony Stewart, all of whom get their power plants from Hendrick engines.
And remember, these aren't just engines that they'll run tomorrow. They have to run these engines next Thursday.
Yes.
And then NASCAR will allow these teams to change engines.
Yeah, what this means, if indeed this is an engine failure, and I think it's safe to say it is, just like Bobby Labonte, the way the rules are, they will have to go to the rear of the field for the Budweiser dual race.
But then whatever position they earn, because an engine change is allowed after that race, they would be able to start in that position in the 500.
The only exception, if you sit on the front row, you have to go to the rear of the field for the Budweiser dual and for the Daytona 500, because for the front row, it's actually qualifying for both races.
Correct. So the red flag is out once again, and they'll have to clean up from Tony Stewart's engine. About an hour and 5 minutes into second and final pre-qualifying practice in Daytona, presented by Sprint.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1, with number 6 Villanova taking on number 18 Creighton. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops tomorrow starting at 3, part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
It's the huge 29 for all sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
Ben! Oh, that was close.
You ain't lying.
Let Quicken Loans help you save your money.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new hand tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new hand tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
In my career, I've learned a thing or two about having the right equipment and a great crew. That's why I'm happy to be part of the Bass Pro family, because a name you can trust, people who stand behind you, and the equipment you can count on mean everything to me.
The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona, tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
There are a few who move toward the sounds of chaos. Forged in the crucible of training, they are the first to move toward the sounds of tyranny, injustice, and despair. They are the few, the proud, the Marines.
Live here in Daytona, Thursday, the Budweiser Duel at Daytona, under the lights. First time ever prime time. The best drivers in the world race for a starting spot in the Daytona 500 to set the field. Coverage of the Budweiser Duel at Daytona begins Thursday, 7 o'clock Eastern time, and you'll see it right here on Fox Sports 1. Our second practice session as we are kicking off the 2014 season, and speed weeks here, and blown engines have been one part of the story. That for Hendrick Motorsports. You know about the speed of Richard Childress Racing, and these are the engines moments ago. Along with Hendrick, Joe Gibbs Racing won nearly 2/3 of all races last year, so some early engine issues. So let's get more on that and head back upstairs to Mike, Larry, and Phil.
Thanks, Chris. Larry, how far does this put a team behind when you lose an engine late in pre-qualifying practice?
Well, Mike, they probably were only planning on maybe one more run because we have only about 30 or 40 minutes left in this final practice before qualifying. They'll have a fresh engine in there before the end of the day ready to go through inspection in the morning. But I think the group it sets behind, as you think about the Hendrick engine camp, there's another 10 or 11 engines in that garage area that come out of that same engine shop. So I'm sure they won't be able to get these engines torn down quick enough to see exactly if we have a pattern from the two failures there.
Well, Phil, you write the checks for your race team. What's involved in leasing or buying engines to race in the Cup Series?
Yeah, for some of these top teams, essentially leasing is the only way that you can even do it. And a normal race weekend, when you have to use one engine, it's $100,000 for these top teams. Daytona, because you have to use at least two engines, they'll run these engines through the duel on Thursday, put another engine in for the 500, just doubles the cost, about $200,000 for these top teams.
Wow. And that's for a lease.
That's for a lease. Now, what happened to Tony Stewart there and what happened to Bible Labonte, that will not be an additional charge. Right. That will be on the engine builder, but nonetheless, it's still pretty expensive.
Now, the cost of entry is steep to be able to compete here at a high level, and here's what they're competing for. That is Firebird 1, a GM styling study led by the great Harley Earl, who was a friend of Big Bill France and donated the first of the Harley Earl trophies annually presented to the winner of the Daytona 500. The winning driver and owner get a smaller replica of that great trophy, which resides here at the Speedway. Krista?
Joey Logano would love to have that trophy, but you'd also love to have a Sprint Unlimited win. They've got the Sprint Unlimited car right behind us here. This will be, what, your 6th time in the race, I believe. Do you have a shot at it?
I think we do. It's probably the best car I've ever had going into this race tonight. So the Shell Pennzoil Ford's good. They're putting some final tweaks on it right now, rubbing and buffing on this thing, and let her rip tonight. So I'm excited just to get to go racing again. You knock that rust off, and it's important, you know, to be in that race because, you know, not only for the driver, but for the spotter, the crew chief, the pit crew, the whole team. It kind of gives you that preseason race that, you know, is all about the money and the trophy at the end, so it should be fun.
Well, it was a big year for you last year. You made the chase. So I know you thought, what else can I do that's really big and really important? So what did you do in the off season?
I got engaged, so that's one thing. I guess that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal? Okay, that's good to know. But no, I'm excited about it. It's going to be great. And we've been going through the whole wedding planning thing and all that. So most of that's all in the works, and now it's kind of like racing. So that's kind of, I let Brittany take care of all that, and now I'll take care of this part.
All right, we're excited to see you on Fox Sports 1 tonight in the Sprint Unlimited. Thanks, Joey.
Thanks, Krista. You know, back in the day, teams would bring 2 cars to Daytona as they do now, but they would run 1 car in the Sprint Unlimited, then the Busch Clash, and in the Thursday qualifying race, and in the 500, the second car would be just a backup. In this age of specialization, it's a separate car for each race. How did that change come about?
Well, I think these teams have the resources now to be able to duplicate cars much easier than we could back in the day. We may build 5 speedway cars and really only end up with 1 car that we feel good about. These guys feel now that building cars is very repeatable, and there's such a huge difference in the setup of getting one ready to qualify and getting one ready to race. And if you just think about if these guys that were in the Sprint Unlimited, guys and girls, if they were going to run the same car tonight that they're sitting here trying to practice, look at the short amount of time they would have to flip that car from getting ready to try to qualify for the 500 to that 75-lap race tonight. There you see Tony Stewart. That's actually his Sprint Unlimited car there, the Bass Pro Shop Tracker boat car.
And the 500 car sits behind it. Cleanup, this time from Tony Stewart's engine, is what has us under the red flag. Ryan Newman, Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson quickest. 5 Chevrolets at the top of the chart. An hour and 11 minutes into this practice session presented by Sprint.
Daytona 500 qualifying tomorrow on Fox.
People love to get out and become one with the elements. The problem is that the elements wear out their welcome and ruin your car's floor. Unless you have WeatherTech floor liners. They're laser measured to custom fit your specific make and model. Front, back, even up the sides. Dirt and spills stay in the liner until you wash them away. Order yours at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMax. WeatherTech floor liners. Complete protection, completely American made. WeatherTech.com.
Last year, thinking they could do their own taxes, Americans left behind more than $1 billion. That's $500 on every single seat. Not just in this stadium, but in every professional football stadium in America. This is your money. Get it back with Block. Get your billion back, America.
Danica Patrick and Jeff Gordon host the Daytona 500 Bash at the Beach. Next Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox. And don't miss the Daytona 500.
No matter how long your day or how hard you work, Wrangler Comfort never lets you down. They feel good and wear strong.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are built with a U-shaped construction. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern. No matter what you're doing or where you're going, nothing beats Wrangler comfort.
Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans, guaranteed.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
Tonight on Fox Sports 1, it's the Sprint Unlimited. And you still have time to vote on the race format, on the starting lineup, and more. 7:30 Eastern Time here on Fox Sports 1. See the first green and checkered flag of 2014 for the Sprint Cup cars.
I know last night those 2 practices, they looked mighty racy, those 18 drivers.
What amazed me as we watched Trevor Bayne in the Wood Brothers Motorcraft Ford was the closing rate. If one driver didn't have the benefit of a draft, he just got inhaled so quickly in that group. It was pretty wild, and it's going to be wild tonight. Bob?
Tony Stewart still standing here. He had a smile on his face just a second ago. Talking to Bobby Labonte, had engine failure in his 52 car. He said he felt a vibration, then he just saw the oil pressure just drop. What did you feel inside your 14?
Just something in the bottom end broke. It happened all at once. Sat with Scotty Maxim just a second ago, who's one of the head engine guys at Hendrick, and went over everything. So it's a good thing about having the telemetry with the motor side is you can see what goes on and what's happening, but it wasn't anything that we knew was a warning. It just happened all at once. So, the good thing is we got a lot of depth at Hendrick, and, the motor they'll put in for tomorrow will be just as good as this one.
After conversations with Scott Maxim there from Hendrick Motorsports in the engine department, is there any concern whatsoever after those 2 engine failures?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we basically just went over what happened. So, he said the one that's coming down for our backup motor here is just as good as this one. So, I'm not really concerned about it. We only got to make a small run tomorrow. So, I'm pretty confident it'll be fine.
The good thing is, though, for Tony Stewart, the leg's still feeling good.
So the next laps he'll make will be in qualifying. Well, of course, will be tonight, the Sprint Unlimited, but then qualifying.
Those 2 engine failures that we've seen, Bobby Labonte as well as Tony Stewart, only 16 combined laps on those 2 engines today, because this is the first time those engines that they've been on track, so that's not a lot of laps with those 2 engines.
Back in the day, we would bring engines here just for qualifying, and they would only have 3 or 4 laps. That's all you would ever be able to even run those engines, but that's certainly not the case with these engines, because again, they should have been able to run qualifying tomorrow, practice Wednesday, as well as the duel on Thursday.
Hard down the back and into turn 3.
Trevor Bayne, 15th.
You're talking about the wind. Talking about the wind.
And Danica Patrick currently 21st. And looking for some signs. Not a lot of flags.
All right, here we go. Another Hendrick engines.
Now I'm nervous.
Yeah, this is a trend, a huge pattern.
She got down and off the racetrack pretty quickly. Not sure how much oil may be out there, but the red flag waves very quickly.
Yeah, this is an epidemic, and this would not be the first time that we've seen this with the Hendrick engine plants. They built unbelievable horsepower, unbelievable durability, but especially at the restrictor plate tracks. I saw it at Talladega a few years ago. One went, and it wasn't long that they all had problems.
But not just Hendrick. We saw it with Gibbs. We saw it with TR. We've seen it with each engine manufacturer in time. And what it usually ends up being is some supplier issue, a bad batch of bearings, valve springs, any small component in the engine that could cause a failure. But if that batch is across a wide group of engines, it's going to affect a wide group of drivers.
The silver lining to this cloud right now is we've been speaking. We do have 8 days until the biggest race of the season, so there's certainly some time. There'll be some scrambling, but there's time to respond to it.
Back in 2008, the Hendrick engines had a problem, and they changed all 4 engines prior to the duel, as well as the engines in the associated cars.
Yeah, at that time it was valve lifter interference was the problem back in 2008. But here is Danica on a hot lap, and again, same issue.
And one thing it's doing, as well as it's obviously making the Hendrick Motorsports guys scramble, it's really cutting down the practice time. This is the 3rd slowdown we will have had during this practice session, and you've got 46 other cars trying to make some runs, and that's really cut the time down.
So 3 engines with a total of 26 laps between them have now gone up in smoke.
And you can see right there, 30 minutes left in this practice session. Right now, we have a good dozen or so drivers on pit road getting ready to make a run.
We have Chevrolets right now that hold 7 of the top 8 positions, and 3 of those are with Hendrick Motorsports power.
One of the greatest engine builders ever in this sport, Robert Yates, once famously said, "We're all at the mercy of our suppliers." Now, Buddy Baker, I don't know why I have so many Buddy Baker stories. I guess it's from sitting in the booth with him at CBS and elsewhere over the years. But he told a great story of he fell out of a race and went to the garage area, and because he was driving for a very prominent engine builder and you didn't say anything bad about anything that happened to those engines. And they said, Baker, why are you out of the race? He goes, well, the starter fell off. Really? He said, yeah. And then he said later privately, that'll happen when a rod comes out that side of the block.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into prime time. The biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season. The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona. Tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
Proud to stand on our own. Proud to be homegrown. A familiar face and a name you know. Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
With the Marathon Visa credit card, you can earn up to 25 cents per gallon off all your Marathon purchases.
When you order the works, you want everything. An expert Ford technician knows your car's health depends on a full, complete checkup. The works, because when it comes to feeling safe behind the wheel, going the distance, and saving at the pump, you want it all.
Get our multi-point inspection with a synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, brake inspection, and more for $29.95 or less.
Get a complete vehicle checkup only at your Ford dealer.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new hand tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new hand tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
Don't let lousy finger foods ruin your party. Have O'Hare Party Repair install new Tostitos, fajita scoops, and queso blanco dip. These chips have red peppers you can actually see. No wonder they taste like fajitas. Tostitos, bring the party.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
A lot of excitement in the air.
Xavier battles Marquette. Big East basketball today at 3:30 on Fox.
The Wood brothers, NASCAR's longest running team, 65 years under the ownership of Glenn Wood. And those uniforms replicate the early Wood brothers uniforms, and they're blowing that car off because Trevor Bayne was one of the first cars on track after the last oil down. And the smoke there is from all the speedy dry on the racing surface, much of which got on and into his race car.
Yeah, nothing to be concerned about for the Wood brothers.
Krista?
Trevor Bayne out of his car, and she said, what'd you say? She's all dirty.
Looks like I was racing at the old beach racetrack out there with all the speedy dry all over the thing. I guess when the 14 blew up, it's hard to get that speedy dry away from the wall, and as soon as we got out there in our Ford, it pulled it away from the wall and covered it. So we got to clean it up first.
Yeah, cause and effect for as a driver when that happens. You knew what it was, I guess, at that exact moment, but what's going through your mind and how does it affect the race car?
Well, handling wise, it's not that bad. I mean, maybe if it was laid down in the corners, I might have been a little bit sideways hanging on to it like the old days, but right there, it didn't have a big effect. We were just kind of watching the air. Actually, the tin car pulled out in front of us a little bit on that run, and we were trying to decide if it was helping our run or not. So I was just watching the speedy dry circulate, and if it calmed down before I got there, then I knew we had clean air, and if not, I knew we were catching a little bit of a draft off of her, but normally we're working on adjustments on the car. I guess we'll just clean this thing up and see if it goes faster without all this speedy dry all over it.
Thank you very much, Trevor Bayne, a Daytona 500 champion. Mike?
Yeah, he was one day past his 21st birthday when he won the 500 here. Stunning upset, but he won it for one of NASCAR's most storied teams.
You know, I was talking to Eddie Wood in the garage area yesterday, and you know, they just restored one of the 61 Ford Starliners that the Wood brothers raced.
Wow.
And boy, is that car gorgeous. But, you know, Trevor Baines said something interesting about Danica Patrick pulling out in front of him. We did a lot of testing down here over the years, and Larry, I know you did too. And if we came off of turn 2 and we could see another car go down in turn number 3, that was a help. And you know how long the backstretch is here.
If you could see him,
you're getting some help. It was a help.
No
yeah,
question.
A car 3,000 feet away will disturb enough air in its wake that it will help your speed down that backstretch.
We felt like if it was about a 1/10 of a second. If he dropped down in turn number 3 as you came off 2, we felt like it helped you a 1/10 of a second.
You know, you would think there would be a little more sense of urgency here to get this hood up and see what's going on. But I tell you, and Bobby Labonte talked about it when we interviewed him, something that these teams have, and you mentioned it too, Mike, that we did not have until the beginning of last year once we went to fuel injection with the electronic control unit. Before, you absolutely had to tear the engine apart to see what went on, and there still was a lot of guesswork. Now it's the data that's the most important thing. They can see exactly when it started losing oil pressure, where it lost oil pressure. There's so many things that you can see through that data through the ECU box.
Right. The urgency now is not to lift the hood, but to plug in the laptop. As Tony Gibson and Danica Patrick debrief.
And that's Scotty Maxim. You heard Tony Stewart talk about it, the gentleman in the blue shirt, and you can see with the laptop, he's looking right now at the data. That's the most important piece of information right now.
I think he doesn't want to plug that computer into too many more of these vehicles.
I promise you, they don't want to. Not for this reason.
Sean, you down? You down over there? No, hold on.
Track is open and cars are heading back out for pre-qualifying practice on Fox Sports 1, presented by Sprint.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1. He's got something, doesn't he? First, number 6 Villanova takes on All-American Doug McDermott and number 18 Creighton. Down and dirty. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops, tomorrow starting at 3. Part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
To make El Pollo Loco's new shrimp and chicken bowl, shrimp tacos and shrimp tostada, we handcraft our marinade with the utmost precision. Ah, perfecto. New Baja shrimp entrees. El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste.
Some of the most talented and biggest superstars in the game will gather in New Orleans this February. See the magic moments that will get the blogs buzzing and the posts flying. It's the 2014 NBA All-Star Game presented by Kia. Coverage begins February 16th at 7 on TNT.
Brought to you by your Bay Area Kia retailers. Visit ChooseKia.com to learn more.
I don't know if this is going to be a first or second, but this is going to be a medal. And it looks like we could have another one of those photos.
Every minute, every medal, every screen. The NBC Sports Live Extra app gives you unprecedented access to every moment of NBC Universal's coverage of the Sochi Olympics, now on your TV. The X1 Entertainment Operating System, only from Xfinity.
At El Pollo Loco, we're proud to introduce a new 3-course family meal that's perfect for the whole family. Whether you're an omnivore, a carnivore, or a desertivore. New 8-piece 3-course family meal for $20. El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste.
The Sprint Unlimited is tonight, and you decide. The race format, the starting lineup, the number of laps, and the lineup for the final segment. So go vote now on the NASCAR mobile app or at NASCAR.com/Sprint Unlimited. The track back open for practice. Denny Hamlin is on it. He is 23rd. 46-42. For Hamlin. Now I believe that's his first run of this session.
It is, yeah. They have not run much at all here today. Look at Joe Gibbs Racing. When you think about Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, and Matt Kenseth, they truly raised the bar last year with that organization, because when you think about it, they had 2 drivers, Kyle Busch and Matt Kenseth, top 4 in points. All 3 drivers set on poles. All 3 drivers won races. In fact, they won 12 races. That's a third of our races. So they moved the bar pretty high last year, and that was even with Denny Hamlin having to be out some races from the injury at Auto Club Speedway.
Now, there was concern at the start of this session because Kyle Busch went out and made a 2-lap run, which he cut short due to what they felt was overheating, but he's made a 2nd run. This is his 3rd run with no further issues on his Toyota.
The only Toyota driver in the top 10 right now is his teammate Matt Kenseth in that 20 car, sitting back in 9th.
Clint Boyer in another one of the MWR Toyotas is just outside the top 10 and 11th. Still heavily Chevrolets up top.
Yeah, all the top 5 are Chevys. Greg Biffle's Ford in 6th and Kenseth's Toyota in 9th.
You know, Mike, earlier we talked about the drivers that's not practiced this session, and we know one of those is Martin Truex Jr. in that 78 car. That team did not come down here and test, and they only made 1 run in that first practice session. We knew they did not plan on running this practice.
Jamie McMurray is one of those cars on the list of, and he was on pit road in line and has turned around now, headed back to the garage area. I wonder if they said, hey, we don't know what the problem is with these engines. Bring that thing back in here.
It very well could be, because right now he's the only driver that was on pit road that I'm seeing that would be a Hendrick engine driver. I'd say that I guarantee you that's what went on right there.
So if they have a suspected cause for the 3 engine failures so far, they're going to want to check every one of the 12. Mears, then the Ford of Greg Biffle, Brian Scott, Jimmy Johnson, the Toyota of Matt Kenseth, and the Ford of Joey Logano are the 10 fastest. 49 entries for the Daytona 500. 43 will start the race. 46 have participated in this practice session. We apologize for a brief technical difficulty. And a disappointed Danica Patrick there with Bob Dillner.
Danica Patrick has been debriefing with her team. First of all, was there any warning, and what did it feel like?
No, and that's kind of what I was taking some time to look at with the Hendrick engineers. Just there wasn't really nothing wrong. So I'm sure they're going to dig deeper. They work incredibly hard. Hendrick is great support for us. I mean, I sat on the front row last year, sat on the pole, so I'm sure we'll get it together, and it's better it happens. I mean, I only had a few hundred yards to go before the start finish, and then I would have shut it off. So I said, man, I guess I'm glad it did it then, as opposed to, you know, being 5 seconds away from blowing up, because that would have been tomorrow. So, you know, we'll get our arms wrapped around it. We'll figure out what we can, but more importantly, just get the next engine in it and get going. I said, can I still start on the front row? And they said, yeah, but you do have to start at the back for the duels. So.
As a driver, after seeing 3 engine failures from your family of engines here during practice session, is that a concern at all?
Sure, yeah. It was a concern when I saw Tony blow up, and then I did. I was like, man, are we doing something? But it doesn't seem to necessarily be specific to our team, I guess. But it's something that we're doing in our family here, and we need to figure it out. And I'm sure that I was saying, I bet other Hendrick cars are thinking what's going on. So, you know, we've got time to hopefully figure it out, and definitely figure it out before the race.
Everyone trying to diagnose the problem right now, guys.
Well, and why so much disappointment in her voice? To Larry's point, they changed this engine. Even if she qualifies fastest, she would not start on the pole for the Thursday race or the Daytona 500.
And what I base that off of is exactly what happened here in 2011 when Dale Earnhardt Jr. sat on the pole. He crashed, and I know it's a different thing. It's a backup car versus an engine, but I still think some of the same rules apply. I'm going to definitely dig deeper into it.
Okay.
But Dale Earnhardt Jr. crashed before the Budweiser dual race. They went to a backup car. It was after qualifying. He had to go to the rear of the field for the Budweiser dual. He had to go to the rear of the field for the Daytona 500 because he sat on the front row for both races in qualifying.
Right, and we'll double check and make sure
Absolutely.
that is
I want to make sure I get that
application
straight.
of the rule, but it certainly sounds that way from the disappointment being exhibited down in the garage area. Matt Kenseth trying to improve on 9th fastest in his Dollar General Toyota.
You know, we talked a lot during the offseason as well about Matt Kenseth. The question being, would he suffer that slump after finishing second in the points that we've seen the last 6 drivers to finish second in the points? When you look at 2007, 2012, the driver that finished second in the points, that group of drivers combined, they only have 1 win. The last driver not to slump after finishing second in the points, Matt Kenseth, finished second in 2006, came back the next year, won 2 races, and finished 4th in the points. I don't think he will suffer the slump, my personal opinion.
46.32, 9th fastest for Kenseth. Marcus Ambrose on track in his Stanley Ford for Richard Petty Motorsports. And Ambrose right now is 13th fastest.
You know, Mike, you mentioned how you qualify for this race here, and the fact that we're going to take the front row, we're going to lock them in, and then we're going to take the 15 best finishes from the duel, each duel, plus that pole sitter from each duel, which would be our front row from qualifying tomorrow. And where would you think, Larry, that you're going to have to be to ensure yourself of getting maybe one of those 4 speeds after the duel in the event something happens in your duel?
Yeah, I mean, I would feel pretty good, Phil. I think if I'm in the top 10 or 12 as far as speed, but again, there's still no guarantee depending on what happens in those dual races.
And they'll take the speed before they take the provisional.
Yes.
Whoa, Ambrose jumps to 6th. Good lap, 46.23. He is the fastest Ford.
Yeah, just in front of Greg Biffle in that 16 car.
Now, all the Ford engines come from one place. Jack Roush and Robert and Doug Yates merged their engine operations together at Ford's request. And so if you're running a Ford, you lease a Roush Yates engine. That's the way it is. Such as David Gilliland and his Love's Travel Stops Ford. One of the front row cars trying to move up, front row motorsports cars. And 31st.
And you saw right there his best career finish, second twice. One of those was at Sonoma, but who will ever forget last year at Talladega in the spring when he helped push his teammate David Reagan to a 1-2 finish for those guys.
Also had a 3rd place finish here in the Daytona 500 a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
After starting on pole back in 07. So he coasts in, and there's old blue, Michael Waltrip.
That car that you talked about, David Gilliland sitting on the pole with, that was a Robert Yates car.
Yes.
That car, that very car, will be in the ARCA race later today right here on Fox Sports 1. That very car with Will Kimmel driving.
Really?
How about that?
And you'll see that race live on Fox Sports 1. Michael 28th right now as he gets up to speed, and here's the Frank Stoddard Ford for Terry Labonte, two-time Cup champ.
You know, Mike and Phil was talking about getting in this field, and you mentioned championship provisional. We actually have a lot of champions that do not come here with little to no owner points. Terry Labonte being one of them, his brother Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch in that 41 car.
Kurt comes here with zero points.
So, you know, we have some pretty recent champions that could possibly have to fall back on that championship provisional.
And give a call to this little single car team, the C&J Energy Ford of Frank Stoddard. Now, Terry Labonte has driven it in the restrictor plate races. Kenny Schrader has driven for Frank through 2013 on the shorter tracks from time to time. But Schrader has said he's done with Cup racing, so change is going to come.
Yeah, Timmy Hill will drive this car some this year. Also heard possibly Jeffrey Earnhardt may drive this car in some races later on this year.
So Ryan Newman, Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, and Casey Mears, all in Chevrolets, are the Fast Five.
Sale. All our 4G phones are just $29 after rebates, including phones from Samsung and Nokia. It's the biggest 4G phone sale of the year, only at Metro PCS. Now with nationwide 4G LTE.
Time teaches you things. You learn to look up to people with the courage to do what they love, like my friend Johnny Morris. That it's more than just a living, it's life. And that's the difference between leaders and everyone else.
Speed Weeks continues with the UEFA Champions League. The world's greatest players battle in the round of 16. Live Tuesday and Wednesday on Fox Sports 1 and Fox Sports 2. And catch the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Are your party foods a party fail? Have O'Hare Party Repair remove them and install Tostitos Cantina chips and salsa, guaranteed to bring that south of the border je ne sais quoi to any occasion. Tostitos, bring the party.
This is Kevin. To prove to you that Aleve is the better choice for him, he's agreed to give it up.
It's today?
We'll be with him all day as he goes back to taking Tylenol.
That was okay, but after lunch, my knee started to hurt again, and now I gotta take more pills. Yep. Another pill stop. Can I get my Aleve back yet? For my pain, I want my Aleve.
Look for the Easy Open Red Arthritis Cap.
Hey, get in! Punch! Let Quicken Loans help you save your money with a mortgage that's engineered to amaze.
Today on Fox Sports 1, from Daytona, it's NASCAR Live at 3:30, followed by ARCA Racing at 4:15. Then, NASCAR Race Day at 6:30. It's a full day of racing, right here on Fox Sports 1.
You're watching Budweiser Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. It's a beautiful shot. Not quite the curvature of the earth or a look at the horizon, but a nice fisheye view from the roof high atop the tower at start finish. They're in Daytona, where 46 drivers have taken to the track trying to post fast times to get ready for qualifying.
But just look at that sky. I know it's a little windy, but the weather down here, and it's only going to get better as we progress toward the Daytona 500 here in 8 days.
I was kind of shocked this morning when I walked out of the hotel and it was raining. I said, wow, I didn't really see this coming, but very shortly after that, it stopped raining and they got this track dry. And the ARCA cars actually had their final practice this morning, and it was delayed a few minutes, but they managed to get it in.
It is Florida. If you don't like the weather, just wait 30 minutes. Ryan Truex in this 83 car right now, he's 43rd quickest of the 46 drivers that's been out in this practice session.
We talk about what a driver can do if there are any nerves. It's really frustrating when you don't really have the speed in the car, and there's not a whole lot a driver can do to get any of that speed. And there's not really, you know, pretty much what you get here with, once you put all the oils, the thin oils in, you were talking about, Larry, and you push the brakes back, there's really not much else you can do.
No, and everybody's going to do the same thing for the most part.
Ryan Truex a little slower, about a tenth slower, half a tenth slower on that lap. So here's Trevor Bayne trying to pick up on 46.37, 17th quickest.
Now, Trevor, just a few months ago, when he talked about this the other day here at Media Day, back in November, he was diagnosed with MS, but he said that he's feeling good. There's no symptoms right now, but he wanted to go public to pretty much tell folks that he does have it.
And he's an advocate, you know, for what you can do, even though you've been diagnosed with the disease, and he says he's not going to let it slow him down one bit if he can help it.
Has a full nationwide slate planned for Roush Fenway, going for the championship there. He's really Ford's hope right now for the driver championship. He's the only one that with any experience really that's going for the championship.
Right now, I think it's 12 races scheduled for the Wood brothers, but as I've always said, more sponsorship, they'll run more races.
46.34 moves Bayne up to 13th. And that would make him the 5th quickest Ford right now. Marcus Ambrose is on track. He's the fastest blue oval at a 46.23. David Reagan out of Unadilla, Georgia, in the Play It Safe Ford. This is an initiative of CSX, the rail company, to play it safe on the road around railroad crossings.
David, a former winner right here at Daytona in the July race, as well as that huge upset, we would call it, last year at Talladega when his teammate David Gillen pushed him to the win.
David and his wife Jacqueline, they're expecting their first child here shortly, a baby girl.
We've checked with NASCAR, and the information we have thus far is that definitely if a driver changes an engine prior to qualifying tomorrow, they would start their Budweiser dual race in the rear. And we're still awaiting confirmation on whether or not that would affect their starting position for the 500.
It is a weird situation, and I think sometimes our wording is wrong about qualifying tomorrow. It's front row qualifying, and then the remaining part of that is to set the starting positions for the Budweiser dual races on Thursday.
Right. Eric McClure up from the Nationwide Series to attempt the Daytona 500, one of 9 drivers hoping to make the big race for the first time. This driver had a bad crash at Talladega, missed several months with undisclosed injuries, made his recovery, came back, ran a few races, sat out a few, came back to finish up the season, and now trying to make the 500.
Yeah, had a great run here a year ago in the Nationwide Series. Had a top 10 finish, finished 8th.
Shuts it down. He is 34th, 47.03. Equaled that with this run, but did not improve his position on the practice sheet.
There's only about a minute to go in this practice, and there are no more drivers on pit road, so we may have seen pretty much the end of this practice session for Daytona 500 front row qualifying.
What's unusual too, because normally at the end of practice you'll have a big clod of cars out there on the pit road trying to get on the racetrack to get a clean lap. As you mentioned, nobody there.
There'd be 20 drivers out there trying to get that last lap in, but I just think with 4 hours, almost 4 hours a day, 8.5 hours in January, and all the other resources, I think everybody's concluded we've got what we've got.
We'll be back to wrap things up and take a look at how they ran in this final pre-qualifying practice.
It's UFC Fight Night. Lyoto Machida collides with Gegard Mousasi. UFC Fight Night, tonight at 10:30 on Fox Sports 1.
Hey, I noticed your car's not in the driveway.
Yeah, it's in the shop. It's gonna cost me an arm and a leg.
Should have taken it to Midas. Tell you what stuff needs fixing and what stuff can wait. High five.
Brakes, tires, oil, everything.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new hand tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new hand tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
To truck guys, the truck is everything. And when you put them in charge of making an unbeatable truck, good things happen. This is the Ram 1500, the 2014 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, and first ever back-to-back champion. Guts, glory, Ram.
No matter how long you date or how hard you work, Wrangler Comfort never lets you down.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans are built with a U shape. They don't cut into you like jeans with a V pattern.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans. Guaranteed.
Sначала я покажу тебе на мелкие кусочки, а затем посыплю их на большую чашу с мороженым.
I have no idea what you're saying, but count me in.
Peanut M&M for everyone.
Wait, what? I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With the pen, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Nearly 4 hours of pre-qualifying practice now complete. The second session ends up like this. The Fast Five, all Chevrolets, followed by the Fords of Ambrose and Biffle. And Almirola also in the top 10. 7 Chevys, 3 Fords, the fastest Toyota, Matt Kenseth, then Kyle Busch and Clint Boyer.
Yeah, Richard Childress Racing, the top 2 drivers, they were 3 of the top 4 in the first practice. I have to believe the only reason we don't have 3 up there is Paul Menard, who was quickest in that first practice. They elected not to even run this session.
3 Hendrick Chevrolet engine failures in this second session. Bobby Labonte, Tony Stewart, Danica Patrick. And as the session drew to a close, there was only 1 Chevy out on pit road to make another run. It was Jamie McMurray. And instead of going out on track, he turned around and headed back to the garage area. Krista can tell us why.
And that's the question we have for Jamie McMurray. Why did you come back in? Did you feel something in the car, or is this simply precautionary?
Yeah, I didn't feel anything, but there was a lot of discussion on the radio as I sat in line. And I guess our car had some common parts with what the 52 Danica and Tony had in theirs, and so they're going to come in, they're going to pull the inspection plugs out of the oil pan and just look at it and make sure it just didn't seem like it was worth taking the chance of breaking an engine and maybe tearing up a car. So just precautionary, and hopefully there's nothing wrong.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So McMurray was one of those 3 cars that did not make a run in this second practice session.
Xavier battles Marquette. Big East basketball today at 3:30 on Fox.
Hi, I'm Jim Jeffries from Legit. The new season starts on FXX. That's unnecessary subtitles. Whatever I say, it's going to keep going here, is it? This is kind of offensive, really. I'm not that hard to understand. You wouldn't do this to Harry Potter or James Bond.
Legit. Premieres Wednesday, February 26th.
That guy's British! Well, you can understand him and not me?
Only on FXX.
Ah!
This is the cosmos. A network of 100 billion galaxies. And it's the greatest story science has ever told.
How are we gonna live like this?
We'll get used to it.
Give me danger, you little stranger.
I'm gonna need your help to take out a surveillance team.
Take out. We are children here.
We feared this day would come, but this is something very different.
Give me danger, you little stranger.
The Americans premieres Wednesday, February 26th, only on FX.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Lots more from Daytona right here on Fox Sports 1. NASCAR Live, then the ARCA Lucas Oil 200. NASCAR Race Day gets you ready for the Sprint Unlimited. It's all right here today and tonight on Fox Sports 1, where Chevrolet has one pre-qualifying practice for Daytona 500 time trials tomorrow.
You know, Mike and Larry, I think it's a great idea by Chip Ganassi's team to bring that car back off the pit road. What little they were going to learn in that one run, they may save a race car and at least an engine.
And I know it's just practice, but how about those two rookie drivers, Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson, sitting there second and third?
But still a lot of concern over at Hendrick Motorsports. Here's Bob Dillner.
3 engine changes ongoing in this garage area right now, and officials from Hendrick Engines told me that they are continuing to analyze the situation, but Scott Maxim told me that he believes the engine issues are related and they are all in the bottom end of the engines. Chris?
Yeah, Bob, it was interesting. Tony Stewart was speculating upon that as well. Michael Waltrip back from his run on the track. And let's get your thoughts on Hendrick Engines. Who would have thought that that would be the story in the second practice session?
Well, there were a couple of stories. The power that those Richard Childress engines have in them. They're running up front. If you've got a Richard Childress engine under your hood, you're near the front of the pack. That is awesome. But you can see here some Hendrick engines with some issues. I talked about, Chris, between the two practices, possibly these guys would start putting some different oils to the engine and trying some things to make that one lap at a really fast speed. That could be what these are related to. Certainly that's speculation, but during the break something changed and some engines broke.
Yeah, Justin Allgaier, we thought engine, but his car was an oil leak that they corrected the problem, not engine related, but unusual with the RPMs, maybe not as much stress on them in this situation and still for engines to have this problem?
Well, they're leaning on them. They know that this engine doesn't have to run a long distance, so they're giving it all they've got for the short haul, feeling like they brought something to Daytona that would be fast and reliable for what it's responsible for, but obviously a miscalculation is being made. Anytime there's a related issue, then you've got a lot of engines in town. That's a real issue. The cool thing is Childress's engines are fast, his are reliable. He's a pretty happy man right now.
Yeah, and unrelated, if you go back to last year in the Daytona 500 race, Matt Kenseth, who led the most laps, engine failure at Kyle Busch in a Toyota. In fact, the numbers for all the racing last year, 34 engine failures for Toyota, 16 for Ford, only 13 for Chevrolet. It's a whole new year. Is it a whole new engine approach for the manufacturers?
I think it's pretty much just refining what you've got. I think NASCAR's talked about the engines maybe getting downsized in 15 or beyond, and everybody's just taking what they've had recently and refining it, trying to get more and more out of them, leaning on them, trying to get all they can get.
All right, so other than the engine issue, what do you think yourself, some of the drivers have taken out of these first 2 Daytona 500 practices? Because you're a 2-time Daytona 500 champ. He's in that role now because a week from tomorrow, obviously, when guys will roll. But what have they gathered so far?
49 drivers had a pretty easy day day today. But there's 18 of them that are going to strap in tonight in the Sprint Unlimited on Fox Sports 1. Action's going to pick up. You will not imagine all the decisions these guys have to make every second of every lap. They're going to be side drafting, pushing, trying to get 3 wide, making moves. Today was a bit of a break for the Daytona 500 race car drivers. The cars are stressed. They're getting all they can out of them. The drivers had it made. They just ran a couple laps, come back in and say, what do y'all think? Tonight, the driver's going to earn his money, and I can't wait to watch these guys mix it up.
And they'll enjoy guys like, these are the fastest of the fast, right? The pole winners to get in. The 18 drivers going 75 laps at 7:30 Eastern time. We'll be here. Clint Boyer will be joining us as well, and you'll head up into the booth, and we will keep a close watch on the Sprint Unlimited for the first time, prime time, under the lights. The fastest in practice here after the second session. Right now, let's go to Adam Alexander.
Thanks, Chris. Our Speed Weeks coverage is rolling on. Tonight, the Sprint Unlimited. Tomorrow, Daytona 500 qualifying. We get you ready. NASCAR Live starts right now. On a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Central Florida, we welcome you to NASCAR Live, presented by Sprint Unlimited. 4 hours of practice in the books today for Sprint Cup Series teams. And the big headline maker is Tony Stewart. Why? Well, that's why we're here. Good to have you with us on NASCAR Live from the Daytona International Speedway. With Hermie Sadler and Jeff Hammond, I'm Adam Alexander. So last night, guys, the big headline maker, Tony Stewart, for good reason. First time we had seen him in a Sprint Cup Series car since that accident in August. Today, he's a headline maker again, and unfortunately, Jeff, the news not so good.
No, that's the thing about it right now. That 14 car lost an engine during the practice session, and that's something you don't want to have happen at any time during Speed Weeks. But when you start having a series of problems, and we're talking about Hendrick Motorsports, it started right now with Bobby Labonte. You see the fire coming out the right side of that, behind the right front tire right there on that 52 car. Right after that, we mentioned the 14 car. He also lost an engine. And to me, the thing about it, Hermie, this is starting to look like a pattern, and we're starting to see it happen on a lot of these cars. They look very, very similar.
Yeah, and they're all Hendrick engines. We need to go back and state that Bobby Labonte's team, Harry Scott Motorsports, does use engines from Hendrick, as does, obviously, Danica Patrick with Stewart-Haas Racing. Another bottom-end issue, but the next question is there something going on at the racetrack that's causing these issues, or can it be traced back to something back at the shop as far as a parts failure?
And I have counted up 12 teams that could be impacted. The 4 cars at Hendrick Motorsports, obviously. The 4 at Stewart-Haas Racing. The 2 that you talked about at H. Scott Motorsports. And let's not forget, Chip Ganassi Racing also getting their engine supplied from Team Hendrick. That would involve, of course, Jamie McMurray and Kyle Larson, the rookie. In fact, Jamie McMurray was out making a run, and they pulled him back into the garage as well.
Well, he was actually on pit road to make a run, and he was told to return to the garage area. That's him coming back up pit road the wrong way and going back in the garage area. They're hoping to be able to avoid whatever's going on. I think somebody within the Hendrick organization, I think they felt like that, wait a minute, but there may be a procedure going on here that's going wrong, and we need to get this car back in there before we lose another engine.
It's all a part of the diagnostics process of Hendrick Engines and their staff inside, trying to dictate or trying to find out what's going on to fix it and also prevent further failures.
And real quick, this is where that ECR is going to come into play, because that brain that basically monitors the heartbeat of that engine will be able to be utilized to see exactly what happened just before this engine basically stopped working.
And the timing is tough, because tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time on Fox, we have qualifying for the Great American Race. For the latest from the garage, let's welcome in Wendy Venturini. What are you hearing, Wendy?
Thanks, Adam. Well, Hendrick engine officials are awfully busy in this garage area right now. I just spoke with Jeff Andrews, Director of Racing Engines at Hendrick Motorsports, and he tells me they are all related. It's a component issue, and it has to do with their procedures that they're trying for their mock qualifying runs, which all of these Hendrick engines were doing here today, and that's the problem. That's why they had to bring Jamie McMurray in fear that something could also happen with his engine. So they're changing parts and procedures and taking things apart. Now, Scotty Maxim with Hendrick Motorsports also tells me has something to do with the oiling system, and once they get these components all apart here in the garage area, they'll be better to assess and know in just a couple hours what exactly the components that are causing all these engine failures and how directly related they are. But they know where it's headed, they know it's the bottom end, and it has something to do with the procedures that they're trying here in qualifying. We'll keep you posted here on Fox Sports 1, Adam.
Yeah, we'll come back to you with any other news that you have from the garage, Wendy. Thanks so much for the report. I'm a novice when it comes to engines, I'll go ahead and admit, but I hear procedure instead of parts, and to a layman, that seems like good news.
It is if we're able to make the adjustment and haven't damaged anything yet, because a lot of these guys have been making qualifying runs, and it could be something as simple as the way they heat the oil and going to the qualifying oil, which normally you run what you call like a zero weight. That means it's got really, it's thinner than water, and it's all made to make horsepower. So when you get it all working right, you do make maximum horsepower. But when it's wrong, you have a tendency to scuff a bearing. And when that happens, that means something will galled up and grab each other like around the crankshaft. And that's usually when you have a bottom end issue. And that's, to me, what the 10 and the 14 definitely look like.
Yeah, and when you also consider that they had no issues in the first practice. All the issues started to surface in the second practice when all these teams were getting ready to make that mock qualifying run. You can do things on the dyno, do them at the shop, all these other things, but on the racetrack under full load is when you find out exactly what's going on. Good news is, hopefully they got this out of the way today and it won't carry on through the rest of the week.
Engine problems at Daytona, serious stuff. You guys agree?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you can't. That's the worst nightmare, is having an engine issue when you get down here to Daytona.
I want to lighten the mood a little bit.
Please do.
I got the perfect guy to get it done. Let's go to the garage and say hello for the first time during Speed Weeks 2014 on Fox Sports 1 to Rutledge Wood. Hey, Rutledge.
All right, Adam. What's up, guys? You know what? I love the fans. These guys make it all work. And since it is tonight a night about the fans with the Sprint Unlimited, I thought I'd come down, talk to everybody, see how they're voting. Since you, the fans, can still vote for how it's all going to work, these ladies get to give away the trophy tonight because they won that from Daytona. They think it's going to be Kevin Harvick. It's not that kind of a fan vote. Tonight, everybody down here is voting for 3 different categories. You can vote for the race format, the different sections, how many laps you want them to run. You can also vote for the starting order, how you want them to line up. And third, you can vote for how they're going to restart that last segment. Now, if you stay with us all day, you know we got the ARCA race coming up. Miss Sprint Cup is going to be on to announce who won that first category and how we're going to line this race up tonight. You can vote on NASCAR.com/Sprint Unlimited or get on your NASCAR mobile app, and your vote counts twice. I'm going to hang here with them. I'm going to vote a bunch. Plus, we're going to have some more fun later. Adam?
How many times have you voted so far, Rutledge?
What would seem like a lot? 200?
That would be a lot.
Okay, then 300.
The over-under is 500 on Rutledge votes before tonight's green flag. And speaking of that, the Sprint Unlimited comes your way tonight on Fox Sports 1 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time as we look at our Sprint Unlimited menu. The first green flag of the year here at Daytona happens at 4:15. The ARCA race live on Fox Sports 1, and sandwiched in between, it's a special edition of NASCAR Race Day. That happens at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So many good things still to come on this edition of NASCAR Live. We get you set for tonight's running of the Sprint Unlimited, where Kevin Harvick looks for his 4th checkered flag in the exhibition race. And it's hard to believe, but a long time ago, Harvick was a rookie. There are 8 of them this year. We introduce you to the latest class. And how do the new faces and new places look for 2014? Kurt Busch, Ryan Newman, and others we discuss on NASCAR Live.
This is Kevin. To prove to you that Aleve is the better choice for him, he's agreed to give it up.
It's today?
We'll be with him all day as he goes back to taking Tylenol.
That was okay, but after lunch, my knee started to hurt again, and now I gotta take more pills. Yep. Another pill stop. Can I get my Aleve back yet? For my pain, I want my Aleve.
Look for the Easy Open Red Arthritis Cap.
Can I help you?
Hey, is it true we can get 4 lines, unlimited talk and text, and 10 gigs of data to share for $160 a month?
Yep. AT&T's new family pricing. That's $100 cheaper than us.
I know.
Are you guys with Verizon? What makes you think that? Oh, just her name tag. And I see you guys at the food court every day.
Can we go back now? Yeah.
Introducing our best ever pricing for families. 10 gigs of data to share, unlimited talk and text, and 4 lines for $160 a month. Only from AT&T.
This Wednesday, National Geographic Channel and Sony Pictures present Pompeii, a real doomsday event as we look into the epic disaster that changed Pompeii forever.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Speed Weeks rolls on with a great night of college hoops on Fox Sports 1, with number 6 Villanova taking on number 18 Creighton. Then Georgetown battles St. John's. Fox College Hoops, tomorrow starting at 3. Part of Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1. And don't miss the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The internet was once ruled by these beautiful women. Then the Fox Sports Go app came out, diverting men's attention from these features to these features, with live games and Fox Sports 1 shows. Streamed anytime, anywhere. It's easy to see why this app is so popular. Please don't touch that.
From Daytona on Fox Sports 1. So good to have you with us from the World Center of Racing. And you know, many of the drivers going to the garage for the first time this year, when they walked in yesterday afternoon or maybe this morning, they may have had a hard time finding their team, because a lot of drivers with a new address for 2014. You look at Kevin Harvick, 4 of his 23 career wins coming a year ago, his final season at Richard Childress Racing. And this year, one of his partners going to be Kurt Busch, who has a championship and 24 career wins.
You know, a lot of people talk about Daytona and how important it is to be in the Sprint Unlimited and how much important practice time is and all that. Much more important now, if you're with a new team, new crew chief, new spotter, new engineer, that time just to communicate back and forth is just as important as gaining information out of your race car.
Well, what I love about the Sprint Unlimited tonight for these guys that are in it has to be the fact that you're going to get an opportunity to kind of like shake the cobwebs off. All the things that Hermie's talking about, getting on and off pit road, working with your pit crew, discussing things with your crew chief and your spotter, because when you gear up next week after qualifying and we're getting ready to run the duel on next Thursday, that's when it really all begins, and it's all super, super serious, because that's when the 2014 season really gets underway. Tonight, it's a nice prelude and an opportunity to get ready to race next week.
You know, all these guys have looked pretty solid down here so far at Speed Week. You just saw the numbers there on Kevin Harvick, 4th quick in this most recent practice, and Martin Truex Jr.
This is a guy right now that I'm keeping my eye on, with Todd Berrier at the helm. They didn't come down here and test during the test session, you know, during the off season, and they ran really well in that first practice, well enough. Todd said, you know what, we're not going out in the second one. And I think that's impressive right now. He's got that kind of confidence in his driver as well as the race car.
Did you guys check the speed charts after the second practice here today? At the top, another one of these newbies. That would be Ryan Newman. He has been impressive in his early start over at Richard Childress Racing. Wendy, I know you spent some time with him prior to coming down here to Daytona. He's got to be confident in his new team.
Yeah, the summer of 2013 for Ryan Newman was a little bit of a tumultuous one, because he found himself out at Stewart-Haas Racing looking for a job. Well, he's landed safely here at Richard Childress Racing in the 31 car, finds himself quite at home. I got a chance to speak with him before we arrived here in Daytona.
It became official over the weekend that Budweiser is going with Kevin Harvick to Stewart-Haas Racing, leaving Ryan Newman out of a ride.
We're not ready to expand to a 4th team, so it's, you know, unfortunately this will be the last year that we have Ryan with us.
Ryan has been an excellent driver. I just simply wanted a change and an opportunity to do something different.
I can't say that I'm happy with how everything unfolded. I know that there are business decisions, and business decisions sometimes trump friendships, but there will be a change for me in 2014, and I don't know what that change is.
I think the quote that stuck with me from our last conversation is that you really wanted to stick it to them, meaning your past history.
Well,
so how do you plan to do that?
I mean, I think I kind of did that in Indy the week after our off weekend when they told me I wasn't coming back before Loudon. Then we go out and win the pole in the race.
Indiana's own Ryan Newman is about to recognize a lifelong dream. He will take the checkered flag at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Freaking beautiful, baby. Awesome job, man. Hell of a job. Thank you, guys. This is amazing. Amazing weekend.
And the last time I chatted with you, You were going through this whole process. How good is it to get that off of your shoulders and move forward now?
I think the statement that I started with and ended with at our last conversation was I wanted to be someplace where I was wanted.
After being released from Stewart-Haas Racing for next season, Ryan Newman has a new ride. He'll take over the number 31 Chevy for Richard Childress Racing in 2014.
Maybe it's time to move on. Maybe it's time for a change. But I'm happy to be here at Richard Childress Racing. Richard and I had spoken over 5 years ago before I went to Stewart-Haas Racing. So things worked out this way, this time. I really look forward to this opportunity. It's new for me. It's way newer for me than it is for them because they've worked with each other. The crew chiefs are pretty much all the same. All the team guys are pretty much all the same. I'm just the new plug-and-play guy, so hopefully I can start strong and we can have a good year.
There's a lot of work ahead for Ryan Newman, and he's had some situations where in the past, he's a rough individual, okay? And sometimes the teams that he's worked with haven't been pleased with him.
With you calling yourself the senior member of RCR, do you consider yourself more of a mentor for someone like Austin?
I think good teamwork requires good mentorship in both directions. So yes, obviously from an experience standpoint, I've got more experience than Austin or Ty when it comes to a place like Pocono or Sonoma or whatever. But ultimately, there's things that Austin has learned, or Ty has learned, or Paul has learned that we have to bounce off of each other, and that's just a matter of good teamwork and good communication. And just because I'm more experienced at a certain racetrack doesn't mean that I know more. I've experienced more, and that's what we all want, is to be able to get to victory lane. So if you look at somebody's resume, it's like, man, he can do it. He's done it before. We did it at Indy last year. We did it several years before at Loudon and the Daytona 500. I'm thankful that I've accumulated that resume so that Richard could hire me.
Without thinking you're the old guy on the block, right?
At 36, I'm the old guy, which is not bad, but I mean, it's I guess it kind of tells you that we're building for the future.
And Rocket Man Ryan Newman is known for earning those pole awards. Qualifying practice just ended, and again, Ryan Newman fastest on the board. I spoke to him earlier about his drafting in his Sprint Unlimited car. He feels it's drafting pretty well. He feels good about this weekend, whether in the Sprint Unlimited, Adam, or for qualifying in this Daytona 500 car.
And perhaps one of the reasons he feels good, Wendy, is he can draw on this kind of experience. Look at what some of these drivers have done in their first year with a new team. 8 wins for Kyle in 08 at JGR, and we all remember what Matt Kenseth did a year ago. Not only 7 victories, but second in the championship chase.
Yeah, I think a lot of these drivers look to Matt Kenseth more so than the other two because it's been more recent in this new day and age of racing that Matt could go to a completely new team, new crew chief, and have the kind of success this year. It made it okay to go start over.
The thing about when you look at what Ryan Newman's got in front of him, Adam, is the fact that he has an opportunity to take that experience that he was talking about and become the leader that I think Richard Childress is looking for this organization. Yes, he's got 2 young drivers coming up. He's got Paul Menard over there. He could use a little bit more polishing yet. Yes, he needs to be the guy, and on top of everything else, this man is hungry. He is definitely hungry to build a show. Once again, you guys let the wrong one get out the door.
One driver that has a new home in 2014, full-time, that we haven't talked about, A.J. Allmendinger. How's he feeling about things? Let's find out and send it back to the garage in Rutledge.
Thanks, Adam. I don't know if there's anyone down in this garage with a bigger smile than A.J. Allmendinger. How excited are you to be back full-time and in a car that you love with a team that you love?
It's awesome. It's to be back in Daytona. I've never been so excited just to go make single-car runs in my life, but just to be back with the whole 47 crew and have some fast Chevys on board. As we see behind us, we have a multitude of sponsors. I'm still learning every sponsor we have, so I'm excited to have great partners a part of this race team. So, man,
are you gonna make cliff notes to remember this?
I got them written on my hand every time I do, so I'm gonna work on that. But more importantly, I'm just happy to be back with you, man. That's really what it's down to.
I feel the same way. We have quite a record in Daytona.
Yeah. Yeah,
we've not been allowed near any fruit or grandstands or tires.
We can't throw things off the top of the stuff anymore.
Well,
but
we always have it right here.
That's what it's all about, man.
Good luck. Don't forget, if you spill any of your Bush's beans, you can wash your clothes with a little bit of Clorox and then start a fire with some Kingsford.
We got Scott products. We can paper towels.
Just in case it gets messy at the barbecue.
We're going to go in, some Charter TV, and, you bread your chicken with some house.
You're going to get there, buddy.
I'm going to get there. I'm working on it.
You're going to nail this. A.J. Allmendinger, Adam.
Did I say earlier that Rutledge would lighten things up?
Yeah.
Mission accomplished, right?
Yeah, the thing is right now, and Hermie, I think you'll attest to this. Those two right there, that's an accident looking for a place to happen.
That's trouble, and it's always good to have, everybody's happy at Daytona, new opportunities, but this is a big year for A.J. Allmendinger and that race team. They both need to take that next step. They don't necessarily have to win, or run top 5 every week, but they need to be a top 10, top 15 car every week, take that next step.
Respectability.
Hey, they could sneak a win in, say at a plate race road
certainly
course.
could, yeah.
Yep. One car team could make the chase under this new format.
We've seen it last year.
This format in the playoffs certainly good for a team like that 47 group. Okay, when we continue on this edition of NASCAR Live, we get you set for the big one tonight. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who has a 500 win under his belt. He also won in his first start at Hendrick Motorsports in the Sprint Unlimited. He'd love to get back there tonight. We'll get you ready for tonight's big event. Plus, a look back at practice as we look ahead to tomorrow's qualifying for the Daytona 500. You're watching NASCAR Live.
Greatness is tastier than ever with Pizza Hut's all-new hand-tossed. A lighter, airier crust all brushed with garlic, buttery goodness. Get any new hand-tossed any way you want it. Any toppings, even specialties for just $10. We guarantee you'll love it or your next pizza's on us. Pizza Hut, make it great.
Visit Camping World today and get rock-bottom pricing on everything we sell. Be the first to see this year's newest and most popular models of RVs. New travel trailers as low as $99 a month. New motorhomes as low as $399 a month. Camping World is the largest nationwide RV company, and because of that, we'll beat any dealer's prices. We guarantee it. Plus, buy an RV from us and gain access to our Good Sam Elite loyalty program offering incentives valued at over $2,000. Call or visit your local Camping World today.
We have everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
What's inside Peak Antifreeze? 65 years of experience in hot and cold protection. From an independent, family-owned business that's never been afraid to give you exactly what's right for your engine and your wallet. Peak. Run true.
I told Hermie earlier, I think that 3 could win the pole tomorrow.
I think so, but what I found out from Richard Childress, he ain't going to get it done. 27.
This is the computer ICU. It's what happens to your computer when it gets infected, slows down, and crashes. And if you don't do something, your computer could wind up here in the computer graveyard. But it could be saved with mycleanpc.com.
Is your computer running slow? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? Then go to mycleanpc.com for your free diagnosis today. Then just activate the mycleanpc.com software to fix it in minutes. And computer specialists are available while you're online.
The best thing about mycleanpc.com was it had a free diagnosis.
My computer is 100% faster.
You know immediately what the problem is, and the problem is solved right then and there.
Download your free diagnosis today at mycleanpc.com.
Hi, I'm Jim Jeffries from Legit. The new season starts on FXX. That's unnecessary subtitles. Whatever I say, it's going to keep going here, is it? This is kind of offensive, really. I'm not that hard to understand. You wouldn't do this to Harry Potter or James Bond.
Legit. Premieres Wednesday, February 26th.
That guy's British! Well, you can understand him and not me.
Only on FXX.
Ah!
The Great American Race returns. The Daytona 500, February 23rd, only on Fox.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
My watch says we are 4 hours away from the Sprint Unlimited on Fox Sports 1, live from the Daytona International Speedway. Now, that's what's happening tonight. Earlier today for Cup teams, the order of business, get ready for tomorrow's Daytona 500 qualifying session. 5th on the speed charts, practice 2, Casey Mears.
A little bit of a surprise right there, but let's don't forget, these guys went away from Ford, now Chevrolet, RCR-powered Chevrolet, might add. So far, Richard Childress Racing has been really strong.
There's the old RCR guy, now at SHR. Kevin Harvick was quick.
Yeah, he made a good comeback in the second practice. Not a lot of speed in practice 1, but picked it up in practice 2.
Can you say youth movement? Third on the speed charts, Kyle Larson in the 42.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. They didn't really show this kind of speed during the test, but all of a sudden they kept working on this car. Now he finds himself third quickest, and the rookies are already starting to make noise.
Yeah, right in front of him, young Austin Dillon in that 3 machine, Hermie.
Yeah, this 3 has been fast, going all the way back to January testing. They've been fast all day. Obviously have a shot to win the pole for the Daytona 500.
And we mentioned it earlier, his teammate, Ryan Newman, at the top of the board in the second practice of the day here at Daytona.
And the one thing I think we need to touch on is we look at the 31 car, Ryan Newman behind the wheel. He went to school to be an engineer. This year, Richard Childers has got more engineers than ever before. Somewhere between 18 and 20 engineers working at RCR, taking all kinds of data points to be able to put fast race cars on the racetrack. And so far, it's proven really good.
Nobody's won anything yet, but you got to give RCR credit. They've done their homework. They brought fast cars to the racetrack.
Recapping the top 5, 3 of those top 5 have RCR support. Now you look at 6 through 10. Ambrose in 6th, the top Ford. And Jeff, you and I were talking before we came on today. The Fords have been strong down here so far.
They have definitely gotten better, and that was the one thing that we talked about that needed to happen here in 2014. The Fords need to be more competitive, and I think they're definitely doing that with Marcus Ambrose and Greg Biffle up there toward the top of the charts. That's a good plus for them, at least early on during speed weeks.
Let's return to the garage. After all, that's where the action's happening. Wendy, what's going on now?
And a lot of action is happening lately, and that's because the pit crews have arrived from North Carolina here in Daytona Beach, and I mean the over-the-wall pit crews. The pit boxes for the first time have been unveiled here right behind the garages because we're getting ready for the Sprint Unlimited. So this is the first time many of these pit boxes have been rolled out for the year, which is kind of cool because they change them up, they add technology. I'm always trying to check out what new technology these race teams are bringing, but the pit crew members are getting prepped for the Sprint Unlimited. The reason they're here in the garage area is because the ARCA race is getting ready to start. So those pit stalls have those pit boxes. As soon as the ARCA race is over, all of these pit boxes will be rolled on out down pit road for the Sprint Unlimited. Things are about to get exciting here in Daytona Beach, Adam.
There's no doubt the buzz is building, and Wendy talked about the over-the-wall guys arriving. And our stage here at Daytona is right outside turn 4 near the Sprint Experience. And just a few minutes before we came on the air, I saw a few members of crews walking in. Game faces on, and we don't go green for another 4 hours.
Another small advantage, like we talked about earlier, for teams to be able to compete in this race tonight. You can practice all the pit stops you want back at the shop, but the first ones tonight, under pressure, give you that much more experience and get the dust knocked off before you get into the duel on Thursday.
But the one thing you need to make sure of when we talk about these pit crews, the way this format is set up for the Sprint Unlimited, these crews could be critical on that final stop, because I really believe the vote's going to go for a 2-tire stop late in that race, and the way you get off a pit road will probably determine where the winner comes from.
My next question is, when is NASCAR going to make a rule on how big these pit boxes can get? They're bigger than my house.
I thought one of those was a hauler.
Yeah,
it was actually the pit box for tonight's race.
Any better? I've got one put out of my farm right now. I think my son's going to be living in.
You know, it's funny how the energy changed on the set when I started talking about racing tonight. You guys, like myself, starting to feel the energy, right?
Time to go, baby.
We're all race fans at heart.
And if you're wondering why we're excited, check out these pictures. It's one of the great races of the year, the Sprint Unlimited tonight. It happens on Fox Sports 1, where you will see moments like that.
And he didn't wreck.
And the rookie class in 2014 is elite. How did they look today? We'll tell you when we continue on NASCAR Live.
We've all been there, at sea in a white squall, being bashed around like a piñata at a kid's birthday party. At which point you may find yourself asking, how do I keep my hair looking great? Axe recommends the Messy Look. Plunge a finger into a tub of Axe Messy Look paste. Mix, rake, spin. And that's the Messy Look. Mind the hair? New Axe Messy Paste, the easy way to superior style.
There's one. What is that?
It's my Dale call.
That's way better than my duck call.
If you're on a diet of taking it up a notch,
It's just different.
drink Diet Dew, the only diet with dew in it.
I'm your tailgate grill.
Your buddy was in such a rush to get into the game, he didn't quite put me out. I see you bought the industrial-sized bottle of lighter fluid. Smart. And if you got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get an Allstate agent and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Mayhem is everywhere. Are you in good hands? This is the cosmos. A network of 100 billion galaxies. And it's the greatest story science has ever told.
How are we gonna live like this?
We'll get used to it.
Give me danger, you little stranger.
I need your help to take out a surveillance team.
Take out. We are children here. We feared this day would come, but this is something very different.
Give me danger, you little stranger.
The Americans premieres Wednesday, February 26th, only on FX.
The internet was once ruled by these beautiful women. Then the Fox Sports Go app came out, diverting men's attention from these features to these features, with live games and Fox Sports 1 shows. Streamed anytime, anywhere. It's easy to see why this app is so popular. Please don't touch that.
Danica Patrick and Jeff Gordon host the Daytona 500 Bash at the Beach. Next Saturday at 8 Eastern on Fox. And don't miss the Daytona 500.
Checkers come out on the man in black. Earnhardt wins it again.
He was NASCAR. You know, he always will be.
He was the man. Dale Earnhardt has done it. Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Pepsi 400. Earnhardt reigns again. Earnhardt to win it 10 years in a row. Dale Earnhardt will win the Daytona 500.
The number needs to live on and get it back on the track.
Still say one of the greatest moments in NASCAR history, 1998, when Dale Earnhardt finally went to victory lane here at the Daytona International Speedway. And some 13 years after we lost the legend, the three cars back. Austin Dillon going to be behind the wheel when we crank it up for the Daytona 500 next weekend. Austin Dillon, the fastest of the rookie class in our second practice session today. He was second. Kyle Larson was third. Guys, you look at the rest of the rookie class, who do you have an eye on for the season?
Well, all these drivers have a lot of talent, but at this level, a lot of it comes down to funding and support and what kind of car you've got, what kind of engine program. I like Justin Allgaier for a lot of reasons because he's got that Hendrick connection and a lot of experience in his crew chief with Steve Addington. So if they can keep it together and get Justin up front a little bit, I think he's got a good chance to maybe surprise some people.
Well, people like Michael and Ned. I like the fact he's working with Tommy Baldwin right there. They got some good people over there working in that organization. And also Parker Kligerman. He ran a cup race last year, and he turned a lot of heads there. I think he's got the type of attitude that's going to make a good Sprint Cup driver. So I'm really looking forward to see how he kind of mixes it up there. These guys are not going to lay down just because your name's Austin Dillon or Kyle Larson. They've come to race, and they're used to racing each other, and that's going to be the great battle about this. I'm not worried about how they stack up against Jimmy Johnson or Tony Stewart. I want to watch the race within the race, and I'm talking about these rookies racing each other.
Last year's rookie class got a lot of attention because of the accolades they brought along. Danica Patrick, certainly one of the more popular drivers in the garage, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was coming off back-to-back nationwide titles. But when you look at this year's class, as deep as I can remember.
Oh, it's the best class we've seen, I think, all the way back to since we had the battle, I believe, really between Ryan Newman and Jimmy Johnson, which Ryan Newman wound up winning.
You know, and we've all seen Austin Dillon come through the ranks. He has more of a history with us in the NASCAR circles, between coming through the Truck Series, Nationwide Series. But Kyle Larson has just come in, and although he doesn't have the wins yet, you ask anybody in the garage and they'll tell you this guy is the real deal. And Chip Ganassi and his whole group is expecting big things out of that 42 car.
A lot of talent there, a lot of talent.
Being a rookie is educational, right? Parker Kligerman about to get an education. He's with Rutledge Wood in the garage.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Parker, big deal this year running full-time with Swan, but we heard the guys talking about Rookie of the Year. Where does that year look to you? Like, what's really important out of this first year full-time in Cup for you?
Well, first and foremost, for us at Swan Racing, we're building an organization. So I know that's tough for people to understand. You'd go behind a rookie and do that, but, it's a different sort of model. Sort of a model you're going to build a franchise around a young driver. And in that sense, we're not a chase eligible ride right now. As you look at the 42 and the 3, that is full-on chase eligible rides. Those riders have made the chase. There's a ton of pressure there. Those guys should win this Rookie of the Year battle. They should be fighting to make the chase. For us, we have a place in the points that we know we want to be. That's top 25. If we can do that, it's a big jump from last year for this organization. And if we can get close to the 20th place, historically, over the last 10 years, if you're 18th to 22nd in points, you'll win the Rookie of the Year. But I don't, I think for this year, being out deep in the Rookie of the Year field that'll be tough. So we're going to fight as hard as we can in our Swan Energy Toyota Camry. But, I think for us, we're looking at the points position, building this organization, and being that upset if we can.
I like that you're saying, we're not really thinking about it. But historically, it seems like you might have been studying a little bit about this.
I like numbers. So statistics and numbers are my thing.
Well, if you like numbers, I like the number 50, or I guess you say 50 cent. For the headphones, SMS is helping sponsor you. How exciting is that?
That's awesome. SMS Audio came on board a couple weeks ago, and they'll be on both our cars, the 26 and the 30, full year. And I think the coolest thing is being a fan of rap music, being a fan of music in general. I'm a huge rap fan. I check rap blogs every day. I see all his music all the time, all the music videos. All my friends are big rap fans. And suddenly 50 Cent is sponsoring my race car. That's an awesome thing. So that's a cool thing. On the other side of the token, it is a sponsor you wouldn't expect to come to NASCAR. And I'm proud at Swan Racing, as Parker Kligerman, everyone involved, to bring that kind of sponsor in this sport and to show people, what we can do in this sport to get in that urban youth and the youth initiative that we've had to get youth fans.
If 50 tried to kiss you on pit road like with Aaron last year, would it be as awkward, or do you think a little smoother?
He is paying to be on a race car, but I have to hold some sort of moral to say, I might just have a smoother bow way.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
like a little bro
now,
hug.
If we were in victory lane at Daytona 500, no holds barred.
There it is. Go, Shawty. It's Parker's birthday. He's going to party like it's his birthday because 50 Cent's sponsoring him, Adam.
Why not? Let the good times roll, right, Jeff?
Yeah, let the good times roll. I'm just wondering if that'd be as awkward as when Shaquille O'Neal gave Rudd a kiss.
Oh, that's right. I had forgotten about that.
I don't want to talk about any of those things.
I'd rather not. With the people I'm hanging with right now, smooching is not an item on our to-do list.
Parker is doing a great job of underselling for lowering expectations.
You sound like Lou Holtz.
That's really what he needs to do in that situation with that team, new team, building. Say, hey, don't worry about us, Austin Dillon. Don't worry about us, Kyle Larson. But AJ, but he's got some talent. Parker Kligerman has some talent, and if he can get that team up to par a little bit, he showed last year he can go fast.
Well, and every driver has a different path to the Sprint Cup Series. It seems like yesterday I was standing on pit road interviewing Parker Kligerman before an ARCA race when he was tearing things up there. Then it's trucks, then it's nationwide, and now here he is in the Sprint Cup Series.
Yeah, and the thing is, every time he gets in a ride, he does a really good job at it. I mean, I remember when he jumped in the trucks for Red Horse, won there. Anytime he's had an opportunity, he's been to several different racing organizations, but each time he's wound up getting behind the wheel, he's always step the game up as far as that organization is concerned. I think he's going to do the same thing with this 30 car. He's going to turn some heads, and a lot of people are sitting there kind of wondering about it. Promise you, he will turn some heads.
The top story today, the engine issues that some of these drivers were having from the Hendrick Motorsports camp, at least those that had engines supplied by Hendrick Motorsports. We will discuss that when we come back. An interview with Doug Duhart from HMS when we continue on NASCAR Live.
At Domino's, we make your pizza by hand with fresh dough and 2 layers of cheese.
I think of myself as a craftsman, and these are my tools.
Order a Domino's 2-topping pan pizza for just $7.99 and taste just how good handmade can be.
To truck guys, the truck is everything. And when you put them in charge of making an unbeatable truck, good things happen. This is the Ram 1500. the 2014 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. And first ever back-to-back champion. Guts, glory, Ram.
Get in! Punch it! Let Quicken Loans help you save your money with a mortgage that's engineered to amaze.
There are a few who move toward the sounds of chaos. Forged in the crucible of training, they are the first to move toward the sounds of tyranny, injustice, and despair. They are the few, the proud, the Marines.
The internet was once ruled by these beautiful women. Then the Fox Sports Go app came out, diverting men's attention from these features to these features. With live games and Fox Sports 1 shows. Streamed anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to see why this app is so popular. Please don't touch that.
I love action movies, but I don't want to. I got you. Just plug it into the jack.
Awesome. Awesome.
DIY has evolved. Welcome to DIT.
We push Castrol Edge synthetic motor oil to be stronger. Because a stronger oil is an oil you can count on.
Castrol Edge is driven stronger than Mobil 1. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
I'm Tony Saragoose, and I'm training guys who leak a little to guard their manhood. With Depend, shields and guards. The discreet protection that's just for guys. Now, it's your turn. Get my training tips at guardyourmanhood.com.
In my career, I've learned a thing or two about having the right equipment and a great crew. That's why I'm happy to be part of the Bass Pro family, because a name you can trust, people who stand behind you, and the equipment you can count on mean everything to me.
Tonight, Speed Weeks on Fox Sports 1 races into prime time. The biggest names in NASCAR hit the track for the first time this season. The Sprint Unlimited at Daytona. Tonight on Fox Sports 1. And catch the Daytona 500 February 23rd on Fox.
The more you know, the faster it gets. NASCAR.com. Powered by NASCAR.
Speed Weeks 2014 continues on Fox Sports 1. Thanks for being with us on a Saturday afternoon in Central Florida. The Daytona International Speedway, the scene. Oh, what a gorgeous day it is. And the big story of the day, well, the headline maker is Tony Stewart. And it all happened in our second practice session today. Smoke among those having problems.
Yeah, we see right here, Bobby Labonte, the 52 car right there. He loses an engine, and that kind of like started it all off. I mean, right after that is when we had the 14 had the same issues. A lot of smoke out underneath the car.
No issues in the first practice this morning. A lot of issues in second practice today, including the 10 car right here of Danica Patrick. People start trying to see how much speed they can get, and sometimes they go over the line.
You know, on a normal race weekend, you blow an engine, you know, regardless of where you qualify, you start at the tail end of the field because we have a one-engine rule. But here at Daytona, it's a full week of activities. Things a little bit different in that regard when it comes to this week's activities here at the World Center of Racing. For more on the situation, let's go down to the garage and Bob Dillner.
Adam, Doug Ducart is the general manager for Hendrick Motorsports, and we saw 3 engine failures from Hendrick Engines. Is there something across the board that you're trying to do there, or what seems to be the problem?
Yeah, across the board, we're trying to do the best we can for qualifying tomorrow for those 2 laps. And as we've worked through that process, obviously we've been pushing the limit, and we found the limit there. So we feel like we understand what's happening. You know, when we get the engines back over and tear them down for NASCAR, I think we'll be able to confirm what we think is happening. You know, the drivers have been consistent. It feels like it's been something in the bottom end of the engine. So we think we understand what's happening there, and we'll take a look at that. But for tonight and for the rest of the week when we go to race, we don't really have any concerns with the Sprint Unlimited or as we get into the Twins or the 500.
Do you believe it is a component issue?
No, I think it's just part of us trying to maximize 2 laps for tomorrow, and so it's not a specific component issue. It's just how we go about trying to maximize or minimize the time around the track for qualifying.
We saw Jamie McMurray abort his run, come down pit road. Was that your call from Hendrick Engines, or was that the team's call?
Yeah, so once we saw some things that were happening and saw some data, we knew they were on pit road getting ready to run again. They had started a run when Tony had an issue. So we want to get them back in, take some time, look at that data, understand where they were at, and then make a decision. And I don't think they had enough time to get back out. So that was why we did that. We just didn't want to have another issue. We wanted to make sure and be on the safe side with that. So we called Keith, and Keith understands. He's worked with us before when he was at the 5-car last year, so he understands how we work and go about things. So that was pretty easy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Adam?
Guys, quick thought on what Doug had to say there?
Well, they've obviously found something they were doing to get ready for qualifying, not a component, an issue that they've got to make mass changes before qualifying. The other thing I like, Jeff, is we're seeing problems across the board, all Hendrick engines. It wasn't isolated to just the Hendrick cars.
Yeah,
sure.
ECU probably verified everything. It was a procedure what they already had kind of like lined up, and when they went through that final process, they went over that edge, and that's what Doug Ducart is talking about. They reeled them back. They should be okay.
Tomorrow, a new day. Qualifying for the Daytona 500 at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Tonight, it's the Sprint